What is up, everybody? We are here to turn the page. We are on to Carolina Panthers. And before we get to today's program, I just want to take care of a
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? I'd like to give a special introduction to the other half of the currency connection. My man, Crypto. What's going on, brother? Glad
Hey,
you can
what's
make
going
it.
on, Shake Money?
Not much, man. Glad you can
Out
make
and
it, bro.
about.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man. And before we get to business, let's give a shout out to the people who are here and made this possible. You know, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. So definitely give a shout out to Daniel Berry Sports, John Featherland. What's going on, man? Always good to see y'all. Liz, what's up? How you doing, Liz? Good flipping afternoon. Brian's Brains. My man Jay from Canada. What's going on, brother? What's up, Fred? Friday the 13th, this Friday, baby. DD Dolphins, South California. What's going on, brother? Glad to see you here. Bromar, what's up? Jose M, what's up? What's happening, Jose? ¿Qué pasa? So, yo, man, we got the Frank Wright interview coming up soon. I got his press conference. You know how we do every week. You know what I mean? So, no, man, how did you enjoy the game this weekend?
Oh, pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, man. We finally second half. I sat in an empty seat next to you, and we got to chill and watch the game. You know, it was
Right. It was real nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the other two seats to the right of me was Giant fans, so they got up and left early, of course.
Really? They were Giants fans?
Those are occupied by Giant fans.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. They left it. I was surrounded by two Giant fans. And so they vacated the premises. I was surprised they had a pretty good turnout there. I wasn't expecting a 1-14 to have a turnout that they had. So there's still some loyal fans.
Jose M. What's going on, man of the hour? How you doing, brother? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, I don't have what's up, Banana? How you doing? CCR? How you doing? At the end of the day, I don't mind the Giants. Giants for two reasons. I don't mind the Giants. Number one, they stopped the undefeated streak. They stopped the Patriots from getting 2 Super Bowls, and they stopped and they kept and most importantly,
yeah, exactly. they did keep a couple other 2 trophies out they met case, right?
Yeah, and they also contributed to this right here.
Right. Right.
Yeah, man. But
more ways than one. Yeah, the Giants have contributed to the Dolphins in more ways than we can imagine, right?
Yeah. Not to mention, they know how to win 4 Super. They're the only teams. They're the only team in New York that to win 4 Super Bowls. To win their 4 Super Bowls,
Right.
unlike the other New York teams. Well, Jets won one too, but
Right.
I showed the ladies that's my Cuban cock right there.
Right.
That was at La Carreta. That shit was off the chain.
Right.
Of course, that's the crew right there. Ali. I met Solo D. That's the homie Batman. There goes Paris Love. The lovely Doll Freaky. She's cool as hell.
Right.
Jiggy. And of course, this weekend, Camp 954 is going to be there. I mean, I'm going to be there, East 32. I tell you what, that food was good as fuck, wasn't it? The meatball sub.
Yeah, it was.
And the thing I like about the rice, they didn't have too much seasoning, so you could add the salt and pepper and give it a little kick if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So I think, and finally, I seen fake Coach Daniel in the parking lot as I was going into the game.
Right. Right.
What's up, Michael K? How you doing, brother? What's going on? What's going on, Color? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. And you know what? One thing I want to, Color, I want to talk to you because I'm glad you're here. If before I bring up Frank Wright, and the one thing that you were saying about continuity, and I'm going to illustrate your point by look at the 49ers. They're the best team right now. They made a mistake in drafting Jordan Love, but they fixed it. Luckily they got the
you mean Trey Lance?
Trey Lance, right?
Yeah, Trey Lance. Sorry, wrong quarterback. But anyway, Trey Lance. They got Brock Purdy now. But here's the thing: the reason Brock Purdy is doing so well is because they built that team. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying any quarterback could go in there and do what Brock Purdy's doing, but it's making his wins a lot easier that the team has been built, because at the end of the day, just because they had a bad season here and there, they were able to build continuity. And that's the thing that we've been lacking for the last fucking 10 years is continuity. Every year, you can't fucking build continuity if you're changing coaches every 3 years, bro. And then you got to you bring a new system, and the players that everybody loves is not going to fit the system, so we got to get rid of them and get new players. And then they get a new coach. Now we get rid of those players because it doesn't fit their system. So at the end of the day, one thing you've been harping on about continuity is 100%, and the proof is right there with San Francisco.
And especially at key groups like the offensive line or the defensive line, that's secondary. These guys that have to gel with each other to really make the thing work. Those are the areas where you really have to keep continuity, man. You can have the worst players in the world, but if they play with each other long enough and they develop together, that's probably more valuable than just stringing it together all the time.
Well, as a matter of fact, we did that episode. We did that episode with the future Hall of Famer Richmond Webb, and the one thing he said was when he had the players that he was been playing with for the longest, all they had to do was look at each other. They didn't even have to say a word. So you're going into a crowded area. They don't have to communicate because they already know what they're gonna do. They already know how they move and how they act.
Now, interestingly enough, that I've noticed, that's sort of been a paradigm shift in the league over the years. I mean, when you and I were growing up, it wasn't just our team; it was every team. You could count on that. Just about 40-some guys always being with that team, like. And it wasn't just the quarterback. It was players like you and I could count on Richmond Webb being our offensive lineman every single year for, 15 years or whatever it ended up being, you know what I mean? Because there was less player mobility back then, so you had a chance to see the same group of guys forever. I mean, for most of my childhood, our roster didn't really change much.
No, And even look at the end of the day, even when Don Shula, his last year, right, his last year with the Dolphins, he still made the playoffs. There was still no big drop off like we've seen with Belichick. Whether they're tanking on purpose or not, whatever, that's another
Right.
story.
And I think it's really about getting like a conveyor system going in with your contracts, your money, your players, their quality, positions, all of that. And that's what San Francisco has got in place right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's just rolling right along, and whatever they lose, they replace fairly easily. So then it's just a matter of buying yourself time to find a spark like a Brock Purdy that gets it in your system. Now, we don't know if Brock Purdy will ever be successful anywhere else, but we know he's running their stuff right. You know what I mean? So that's all that needs to happen.
You know, at the end of the day, everybody was like, "Oh, fire Shanahan, fire John Lynch," but the owner stood pat, and look at that. They're benefiting from that. You know, from holding the grounds and
Yep. And I think we're getting back to that now. You still have a lot more player mobility. I get it, especially at the key positions. But I think we're getting back to a time where teams are finally understanding. Yeah, you got to kind of have the same offensive line for about 5 or 6 years to ever expect anything. You know, you got to
No,
have
I would say
guys
less
that,
than that. I would say more like 2.5 to 3
well,
years.
yeah, you get what I mean,
It
though.
don't
You
need to
know,
be
it's
that
like
long.
we want to get back to the days like the Dallas Cowboys days where it was they were the best because they had played together and developed together. It's not like their names were hand chosen to be the best offensive line in history. You know what I mean?
Yep. What's going on, Lewis? You there?
Yeah, Shake, what's going on? What's good, fellas?
Not much. How you doing, brother? Good. Glad
Hey,
you can
what's
make
happening? What's going on? What's going on?
We got the
Mm,
smoke
And
lounge.
mainly, head coach, Shake, sorry to interrupt, but I've been also pounding the table that even though I was being hyperbolic, I've been pounding the table to give whoever we hired, which in this case was McDaniel, a 10-year contract because I'm sick of the revolving door.
Yeah.
Because at least with a 10-year contract, you're going to give him at least 6. You know what I mean?
I know, guys.
Instead of giving a guy a 4 or 5 year contract and only giving him 2.
Yeah. Joe. I mean, man of the hour. I know guys weren't moving around back in the day, but towards the Shula's last year, there was a lot of free agency moving back and forth. That's when the kind of, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it kind of picked up right about when Brady came on the scene. Right about when Brady and Roethlisberger and them guys came on the scene is when the player mobility really started to pick up, and you started to, see a lot of changes on different teams and not be able to count on the same names every year in and year out. The Ravens kind of kept themselves together long enough to win a championship, even a couple. Buccaneers, but now it's kind of like I don't know. I think that there's a finite amount of players in creation that will be able to be mobile because of the physical nature of the sport, unless they continue to change the rules to make it like basketball on grass. You know what I mean?
yeah, I hear you.
hey, Shake, real quick,
yes,
just
sir.
to let you know, I was supposed to be picking you up. I just got devastating news today at work. I'll be leaving. I'm flying out tomorrow night to head to Georgia. That they're opening up. The company I work for, we're going to be going into Georgia now, and the main hub is not up and running yet, but they're going to start doing all the training and shit for the guys that are going to be up there, and I'm going to be up there from Friday all the way basically till next Friday.
Oh, so, shit. You're not going to be able to make the game?
I will not be at the game.
Damn.
Oh. Man. So it's a good thing you did come to that Giants game. I was able to see you that last weekend.
Yeah.
Man, was I supposed to pour Gatorade on?
Right.
I'm glad I did. That was nick of time.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
I had it all planned
Georgia.
out and everything, Lewis.
Well, Lewis, I didn't know you had Georgia on your mind.
I was going to
Well,
tell you to wear.
well,
I was going to tell you to wear your
Georgia.
orange gear.
well. I listen. I had meetings about it this morning when they broke the news to me that I was going to be one of the ones that was going to have to go over there, and I was trying my best. I've emailed everybody in this goddamn company I could email, trying to do my best not to go over there. And I think, Color, you were in that Twitter space when I kind of broke the news. It was basically I was turned down to where it was no. You
Damn.
are in management. You got to go to train and
Sucks
shit.
being the best, ain't it?
Training
Don't it?
other people.
Sometimes.
Color, it does suck to be the
Yeah.
best, but hey, at least I got
It
a moral
does.
victory. Me and Color were just in a Twitter space cooking people over there. So you know,
I missed out, man. I was busy.
You win some and you lose some.
I'm
I have
telling
to
you, I
rewind
was.
it. Did you guys record it? I can listen
Well,
to it
yeah,
later.
Lewis was cooking and I was the saucier, man. We were having
Right,
fun.
exactly. Yeah, it was
Okay.
definitely fun for sure.
Yeah, that's what's up.
I can go back and hit the rewind
That's all right.
button then, huh?
Well, then I could go straight to the tailgate then.
Yeah, that's why
Okay.
I was kind of telling you, Shake, because I know we were gonna meet up in the morning and go together, but I will. And listen, I'm having a harder time. I just got home now, and when I told my wife the breaking news today, she was pissed because I left this weekend, whatever. I wasn't really around. Worked Saturday, left all day Sunday, caught that flat tire, so neither her or the kids seen me until basically Monday afternoon, and now all of a sudden, I'm out of here again. So it's crazy.
Hey man,
But
what he calls?
her and the kids will come up for the weekend. That's how I kind of sold it to her. I was like, listen, just you guys come up and hang out. Well, she doesn't know I got to work the fucking weekends anyway, though. But they could do something in Georgia, I guess.
Well,
We'll
you could
figure
do
it out.
after work. After work,
Yeah, after work, when
Mhm.
I get out, it is.
you
what it
go. You could go to the Georgia Carreta if they have one. No.
Yeah, that's kind of pushing. I don't know the Cuban population in Georgia, but I imagine it's
Well,
a lot less than South Florida.
just make sure you bring your UV light to the hotel. Just saying.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hey, check Shake, just so you and Shaking Color or Shaking Crypto, just so you know that me and Color are not lying, right? Nene was in that space. He was cooking. I wouldn't say I don't want to take all the credit, Nene. Color was up there cooking with me, so we were cooking. But
Okay.
Yep, I was winging in the herbs while Lewis was cooking. I was winging in herbs here and there.
Was it no broccoli on the side, or was it Brussels sprouts?
You know what? I might. You know what? I'm gonna holler at my boy. That might give me a good idea because you know what? I could go the night before, stay at my boy Joe's house, and then go to the tailgate straight from there. I could spend the night at my boy Joe's house after the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, that'll work.
But yeah, man, it sucks. But hey, at least I got to meet you one time.
Oh, well, listen, we'll definitely be linking up again. I'm gonna have to. I'm regretting this conversation. I'm gonna have with El Capitan. That's for damn sure. But I gotta get with him now.
Yeah. All right.
So, all right.
Yeah,
Well, anyway,
was
let me.
Fan Club weekend, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So we about to play this press conference of Frank Reich, like we do every Wednesday. Get to know that enemy. You know what I mean? So let's see what he.
I thought you were playing McDaniel. I was about to take a quick little nap, Shake.
I'll be playing his right afterwards. So we'll
McDaniel's like the teacher on Charlie Brown.
Wah. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, but hey, listen. Here's the funny. You know what the funny story about this Frank Reich is? All right, check this out. Philadelphia. All right, Philadelphia fired. When the Colts hired Frank Reich, he was the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles under who's that quarterback that won Shula's last game? Doug Peterson. Okay.
Peterson. Yeah.
Yeah, he was all right. Peterson got fired, and then they hired the offensive coordinator for Frank Reich, offensive coordinator. They hired him to go to the Colts, right? Then they fired Peterson. Then Philadelphia Eagles, they hire Frank Reich's offensive coordinator. Okay, the Eagles go to the Super Bowl, fire Frank Reich, and then they hire his offensive coordinator. Then they hire the offensive coordinator's offensive coordinator to take Frank Reich's place. So it's crazy. I guess if when Philadelphia makes the Super Bowl 4 years from now, they're going to hire his offensive coordinator. The offensive
and
coordinator
meanwhile,
there.
meanwhile, the real reason the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl is already winning games in Jacksonville.
Yep.
Just point that out. But the Miami bred guy, Doug Peterson. But
yeah.
I want to also say, do y'all realize that Frank Reich, that word literally is the German word for France?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, directly translated, it means French Empire, but it's the word they use in German for France. Frank Reich.
Damn. But so anyway, let's get into this press conference. Again, you can pause. Tell me to pause whenever you want me to.
So far, good walkthrough. Get dialed in on Miami. Obviously, a good football team, explosive offense. A very good defense. Coached by Vic Fangio, and obviously a great defensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel's done a great job, obviously, with that team and with that offense.
And by the way, and the last time he was in Hard Rock, they beat us with the Colts. I was at that game. We lost, and that was we were supposed to honor Don Shula, which we didn't do a good job.
Listen, we respect this team a lot, but this is really about us, right? This is about us. So, we're just focused in and dial in on, how do we get better and go play our best game this week. I'll open it up from there.
Following the Seahawks game that coordinator Thomas Brown that you want to build upon those 5 explosive plays that happened in that game. Since then, Burst had a game where he had 0 that was beyond 20, and then just last week he had you just right at that mark. What's the disconnect between him saying that's an objective and then actually that coming to fruition with that?
I thought we had, fair question. There was the game where we had 0. It was, I think that was against the Vikings. Is that true? Yeah, pretty sure.
By the way, real quick, I got a Joe Riss with the $2 donation. Zach Thomas 54 weekend, and I have extra tickets if anybody wants to go. So Joe Riss has extra tickets as well. So hit up Joe Riss. Where can they hit you? Let us know. Shout out to my man Canes Dolphins 89. What's going on, brother? Yeah, he says Canes 89 says Frank Wright looks like Fangio's brother. I can see the resemblance.
Or where they were.
A lot skinnier though.
Got to be better than that as coaches. We got to put our guys in position to make explosive plays. I am really encouraged, as I said the other day. I thought the pass game looked pretty good this past week, and there's a lot of good things in there to build on. So, I'm encouraged. There were some, in the explosive plays. As we all know, that's the league uses that 20-yard standard for an explosive play. That's usually the category. So there's still a lot of chunk plays in that 15 to 20. There's chunk plays in there. I think we're working towards it. I'm excited about it. I think we're heading in the right direction. I think, this team that we're playing this week, Vic Fangio, what's he known for? Limiting explosive plays. He's going to play a shell defense. Vic traditionally has been a guy, keep everything in front of you. Make them go the long road. That's been Vic Fangio's MO for a long time. And, and he's going to try to outplay you and outdiscipline you by playing that shell, keeping everything in front, and, see if you can sustain long drives.
All right. Anybody agree or disagree with what he said?
He definitely know his opponent. I can tell you that much.
Well, I mean, that is what Vic Fangio likes to do, and I'll be honest, I don't think we've given up a lot of big plays this season. It's just when you play your corners, 3, 5, 7, 9 yards off the ball, even a guy like, or even a team like the Carolina Panthers and a kid like Bryce Young, he'll carve you up. You know what I'm saying? I think what I would like to see from Vic Fangio in this game right here, specifically facing a young quarterback, early in the season, hasn't seen a lot of exotic things from a blitz standpoint, at least from the NFL. I say you blitz the hell out of Bryce Young. I think you get him uncomfortable because a kid like that. Listen, obviously Bryce Young has talent, right, Shake? So
Yeah.
if you let a kid like that get comfortable,
Mhm.
bad things could end up happening. Now, do I see that happening? No, but I think that what you do. I mean, Belichick did it for years. You try to rattle young quarterbacks, and hopefully that's the game plan from the Miami Dolphins. Like, try to get him off of his spot, make it difficult for him, throw a lot of things, throw some stunts on the defensive line, blitz Jerome Baker, blitz Brandon Jones when he's in there. Like, get this kid rattled, and I think you could cause some turnovers and make this game a lot less worrisome.
Yeah, I agree there.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. But at the end of the day,
Weren't you guys kind of surprised, even though Daniel Jones was inefficient, that we never turned him over?
Well, we haven't got a turnover, Crypto. If you think about it, did we get one? Oh yeah, Xavier Howard got one against New England, but we didn't get one, I believe,
Right,
against the Buffalo Bills. We didn't get one last week as well. So it's been at
right.
least
So
two
it's two
weeks we
straight
haven't had a
games.
turnover. Yeah.
Right. You would think our opportunity would have went up, against the Giants, given they have an abysmal offensive line. You know what I'm saying? I thought Van Ginkel was gonna get one when he got the sack, but he didn't. But like you said, I think we got to blitz Bryce Young because he can carve up a zone defense. He's done it. And it's even this year he has some signs of playing against good soft zone. So a guy like that was picked number one for a reason. He's shown he had at least the potential to do it. But you give him an opportunity at the NFL level, you just never know.
to me, I think Bryce Young is like a Kyler Murray, but without the speed. You know what I mean? I don't know how deep his arm is, biggest because I remember at least Kyler
No,
Murray.
his arm.
He has an arm. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's continue the press conference.
Our job is to A, sustain long drives when we need to, and B, find ways, even though he's playing a shell defense and trying to limit the explosives, we still have to find explosives by how we scheme and then by what our players do, run after catch in that way as well.
Chance that Raheem Blackshear gets activated this week to kind of, I guess, give a spark to that running game that you guys have been missing so far?
There's a possibility. We're looking at things. We got to see how Miles came out of the game with a little something, so we'll see how he progresses this week. And Miles is a pretty tough guy, so I'm not predetermined anything at this point, but but I don't mind telling you, I don't think Miles is going to practice today. So Raheem will get some looks today, be an opportunity, and then we'll just play that out during the week. Miles may be back. He may not be back. Not sure yet.
Miles.
And I'm looking at the stats right now. Right, you got Bryce Young for 92 of 144, 750 yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and their leading receiver is Adam Thielen with 38 receptions, 394 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So
You notice
Say
how
that
he
again
said
to the
his,
people in the back of the room. Shake money because Thielen is on my fantasy. He's causing me a bunch of ways.
you notice how he said that their explosive plays are gonna have to come through yards after catch. That's because he knows that our linebackers can't tackle worth a shit.
Right. Run after the catch. Yeah, I noticed that color. Good point. He did say run out the catch. He did emphasize it was run out of the catch. Wow.
yeah, because
Frank
he
Reich
can't.
is smart, man. He's a hell of a quarterback, bro.
Yeah, because he knows you're not going to be able to do it deep.
Right. Yeah.
Frank, I know this is probably a better question for Evero, but when you look at this team and you look at your third down percentage, it's very good. It's second in the league. but teams are running at you guys and getting big plays on first and second down. You've been able to mitigate the deep pass for the most part. When you look at how that's reflected your run game success, what do you think is the disconnect there?
I think that's a great question. And I think that's a great question. And I think that'll and I know you guys get tired of me saying this because we're getting close to where I can't say this anymore. But I think as we get a little bit larger sample size, that'll merge in to be more consistent. But I do think, just to build on your point, Mike, I do think a key for us this game is when you look at the Dolphins, they average fewer third downs a game than any other team. Why is that? Because they don't get to third down. They go first down, second down, first down, second. They only average 9 third downs a game. So we are a good third down defense. No matter what the stats say, no matter, our third down defense is good. Do we need to be better in our run defense? Yeah, no question. What it probably tells me off the cuff is some of those runs are explosive runs that are ending up in first. Too many of those are ending up in first down again and kind of resetting the chains. When your run defense is going well, you're putting teams in more third downs over the course of a game. So, I think if we play well on defense this game and well on offense, the Dolphins will have more third downs than they normally have. If we don't play well, they'll have their average 9 or 10 third downs a game. Our goal is to make them be in third down more, and we can play third down defense.
And one thing I want to say too, a lot of people are saying that this year we're getting a lot of yak yards. Last year we didn't get a lot of we were kind of like in the bottom of yak yards. You know what I'm saying? So that tells me right there that we have the ability to do both if necessary. So if they want to put everything in front of us like we're doing, we'll hit you with some yak yards. But if you want to bring everything up, we'll hit you up deep. We could hit you up top as well, especially with Hill and Waddle. That's what we did last year, and I think we could do that again. But teams aren't playing, are not going to give up the deep. I think they're respecting more the deep ball this year than they did last year. What do you guys think of that?
Mm-hmm.
We'll move on.
Spot on.
So
There was a report Sunday that you guys wanted to simplify the offense for Bryce, that maybe you throw too much at him too soon. Was that the case? And do you feel like Sunday was a product of maybe an improvement because of simplifying?
Fair question. Every coach would tell you when you're 0-5, what's the answer? Do more? No. The answer is do less. Every coach. The history of the NFL. Hey, we're 0-5, we're 0-3, we're 0-4. Do less. Do less. Does that mean you gave him too much? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know the answer to that. I just know we got to get better. We got to, the insanity is doing the same thing, right? So that's what we do as coaches. Not for the quarterback, for the whole team. We did it on offense. We did it on defense. We did it on special teams. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Do the basics. Let the players play fast. Sometimes it takes that to do it, and sometimes that was the answer, and that's why. Sometimes it just works out to get you back on track and in rhythm.
To simplify, in follow up to that, with simplifying, do you have to tell Bryce it's okay to make mistakes so that he doesn't maybe kind of clamp down when stuff doesn't open up immediately?
There's no question we tell, he knows, but you play quarterback in this league and throw it 40 times a game and are handling every game and have to make 75 decisions a game, or obviously a lot more than that. You're going to make some mistakes. Everybody does. Nobody plays a perfect game. So that's a conversation we've had hey, we got to move on to the next play. If you make a mistake, just move on to the next play. So we all know this guy's incredibly mature and got a great perspective. We know he's hard on himself, like all great players are. So I just think that's all normal and part of the process.
You simplify even more going in this week?
You're always trying to streamline everything you can. So you're trying to streamline, and as we progress, like for instance, there's calls that were longer. Where now that we're 6 weeks in, hey, we can find ways to shorten a couple other calls. So we continue to find ways to do some of that. So that might just be, hey, 1% a week that we simplify, or 2% a week. Let's continue to find ways to hone and sharpen our sword and get better.
When it comes to the running backs, Chuba Hubbard slightly more snaps than Miles. Not sure if there's too much to come from that, but what do you like that he brings? And then also with LaVisca getting more touches, kind of in that more running back type role. What is it about those two guys in that room, with Miles a little bit less certain, that you like, that you want to see?
Yeah. So, Chuba has been a very good physical runner. He's had good yards after contact. He's a good player. He's just been a good player for us. LaVisca, same thing. He's kind of a power runner. Like, he's a big, strong man. And, he's dragging guys through the hole. And he's elusive on top of it. So he's been in that hybrid position where he can play receiver. We can put him in the backfield. We'll continue to do both. And then Miles was always the third piece. He was, hey, give him space. Let him, he can run inside. He's had a good career running inside. But also try to create space and find ways to get him the ball in space.
Dolphins have the top offense in the league right now. Can you talk about the challenge that they pose defensively, and then also with those speedy receivers on the outside?
I mean, obviously they're explosive in both the run and the pass. I mean, how many yards rushing they have is crazy. And for me, as great as they are in the pass game, it starts with that run game. They have so much speed that it softens coverage, and then they're able to take advantage of that. So we got to find a way. That's why they've been so good on offense. They're explosive in the run game and the pass game. Coach McDaniels has done a good job, with those guys. They're executing at a high level. We love the challenge. And so, again, it's going to be, how do we stop their speed? And we have a definite plan, to be sure. How do we slow that down is a better way to say it. How do we slow that down and yet also be able to handle their run game, which is the best in the league?
Yeah. Like I said, that's one thing. There's very few press conferences that I didn't, since I've been doing this. I think Belichick is the only other the other coach since I've been doing this that actually was able to break down the Dolphins like he did. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the other coaches did really.
He's like, we have a plan.
Yeah, he's basically going at it like he's actually going to be a player.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually a player. And see if he's back in his old playing days again and preparing for the game coming up.
Yeah, but
it sounds like that's what he's trying to do or convey to his players.
Yeah, but there's no 35-3 comeback in this scenario, Crypto.
Right.
This should be an ass whooping right here. By the mind.
Well, I mean, it comes down to like any other game. It's ours to lose.
If our defense plays like the freaking Houston Oilers did, it can.
I heard Color say something. It was either yesterday, maybe it was today. I don't know when it was, but he was spot on. As long as again, I don't care what Carolina does. Even if they score points, that's fine. The fact of the matter remains, right? Miami has just the better team. If Miami executes, and I think that's what Color was saying, if all Miami has to do is execute, and this game shouldn't even be a problem. You see what I'm saying? No matter what Carolina does, Carolina cannot run the ball like us. They cannot throw the ball like us. They cannot match us. So as long as Miami does what they need to do, this game should be in the bag.
Right. Carolina can only hope to exploit our mistakes. That's all the Giants could do.
1,000%.
And could hope for, and that's it. And they exploited one mistake and that's why it was 16 and not 9.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep.
They exploited it to the point where they had to score off that one.
But I'm just saying that's their only hope is to be able to exploit a mistake, which means if we play mistake-free and we execute, there's absolutely no way this team can win. There's a reason that the spread is what it is.
1,000%. I agree. I agree 100%.
And again, I like to iterate that we turned over the ball 3 times it was probably like one of the worst offensive perform. One of the worst besides obviously besides Buffalo,
And we
and we were
still
still
won by 15.
and we put up 500 yards.
Yep. Yep. Shake, that's a great point. We had 3 turnovers. We probably offensively was probably one of the worst games we played this season, right?
And still covered a 13-point
Well,
spread.
And still covered.
I
the
won't say it was the
spread.
worst
Exactly.
offense. Probably efficiency was probably the worst. As far as productivity, it was on par with what we average.
Well, but see, in my opinion, though, and again, this is just my opinion. I could be off, but I thought the offense played better in Buffalo than it did against the Giants.
I'd have to look. I'd have to really look, but I don't disagree with that.
No, I think offense played better against the Giants.
I mean, at the same time, we didn't call the same
every
type.
mistake. On every mistake we made, we capitalized the very next possession.
And
in the
also
Giant
we
game.
didn't.
On every mistake we made against Buffalo, they capitalized. We didn't.
Right, and we also didn't run near the same kind of game plan we did against Buffalo either. You know, there's that too.
Well, I would say our offense was still better against the Giants because our offense came back and immediately and responded after every mistake we made. That never happened in Buffalo. Our offense kept caving afterwards.
Right.
We only scored 6 points in the second half.
Yeah, but by that time the game was over. I mean, I don't know. You know, it is what it is.
It just looked like that because of they scored an immediate touchdown. Remember, in that Buffalo game, it could have been a pick 6 too. They just dropped the football.
Very good progress, making very good progress. I don't want to put a timetable on them, but really encouraged with JC's progress and Xavier. I would say they're both ahead of schedule and encouraged by that. Marquise doing well. It's probably going to be another minute. Talked about him this morning, and he's making good progress, but we're still going week to week on that.
Frank, we talked last week to DJ about the locker room when Detroit was turning things around last year. He just said, win 2-3 games in a row, everything changes. How do you maintain that spirit when the results haven't come yet?
Just a belief in one another. Looking at things we've done and seeing, hey, when we played well in spurts in defense, on offense, on special teams, we know we can play with anybody. There's a way to win every football game. Play good football, make teams beat us. We know that. Plus, you just got highly competitive warriors, highly competitive dudes who, it doesn't matter. I just can't imagine these guys ever changing. I can't imagine it. I can understand it gets hard if when you're 0-5, it is harder. But deep down, these guys are made of the right stuff. So it doesn't make it fun, but I don't think anybody's going to lose their desire to get better and the competitiveness. I'm going to go win it. We're going to go win the next game. That's always going to be the mentality.
And that's why we have to execute.
Easier to simplify that hey, these are the 8, 9, whatever things does well.
I think every week we get better, and I think every week we're getting better and honing in on what we do and why we like to do it, and what fits our offense, what fits our players. And I think when I look at the last game, we take out the turnovers, which we have to do. You take out the 6 pre-snap penalties, and you look at what else we did, and it was a lot of good stuff.
Frank, and I was saying, do you need similarities in Tua and Bryce at all?
A little bit. I haven't really thought about it, but both quick release, accurate. Can throw different arm angles, get the ball all over the field. Good decision makers. Enough, not runners, but enough mobility to make move the pocket and make a play.
So JC, he can come off IR this week, right? And is there a possibility that happens? Would he be able to play?
I think we're going to just reevaluate that, after the bye.
Frank, I know you've been asked about play calling and digging up and parsing out that stuff, and you've been juggling all this stuff for 6 years. I'm just curious, from an operational standpoint, play calling aside, how have you maybe simplified it on the sideline for you and your staff, or have you altered anything that you guys did?
You know, I just think the operation, I think it's gotten better. I think it'll continue to get better, you know, understanding, you know, the procedural part, you know, with the players, with Bryce, and how we communicate to the receivers, you know, what personnel group we're in and stuff like that. I think that's getting better. I think our communication with Bryce and the wristband that we're now using, terminology shortage, I think that's gotten better. Game management things, you know, I think, you know, by and large, I know we have the right team in place. It doesn't feel like a lot to me because we got resourced. It's everything is, as I've said to you guys, it's very collaborative. I'm ultimately responsible for it and the key decision maker in those moments, but it's a collaborative process.
Could you expand on the wristband real quick?
Yeah, just
when and why you need to.
a couple weeks ago, just you know, just to speed up the procedure, right? I mean, if you say just pure math, you know, if you just do the pure math of it, it has to be faster. If I don't have to give the whole play call, if I can just say, hey, run number 37, you know, there's something to that. Now, you know, listen, I've called a lot of plays for a lot of quarterbacks that don't want to wear a wristband. I understand the other side of it. But the fact of the matter is, these days, in most offenses, if you want to move guys around in personnel and shift in motion, you can't do that without using language and words that make the play call lengthy. So in those instances, you tend to use the wristband. But then what you do, just for the record, you know, because that tends to be sometimes passes. So you got to make sure that you have an equal number of runs on there so that the other team knows that when the quarterback's looking at the wristband, it's not just a run or it's not just a pass. You have to distribute those things out and make sure you self-scout all that stuff as well. So, you know, looking forward.
Damn, that's what's up, man. And I like how he gave a little quick tutorial about the wristbands.
Mm-hmm.
Not the kind that you seen at Club Live.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying that Bryce Young still ain't able to call out a play. That's basically what he told you. When you have to dumb it down, maybe I heard it wrong, but
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said.
I heard him say something that now it's basically he has to say number 37. So that's like, you know, basically
well, yeah, but him looking at the wristband still show that he has the ability.
Yeah, crypto,
well, not the
but
ability. He has the option to look at the wristband to change things if he needed. That's what that's telling me. Because all quarterbacks had wristbands. John Elway wore it. Kelly wore it. Marino wore it.
Right, but there's wording on that wristband, crypto. Not in the case where he just said on the wristband he has a bunch of numbers out there and he's like, "Hey Bryce, you're running play 37." You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. Yeah, all quarterbacks are running or has the wristband,
Yeah, but
most of those wristbands
right,
have
but that's their
words on
play
them.
system. Yeah, but,
by the way,
their play system may be broken down to where it's just a number where everybody know the number to play.
Shout out to Dolphins Thirsty, man. I hope to see you at the tailgate.
But it's apparently
Sunday.
1 through 37 as far as his selection is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but again, that still doesn't change the fact that on that wristband there's no word. You just heard him say there's you have to be able to call, like if you want to have motion or you want to send someone here, do this here, there. There has to be verbiage to that. What he's saying is there's no verbiage on that wristband. It's play 37. That there's
right, and built in play 37 analyze what motion that any given player needs to do.
Okay, that's fine, Crypto, but maybe the players understand that. But Bryce Young still ain't showing the ability, is what he's saying, to call out the play. It still has to be in a numbered form. You're still dumbing it down. I don't care how you try to frame it, Crypto. It's still, you're dumbing it down for that kid. Not saying that the kid is dumb. I'm just saying he's a rookie 5 games into his rookie season. He's just not understanding it yet.
But it might be, but I'm saying all of the plays within their system may be numbered.
I don't know why. I don't know. See right there, when we say what do we expect? I don't know. You see, you can't ask me that, Crypto. I didn't give that excuse to Tua Tagovailoa. Now I'm going to make that excuse for Bryce Young. Bro, I don't give a shit.
If the coaches have a numbered system for them, may be how they run a system.
Crypto, stop. You're better than this, Crypto. Stop. Don't do
what?
that. Now the quarterback. Now you think it's the Carolina Panthers. You think Frank Reich is always done this, Crip? I'll just ask you. Do you think every place
He's probably
he's
always
been,
done it for every quarterback in the rookie system for the rookies per se. And year
how
2,
many?
it may be a different, maybe color coded. I don't know.
How many rookie quarterbacks has he had, Crypto?
Not much.
Well, then why would he be in a number system now? That's what I'm saying. It's just that Bryce Young ain't getting it, and that's fine.
Because is year 1 of their offense. We don't know what year 2 will be. It may be colored system, maybe flowered system. I don't know. It may be after the Dewey Decimal system. I don't know.
Crypto, the man just told you, Crypto, what it is. He just said, and I quote, there has to be a verbiage to that. And right now, obviously, he's not being able to do that. He just told you, Crypto. I don't know what you're trying to argue. The man just said it.
I'm not arguing that, but I'm just saying you're looking into it deeper than what it need to be.
No, you're making excuses for this thing. Is what you're doing. You're trying to make, it'll be a flower system next, and it'll be this. No, the man just told you that he wants to use verbiage, and without saying it, he said that Bryce Young still ain't ready to do that.
What first-year quarterback other than Marino and Kelly did that?
Crypto, I'm not going down this rabbit hole with you, Crypto. Okay, you're right, Crypto. You got it. You're right.
Tom Brady didn't have that authority in New England.
What authority? To read a play?
As far as the numbered system, did you know the systems that Belichick was giving him, or his offensive coordinator was giving him?
They
was
never
it worded?
said nothing about no numbers, Crypto.
But what I'm saying, where's the evidence that no quarterback has that he's the only quarterback that ever done this in NFL history?
But what? Damn.
You all right there, bro?
Man, Crypto's getting me choked up. Crypto, I'm not talking about every quarterback. I don't need evidence. We're playing the Carolina Panthers, and I just watched Frank Reich talk about Bryce Young. I'm not talking about Elway or Brady or none of these other guys. We're talking about a certain situation that we just listened to.
Yes, but if those quarterbacks, Hall of Fame quarterbacks, haven't done it in their rookie years, then what makes Bryce Young the exception?
But we don't know, Crypto. You're just arguing to argue at this point. We don't know. We don't remember.
We don't know.
Oh, okay, Crypto. So what did Belichick say after going into week 5 of the season? What did Bill Belichick say about Tom Brady?
It wasn't no complex algorithms that he had to call out plays with words that he had to. I can tell you that much.
I don't know who the coach was. Oh, Marty Schottenheimer was the San Diego Charger coach for Drew Brees. What after Game 5 did Marty Schottenheimer say about Drew Brees? Like no one remembers that, Crypto. You're asking questions that no one remembers. We're talking about this guy.
I'm just throwing it out there that it's no big deal.
Oh man. Oh, Lewis,
it's no
man,
big
you're
deal.
going down the contrarian hole, man.
I mean, what are we doing here?
All I'm saying is no big deal. Why are we walking off a ledge over nothing?
Listen to him. He's got a smile on his face, bro. Listen to him, bro.
Color. What was that head coach that said that famous saying on the sideline?
What's going on? What's up, Papa Paul, Pam, Kyle?
Damn, what was it saying? Oh, what the hell is going on here? Remember
what the hell is going on out here?
That was Hank Stram.
No, it was Vince Lombardi, bro. I thought it was Vince Lombardi, man.
Lombardi too, yeah, Lombardi.
Yeah, Crypto. That's what you're gonna drive me to do to you if we keep going down this rabbit hole. What the hell are we doing here, Crypto?
Nothing. I'm just saying it's normal. It's par for the course for an NFL quarterback after 5 games.
Get wrong. This is what I have a problem. Crypto, you know, you're my brother, Crypto. You already know this. I don't have to tell you this. We're having a healthy debate. Crypto, rookie season for Tua Tagovailoa, we wanted this kid to do everything in the book. We wanted him to call the plays. We wanted him to make all the throws. We wanted him to call audibles. We wanted all this shit. We didn't defend Tua. And again, I didn't make no excuses.
I'm the one still to this day. You guys are the ones out there still saying he don't call audibles.
Stop.
We just had this discussion last night.
I don't say that. I wasn't part of that conversation.
I was
last
sitting
night.
up here pounding the table, said this man had full autonomy over the entire offense in year 2 to do what the hell he want if he feels something's wrong. I'm still the one making that argument.
You know what? Crypto,
Everybody
you
trying
got
to tell me that he doesn't have that autonomy. They act like freaking Flores is still the coach, saying that he's whispering them at the very last second before the snap of the ball where to go with the ball. They treating him like he's a rookie. He's no rookie.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
I would even argue that
I
under
don't know.
Flores, he still made audibles. But people get selective amnesia about that Jet game when he threw the pass deep down the field to Mac Audible. That was an audible at the line of scrimmage to a made that play. But people forget
Okay.
about that one.
Well,
That was under Flores.
I don't know about none of that. All I know is Bryce Young can't call out a play. That's all. That's from what I heard. That's what Frank Reich just told me. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know about nobody else.
Which plays kind of into our advantage. By the way, shout out to Papa Paul. I washed my shirt. This is I got this for $30.
That's the A chain. Hey, Papa Paul, give me your send me your information for the Zelle so I can get the money to you for the shirt.
There you go. I'll send you his information, Crypto.
All right.
You hear me?
Cool. Yeah. I could send it over to him for the 8-chain shirt.
But yeah,
Nice
that was a good shirt. That was a nice shirt. I tell you what, it's cool. It's good. Like for instance, the reason I was sweating was because I had an undershirt. But I tell you, this is nice material. So like especially for a hot day. Like I said, I just washed it. So
damn, I still haven't worn mine yet. It was in my cup. I thought I left it in Lewis' truck, but apparently I saw it. I stuffed it inside of my cup, and I didn't realize I put it in my cup.
Okay.
Packed it away. So yeah. I thought I was gonna have to do the Batman to Lewis and have him send it to me and wait like 8 months later.
I was gonna
like
say,
I made Batman wait.
I was about to say it ain't nothing in my truck. I tore that truck upside down, inside out, looking for a goddamn jack. So it ain't in my truck.
No, it's not. I got it. It was. I thought I left it in there, but I'm like, wait a minute. It was stuffed inside of my. I rolled it up and stuffed it inside of my souvenir cup. So that's why I found it at.
I had whatchamacallit, I saw your jacket in my car. I had to take it up there. I'm like, damn, I'm not gonna mail this to you. Here you go.
Yeah, right. I was leaving stuff all over the place. I only could stuff so much in my bag because I carry everything on board. I don't like doing that baggage check crap. It's a waste of time, you know. So I just carried everything on and stuffed it above the overhead compartment, you know, and then go from there. But it fit. Everything was in there. That lady at TSA asked me. She said, "Hey, where you get your bag from?" I was like, "Damn, where did I get it?" And she flipped the bag over. She said, "Oh, you got this from Target." I was like, "Damn, you still see the Target thing on there?" It wasn't like a receipt or nothing. She just saw a certain tag, and it told her that Target was on. It wasn't even labeled Target.
Crypto,
but she knew that it was from Target.
You're sitting first class, Crypto?
No, man, they charging like an extra $500-$600 to sit first class. When you're in the front of the plane, I'm in the middle, sitting on the wing by the window. Listen, if the plane crashes, why do I want to pay extra to die first?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the way I look at it. You might as well keep the money. Let your loved ones get that extra $600, and you get it.
Actually, I want to die first because I don't want to be a survivor and have to eat one of the passengers.
Saying. Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that.
I'm not trying to pay extra to die first, is what I'm saying.
The ones who die first usually die with painless.
Granted, first class, that was this big. I suppose people in first class die first because if the plane goes into a nosedive, then they're the first ones to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's if it goes belly up, then maybe I'm the first to go because I'm on the tail end of the plane. It's crazy to think this way, but hey,
So it's a 50-50
I don't want
chance, crypto.
to 50-50 shot. So I figure if I'm sitting in the middle of the plane, if we do a belly up or a nosedive, I got a great chance of survival. As long
Damn.
as everything don't burst into flames. If everything's in different sections, you know, you could tell I watch airplane accidents and disasters, aviation disasters.
I ain't
I'm
gonna
telling y'all
lie.
which part of the plane to sit on if you want to survive.
Yeah,
So listen,
y'all remember that movie Airplane? Y'all remember that movie Airplane?
Which
yeah, I
one?
remember with Leslie Nielsen.
The comedy?
You talking about that one, Leslie Nielsen?
No. I'm not talking about Leslie. No, I'm not talking about the comedy. I'm talking about the one where the plane crashed or whatever. I thought it was named Airplane. The plane crashed and they started having to sacrifice bodies and eat people and shit.
Wait.
Nah.
I'm trying.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna go find that movie. I thought it was called Airplane. It's something Airplane. These people end up crashing. Right? They're in the middle of nowhere. It's like 3-4 days in, and they're just looking around. It's like there's only like 6-7 survivors that survive.
And they're all looking at they're all looking like you a hamburger.
And there's people
Oh, I know.
they're like picking. I don't know if they were picking straws or they were doing something. And whoever lost, they were eating. Remember that movie, Crypto? You know what I'm talking about?
I remember it now. Yeah, you're right. They cannibalized. It was like turned into cannibals and stuff. Yeah.
Look,
I remember now.
Yeah, it's a true story. J.R. Black saying it's 72 hours. Yeah, that movie. That shit. I'm telling you, when I seen that shit back in the day, and I was a youngster, I wouldn't fly on the plane. I used to hate because we used to take trips to Cuba, and I used to hate getting on fucking planes. I'm telling you right now, the way that I am, you gonna have to again to eat me. You gotta kill me. You just ain't gonna.
Yeah, you gotta right. You're not gonna. I'm not gonna be alive, and you're gonna take out a steak knife and say, "I'll have a piece of your thigh." You know, none of that. Screw that.
Hold on. I got a special guest in the back, real quick. He's gonna be wearing the blue and orange shirt at the end of the year. What's up, KP?
Yo. Hey, man, I just came to help out Lewis, man. I don't know the name of the movie, but the movie was about a soccer team. It was a soccer team that crashed in the mountains. It's a true story, too, by the way.
Yeah. Right. They ended up in the cold mountains. It's like high up, right?
Yeah.
It was like what people were starting to freeze, and then they was trying to figure out who get to go and all that other stuff.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now. That's crazy, KP.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not trying to have that. Like you said, I about to be gone already. You're not finna take me out and say, "Hey."
Yeah, you got to kill me first.
You got to kill me first. I ain't doing that. Yeah, Nene, go airborne. If I had a parachute, now that I might have to break open that emergency exit by the door.
That's what it was.
So I have to take it out and then get the parachute, and I'm good.
I'm sorry, Crypto. It's not named 72 Hours. The movie's called Alive. That's what the movie was called. Alive. J.R. Black got
Alive.
it.
Okay.
It is called Alive.
Oh shit. Yeah. Damn. That's some crazy things people.
Hey, that shit was
people
wild,
go to.
bro. I'm telling you.
Well, if you think that story's wild, you should check out a story called The Donner Party. It's a true story about like the pilgrims who went west, and they get stuck between the Sierra Nevadas and the Rocky Mountains for like a really harsh winter. And like, you know, of course the German guy's keeping a really good diary of everything that's happening, and and he knows what part of what body come from who. The two Native Americans who were there, they caught out. They were like Lewis. They were like, hell no, ain't nobody eating meat. But it's a horrifically a funny story. I mean, only if you're into like, you know, black comedy or gory comedy. You know what I'm saying? But it's a true story. It's called The Donner Party. And in fact, like one of the survivors actually made it to San Francisco eventually, and he opened up a restaurant called Man Eaters. which
come on, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
Hey, the Donner Party. Yeah. DONNER Party. Look it up.
Yeah,
guys.
they're the ones that got stuck in the Rockies, right? And ate each other?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I thought it was the Himalayas. I thought it was the
Whoa,
Himalaya
hey,
mountains.
hey.
No, you're thinking of the Andes. That was the soccer team. Remember the movie Alive with Ethan Hawke?
Yeah, that's
Right.
the movie we
Okay,
were
that's
talking
what you were
about.
saying earlier. That's what we talking about. Okay, that was the right, the Himalayas.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the Andes Mountains in South America.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
I don't like this comment right here. And again, this is supposedly a friend of mine. But Jose Valdez, I will tell you, well played, but this is some bullshit right here. Lewis, well, the way y'all booty licked for Flores, I would think y'all wouldn't mind being survivors and eating ass to keep living. Wow. That
My
is a
God,
shot. That is a
that
shot,
is a
Jose
huge
Valdez.
shot.
That is not
Wow.
right,
Damn.
Jose Valdez.
Damn. That is not right.
Wow.
That is bro. The
That
damn.
that listen, I didn't even want to
Hey,
say
where
Damn.
did that
that
come
Wow.
that was
from?
Wow.
that was pretty good though. I'm
Man,
not
that
gonna
came out
lie.
of left field.
That
That
was
came out of left
from the
field.
gut right there, man.
That was definitely shots fired. Damn.
Damn.
I
Yeah,
would jump out of the
that's a little
plane, or
wild.
I'll try to make sure that left engine sucked me in, so I'll be done over with.
Well.
You know.
Let me just be very clear for the homie Jose Valdez.
That's
No matter
crazy.
how much I love Brian Flores, I'm not eating his ass. I can promise you that.
Mhm.
So
Right.
Brian Flores can go to hell for all I give a shit before I eat his ass.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now
God.
Shakira, that's a different story. I'll eat that like
Yeah,
groceries.
Shakira.
Go ahead, Shake. Talk about it. Talk about it, Shake.
So
Go
you
ahead.
know all
Go
the
ahead.
groceries.
Shakira, go ahead. The groceries.
Go ahead, Shake. Get in more detail
Go
about
ahead,
what you would
Shake.
do to
Yeah,
Shakira,
what's going
no,
on?
listen, I'm just gonna say I'll eat it like groceries. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, you probably that
Shake.
trick
When
daddy eat a booty gang, huh?
What will you
Oh
do when the
man.
plane is descending? What would you do,
Shake.
Shake?
Shakira, J
Shake.
Lo.
Shake Money said he would stick his tongue so far up her ass he would separate the corn from the green beans. That's what I heard.
Damn right.
Wow. Oh
The
my
corn
God,
from the green
what's
beans.
happening
Good.
here? What
Yeah,
in the hell is going on out here?
damn right. I'm like, coño, you had some paella, huh?
Damn,
Hey
Shake.
man, all right,
God.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Hey, you
That was
started it.
brutal.
You started
I'm
it.
done.
Damn. Oh man. Man, Shake.
I'm
It's
not.
your
I'm
fault,
not.
Shake.
I'm not. I don't have. There's certain things that I've done that I'm not proud of, but I'm not ashamed of either. So there you go.
Oh
Man.
wow, Adam Sadowski with the
Mm-hmm.
We got some great ass topics tonight.
Damn right.
Oh
Oh
man.
man, but no, but
Way to go, Adam.
what
Unbroken.
KP,
Yeah, that was the other movie, Unbroken.
what are you looking forward to seeing this game, KP?
Man, I want to see. I want to see our defensive line continue to evolve and put mega pressure on that young guy, Bryce Young. You know, I don't wish injury on any player, but I think we need to grow in success and confidence, which I think is what Fangio is waiting to see. He wants to see this thing develop. He's giving these guys every chance to show that they can beat their guy one-on-one and create that team pressure. So my eyes are on the defensive line. And then on the offensive side, I'm intrigued about this Chase Claypool signing. I look at him as, a really talented guy who's failed in his last couple of stops. But I still think based on his age and with McDaniel's creativity, when he tries, I got.
Uh-oh.
Then you're breaking up, bro. Hey. You're breaking up. You got the hurricane service.
Tell you what, I'm intrigued by. I want to bring the funk. What's up with this guy Funk? What a name!
Hey, by the way, real quick, I'm bringing up Papa Paul real quick,
with Joe Mixon,
so he could tell you about the shirt himself. What's going on, Papa Paul? I want so you could
I will. Papa Paul, Shake gonna send me your info.
I'm hearing a bunch of garble. don't know if it's me or if it's you guys or what.
Well, you're garbling from my end. If that
Yeah,
helps.
it's probably you, Papa Paul, because
Yeah,
you don't sound that
you
good.
kind of garbling.
Yeah.
Can you hear anybody on the panel, Paul?
Am I coming through clear?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, yeah, you got no, yeah.
It's very garbled.
Sounds like you got to clear your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear us on the panel?
It sounds like you've been eating some ass. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Let me leave and come back.
Just like a bunch of rabid dogs.
Man.
Hey, I just
Hey, listen. Hey, to be fair, he had a smile on his face, and then that's
he did have a
what I
smile
have
on
when
his
I
face. That's a good point.
That's how I feel after I do it. But anyway,
he did have a smile.
Hey, Shake Money. Send the link to.
Of course,
Ian.
I'm already on. I'm 2 steps ahead of you, bro. I'm already looking for his name.
I don't know. Listen, it'll be a bunch of nonsense when he comes up here, but.
Oh, that's the homie,
give
man.
him the link.
Might as well get it going, right?
Who's homie? Are you talking about just your homie? Is that what
He's everybody's homie. You know that shit.
Nah.
Damn.
Listen, I've heard some things, and I don't know, man. I'm have to.
What was that? Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to reevaluate who I'm hanging around. You know what I mean, Shake?
I feel you. All I know is he's gonna come up and say you're a hoe for that. So that's all I know. Oh man,
those guys were bungee jumping off bridges. Man, what's some daredevils?
So what's up, Papa Paul? Can you hear me?
Well, you know who the best bungee jumper of all.
Sound good.
Great,
better now.
Much better. You all know who the greatest bungee jumper of all time is, right?
Yeah.
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
again.
right.
Oh man, what are we doing here?
Oh man.
God damn it.
Hey, Papa Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shake said he was gonna give me your information so I can send you the money for the shirt.
Yeah.
Speaking of hold on. Speaking of legends, here we go, man. One of the I gotta introduce this next guy. He is undefeated on the TD Fins Talk show.
Cat.
He is called. He is better known as the Ether Machine.
Joe Mixon.
Cat.
The Texas Tornado himself. EM Dolphin fan.
Yeah. Hey, I love that Texas Tornado shit, bro. Dang, salute, homie. Goddamn it. And yes,
AKA Joe Mixon. How you doing?
It's not even a category 1. That tornado's not even a category 1.
And by the way, yes, absolutely, 100%, 1,000%. Lewis is a hoe for that. He know that.
Yeah.
What's good, fellas? What's good? What's going on, gentlemen? Salute to the panel, man. What's good?
Man,
not much. Sitting around, chewing the rind.
I don't know why he introduced you as legend when Papa Paul was already up on the panel. I don't know.
Hey, there's more than one legend though, right?
Yeah. See,
Thank you, Lewis.
Lewis always trying to hate on somebody, man. Listen, look at it. Yeah, you just better pray one day that somebody will be great. You'll be gracious enough that somebody to mention your name, say your name and legend in the same category, in the same sentence, bro. Stop it.
We already getting close. We getting close. We getting close already. God damn it! I can promise you that.
Oh man!
Oh shit! Here comes trouble.
We have a Tua, right, Batman?
Hey, Batman, you gonna let Lewis and the homie Shake Money take me to a Cuban restaurant and you not show up? Shame on you, Batman. You let them take me to a Cuban restaurant and you wasn't there. I'm disappointed, Batman. What do you have to say?
La careta, baby. Look at that, baby.
Batman ain't gonna say much, Crypto. The way I put that man to sleep today on Twitter, I'm surprised he's even up on this panel.
Oh damn! He went to sleep. Batman.
I see you.
There you go.
Hey, Batman, real quick. I want to remind everybody, even though we don't have a Chan, we still have a Tua, right?
Damn straight, leading the league in passing. About to break Peyton Manning's record too. Let's do
Hell
it.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, you can. We get to the tailgate right Sunday morning. The first person we bump into is Papa Paul, right?
Right.
So
Yep.
Papa Paul's first words to me was, "Oh, I thought you would have been taller." Papa Paul, can you tell me what you meant by that? Am I do
He's trying to say you have a Napoleon
Damn.
complex.
He said he was a midget.
Damn.
Papa
Plain
Paul,
and simple. Plain and simple. All three of you guys are short fuckers.
Damn. Papa Paul
I
said
can't
that's
help
a
you, the
little
tallest
bitty
person in the
nigga.
room.
Says
We
the
can't help
guy
you, the
that's
tallest
like
person in the room.
says the guy that's like 8'6". Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
Listen, Green Giant.
Papa Paul told me I talk too
Right.
much shit.
Green Giant.
Papa Paul told me I talk too much shit to be as short as I am. That's what it felt like, Papa Paul.
Damn.
Just the way you present, the way you come through on camera, the way you present yourself, I just thought you would have been taller and bigger.
Strong, Papa Paul, strong. Look,
I
strong.
I didn't say you can't do shit. I just said I thought you would have been taller.
Damn.
Hey, Papa Paul. See the way I am since I'm a little bit smaller. You remember the original movie, The Karate Kid?
Hey, small dynamite comes in small packages, brother.
Hey, Papa Paul, Papa Paul. When you fight me, you gotta watch out. I sweep the leg. You see what I'm saying?
I see. I know.
I sweep the
Hey,
leg.
That leg sweep, that
I used to
famous
watch a
leg sweep.
karate. I used
What
to
he's
watch a
saying
Karate
is,
Kid.
have you ever seen Of Mice and Men? Yeah, that Lewis is George.
George. Not Lenny. No, Lenny was the other guy, right?
Yeah, Lenny was the tall one.
The tall one, right?
No, it was great meeting
Man.
you guys, but
Dang.
I will be set up with my table over by Ali in the yellow parking with TFTG and
Yeah.
all.
Oh, okay. You gonna be set up over there? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what's up.
Cool. You
That's
gonna
what's
have
up.
that Jeep? You gonna have the Jeep with you?
No, that was Paris's Hummer, and as of right now, I'm driving this weekend. He's not even sure if he's going to the game or not yet.
Okay.
I'm
Personal
not
reasons.
that goddamn short, Kyle. I just want you to know I'm not that goddamn short.
I see you real quick, Shake. I see you, Jose Valdez, in the chat. Use a hoe for that, by the way, Jose. Just want to let you know that. But yeah,
What?
what's good, fellas?
Hey, what's going
much,
on?
man.
What
How
he
you
put
doing?
up? What was said? I want to know what he said. What did he say?
Talking about Papa Paul better talk right now because once EM get on the panel, he won't have a chance. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh no, these guys know. These guys know when
ridiculous.
I want to talk, I will talk when I'm
Damn.
ready.
That's fucking ridiculous, man. I've been up here 2 minutes and they already taking shots.
Hey.
I can't escape that, bro. No matter where I go, I cannot escape the hate, bro. I don't know what it is.
Listen,
man.
listen. I want you. Here's. I'm gonna give you a philosophy lesson, EM. I want you to think about this. Nobody breaks into an empty house, so
100%.
Right.
110%, baby. Yeah. So what's good, man? Y'all, I just hopped in like on the I just I had a little downtime and
that's what's
I
up.
just hopped in the chat earlier. What's the topic of conversation tonight,
No,
man?
we just talking about what do we want to expect from this Panther game? I hopefully we don't look. I'm look at the end of the day. I know a lot of fans are looking to the Eagle game, but to me, I'm week by week basis, and I like to see if we could. Three things I like to see. Number one, if we could clean up last week's messes. Two, I would like to see Tua do a little bit more play calling. Hopefully he's seen that it worked. And three, I would like to see if the defense will be able to get more pressures, and if the secondary will do a better job doing covering. That's what I would like to see.
Boy, I know. Look,
Okay.
listen, this ain't gonna be a good topic of conversation, but I would love to hear EM's opinion on a certain topic. But go ahead, we can talk about the Carolina game if you want to. I'll save that for later. But boy, I got a
Oh,
question for EM,
oh,
boy.
okay. Oh, really? Really? Okay.
Okay, well,
I can't
What's
wait.
brewing?
I
What's
can't wait.
well,
brewing?
well. Just let me pose the question real quick because I don't know how long I'm gonna be up here. But EM, there was a topic that we touched on Twitter, right? And I wasn't up at the time. I wasn't able to speak at the moment. But when I came up, we had a good, healthy debate. I'll pose there's a two-part question. First part is EM, in your opinion, who has the better talent this year, just this year, on the defensive side of the ball? Would you say that's the Minnesota Vikings, or would you say that's the Miami Dolphins? Pure talent
No,
standpoint.
no, it's clearly the Dolphins. I mean, shit. I
Oh,
mean,
oh,
Minnesota
okay,
was
perfect,
Minnesota was work.
perfect.
They was the last in the league in defense last year, and then now they had. I know Flores. This is his first year, but there's been a lot of turnover with that defense, and Flores had, just like we are finding out now with Vic Fangio, he is going to need time to get the personnel. I mean, everybody giving Fangio a
Right,
pass,
right.
right, saying that he don't have his guys. So that same
Well,
lot.
EM,
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
check this out. Check this out. Color was one of the people in the Twitter space, and he threw out a number: defensive efficiency. Right?
Mhm.
Could you explain to me why the Minnesota Vikings are ranked 23? They're still bottom half of the league, right? We get it.
Mhm.
They're at 23.
Which
The
is an
Miami
improvement from
Dolphins are,
last year. Which is an improvement
with,
from last year.
which is an improvement from last year. But the Miami Dolphins
I didn't
come
even know
in
that they
in,
was
in
that.
defensive efficiency at 25. And all I heard was that Brian Flores was a horrible coach, couldn't do anything. And Vic Fangio has a 30-plus year resume, right? And it's funny to me, with the better talent on defense, he's two slots behind Brian Flores. You would like to speak on that a little bit, Ian?
Damn.
Damn. I'm sorry I missed
I
that
didn't even know
conversation.
Minnesota. I didn't
I'm
know
just
Minnesota
throwing
was
it out
ranked
there.
that high.
I'm just asking.
Damn.
I'm just
They did lose
asking
a lot
So,
of
because
people.
so
hey,
if so, if I were to word it,
I'm shocked.
EM, like if I were to word it like the snobby guys in the media, what Lewis is just saying is the Minnesota Vikings are the 23rd most efficient defense in the league, and the Dolphins are the 25th most efficient defense in the league.
Mm.
let's talk on that with
Hey, man.
more
I would have thought
talent,
Minnesota
Listen.
with
was
more
was like
talent on the
27th.
field. And
Well,
again,
Yeah,
as
they ain't
far
got
as I know,
no
Brian
guys.
Flores has never coached a day in Minnesota. He don't know that personnel. He's just the first year he got there. So I'm not going about Brian Flores' first or second or third year like they tried to do in the Twitter space. I'm going from first years, as again, they both have the same
Right.
title. Defensive coordinators in their first year in a new place. Explain to me why the guy that don't know what he was doing, explain to me how he has a better defense at this moment, currently, 5 games in, than a guy with a 30-year resume.
well,
Go ahead,
well.
EM. The floor is yours.
First, I'm gonna be fair to both parties, right? Flores as well as Vic Fangio. We only have a 4-game sample size. They only played a quarter of the season, right? So, this conversation, I think, will be more
5 now
appropriate.
technically, but just go ahead.
Well, yeah, we're going into the 5th week, but I think this conversation will be better suited,
No,
once
we're
we get
4 and
further
1. We've
along.
all already played 5. EM, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we've
Yeah,
all already played 5.
yeah.
Right.
So,
When the
So
second
yeah,
quarter of the
we
season.
right now, okay, we can have the conversation right now, but I think in terms of rushing the judgment and be it state whatever side of the fence you're on, whether you're you pro Flores, pro Fangio, whatever, I think the conversation is better suited for down the road. But since we're having this conversation, I
I'm just
do agree.
talking about from a five.
I
I'm
hear you.
just
I hear
talking
you.
about from a
A-
5-game
If you
sample size.
if you're going by pure talent, there is no conversation needs to be had in what we have in Miami to Minnesota. Now, I don't know why people feel like they have to say Flores was a shitty coach. He was terrible. He wasn't a good coach or whatever. I understand a lot of people feel some type of way just based off the relationship that he had with Tua. He was wrong for that, as we're seeing now, right? We can look back in the rear view. yeah, Flores should have handled that situation better. But to sit here to say a coach just primarily based off his relationship with Tua, right? That's where the majority of the criticism comes from. To say that the man, at 2 out of his 3 years, he had a winning record, right? And look, considering where he came from in 2019 to where they had a complete teardown, I'd like to see how well Mike McDaniel would do in a scenario like that. Tear down, completely reset your roster, have a fire sale on talent and rebuild from scratch. Listen, I love Mike McDaniel, the job that he's done now, but can we sit here and say would he have been a coach that could succeed in that type of situation? Hey man, again, I'm just posing a question.
Maybe, but we couldn't know.
Hey, yeah, you know what?
We do know, but
Did
what
you
we
hear-
do know.
Did you hear that, Batman? Did you
But
hear
what?
that, Batman?
But what we do? Hang on. Let me finish.
We don't know what kind of scheme they were running in Minnesota prior to Flores there, as far as the personnel they had.
No,
It's just the flip
they weren't
side of
running no zero
not
blitz
ever
there.
seeing anything wrong with Tua. Tua's a god and Flores is the devil. It's the flip side of the same damn coin.
I don't
Which is an irrational football
I don't
team.
understand why. I don't understand why Batman and others, if the individuals that have been more critical of Brian Flores, why don't y'all just say in terms of the criticism, the man, he mishandled the situation with his, top 5 overall pick quarterback. Obviously, Flores was wrong in that situation. Why you just won't? Why can't just the conversation end there? Why you got to add in that the man, was not a good coach. He couldn't do this. That's just not true. That is just not true. He had 2 years.
And Durham Smythe is the single proof. Durham Smythe alone is the proof of that.
That's just not true, bro.
I've given credit. He was a hell of defensive coordinator. What else can I say?
Hey, listen. All I know is Devontae Parker.
There again.
Devontae Parker.
You had to add the
Mike
caveat of
Gesicki.
defensive coordinator, bro.
Mike
Even though
Gesicki.
Durham Smythe
Devontae
is what he
Parker.
is.
Devontae Parker. Mike Gesicki. And Durham Smythe had their best years under Flores.
Xavier Howard had his best years on the floor. And again, sure, we can say now, now that Mike McDaniel, I remember Crypto brought this point up. He said when we would have these conversations, this is last year with Mike McDaniel, and Crypto made that statement about, Mike McDaniel, considering the team that he has at his disposal, this is after free agency, and we acquired Tyreek Hill and all these other pieces.
Born on third base.
Crypto, he was born on third base, and that is so true. Look, and again, I'm not trying to shade Mike McDaniel in any way, shape, or form. I'm very happy. I'm well pleased with Mike McDaniel to this point.
Yeah, me too.
But at the end of the day, you don't have to sit up here, Batman, as well as others, and say Flores was just a bad coach. He was unsuccessful, et cetera, et cetera. That is just not true.
So
that is,
you could say,
in other words, this is true.
Hang on a second, because you could talk about.
Let me say
you could
something
talk
quick.
about being born on third base on the defensive side. He completely reconstructed the offense to the bullshit that Flores had here. Let's keep it real.
No, all he did was all they did was go out in free agency and bring in Teron Armstead, right? Bring in
Waddle was drafted. Number 1 running passing offense, number 1 running attack, number 1 quarterback.
That's
you have to do all that.
Yes, but he had the weapons assembled in the offseason to get there.
Did they draft
him? Being born on third base before his first start.
That wasn't being born on third base. He rebuilt that.
That is.
No, hang on, real quick.
He's
starting out at a different point.
Bro, he had
before
it.
the season start.
Hang on. He added Connor Williams in free agency. He added Teron Armstead in free agency. He added Tyreek Hill in free agency. I'm sorry, bro. Adding to what you already had? No, bro. That is being born on third base. No,
right. That's why he got that season started.
And with all
he
that,
did. Well, what are you talking about? He did.
Before
the season started, he did have that.
That wasn't here prior to him coming here, though.
No,
Hold on.
That was here prior to him starting.
It wasn't here before he came here, though. He gathered that personnel along with Greer.
Yeah, that is. But that is fucking ridiculous, bro. It is ridiculous.
Oh, so these guys didn't come out after McDaniel was hired? Are we gonna lie about that?
So no, McDaniel.
Yeah, after he was hired, but it was like within a couple of weeks.
I
know,
Are we
bro.
still assuming we wouldn't have brought those guys in? You're
we could
assuming
assume
that
Flores would have brought him in. We could
not
always
have brought
assume.
those guys in.
We could always hope and pray Flores would have done that in year 7. Of
Can
course.
I please say something?
Well, you're hoping and praying that he wouldn't have because it fits your narrative.
Exactly.
Luckily enough, we didn't have him.
Batman off the hook. Please, can I just say something and then y'all can go back to screaming over each other, please. But when I talk, I like to set things up because that's what Batman was going to say. I said this in the Twitter space. Let me show you the example, right? Batman is correct. Coach McDaniel came in here, got Taron Armstead, got Tyreek Hill, got Connor Williams, elevated this offense, correct, Batman? That's what you said. I'm using your words.
He brought his philosophy, his offense, his staff, his guys.
He brought in all that, Batman, right? The year Brian Flores was fired for being a trash head coach, and with all that he said that you tell me all the time, Batman, he got fired at 9-8. With all that talent that Mike McDaniel brought in, that philosophy, that scheme.
Oh, by the way,
players he brought in.
Mike McDaniel was 9-8.
Miss Color,
What are you
by the
trying
way,
to tell me? If you tell me Brian Flores was trash with less talent, then obviously I'm not saying this. This is what Batman is telling y'all. Mike McDaniel is trash because with all that talent, he went 9-8 just like Brian Flores.
These are the facts.
At the same time,
Right, you gotta
let's
keep it
factor
are
in
the
the
facts.
bullshit we had at defensive coordinator and the injuries.
Yep.
Brian
Well,
Flores
that-
had the same injuries on offense as well.
Well,
So it's a wash.
well, hang on. Well, that same, we'll say that same garbage ass.
Fuller.
Hang on, that
The
same
whole
garbage.
season.
That same
Will
garbage.
Fuller was hurt the whole season. Stop
That-
it, Batman. I'm
that
not letting you
same-
get away with that. So
that
he
same-
tried to acquire talent.
That same garbage ass coordinator, right? Had with these same players. With actually, Fangio has an upgraded version, right? Because they added to that defense. He had that defense humming at a higher clip than what Vic Fangio has. So you can say what you want about Josh Boyer, but
Right,
these are
but
the
we
facts.
still haven't seen the weapon that Fangio has, which is Jalen Ramsey. We still haven't seen it.
Did Josh Boyer have Jalen Ramsey at his disposal?
But at the same time, you want to equivalent it. It's like if Tyreek Hill would have gone down year one of McDaniel on this offense. We don't know that.
The
We don't
point
know
is
what would have happened with this
the
defense.
point. The point is to the just this whole conversation is, listen, these are the facts of the matter. Josh Boyer had less talent to work with than what Vic Fangio has. He's had him
100%.
perform. He had him performing at a higher clip. That's just the facts.
Right.
Now that might change here in another 5 games, but as of right now, that's the reality of the situation.
At the same time, in a 5-game span compared to what we've already elapsed, the sacks, we've elapsed everything we've done in 5 games compared to 8 last year.
What's that?
We've already surpassed the sacks. We lead the league in what? Pressure? I think quarterback hits. We surpassed all that compared to 8-game sample size we had at the beginning.
It's real heavy to skew the numbers. What was the Giants in the first 5 matchups
I don't
of Flores'
care how
tenure
I don't care how the schedule lined up.
offense?
I don't care how the schedule
So
lined
where
up.
was that at?
How was that McDaniel's fault the schedule lined up like
What was
that?
it? It ain't McDaniel's fault. But I'm talking about the defense and all these sacks they accumulated. Okay, they ain't doing
They
nothing no
had
different
15
from
and
the
a half
rest of the league
sacks
did
in
against the
8
Giants.
games last year. We're at about 17 right now in 5 games.
Okay, well, I'm glad.
Yeah, 7 of them came in one game against.
We could all agree it
and
should be
7
better.
of them came in
We
one
could
game
all agree that
against
it
a
should be
freaking
better.
center that had a practice squad.
Turn
You want to talk about Eichenberg being? You want to talk about Eichenberg being a problem for our offensive line? The Giants had a freaking practice squad center. Stop it.
Yeah, but that's still better than Eichenberg.
That's a practice squad center.
Turn up, crypto. Turn up.
He's just as worse as Eichenberg.
That's still
They
better than
gave up
Eichenberg.
7 sacks. Did Eichenberg give up 7 sacks?
That's still better than Eichenberg.
Did Eichenberg give up 7 sacks?
I don't know. It's a
Eichenberg, by
possibility.
definition, is better than the Giants' freaking
It's
center.
a possibility. I know that Tua got hit a couple times and he hit Armstead. I know that.
But did he give up the 7 sacks? Yes or no, Batman?
We lost the
Did
bigger piece
Eichenberg
in
give up
Armstead.
7 sacks?
We lost a big piece because of Armstead. I'll tell you
Did
that.
that offensive line give up 7 sacks versus the Giants'
We
offensive
lost
line giving up
arguably our
about
best
20
offensive
sacks
lineman.
in 2 games?
I don't understand.
Hell, them having a practice squad center, they still not in. Armstead at 2% is better than the freaking Giants' whole offensive line at 100%. So stop it.
I agree.
I don't know why. I just don't understand the hate or whatever. It's just. But at the end of the day, man,
I do understand it. I do understand
well, yeah,
it.
yeah.
It is the flip
I understand it too, but I just don't get why y'all
By the way,
this man so much over Tua, bro.
But hold
No,
on.
hold on. 1 second. Let me get this super
B21?
chat real quick. B21, didn't Flo spend 120 million free agency on defense?
No, Griff. Flo didn't spend a dime.
That's a fact.
He spent some on offense on the O line too. Didn't he bring in what was that guard's name?
He brought in Flowers, and he brought in
Flowers.
And it
he brought in
wasn't for
Flowers
4
and
gold
Van Noy, and he
diggers.
got rid of
He
him
would
the
have
very
spent
next day after
200
that.
million on the quarterback.
He brought in Will Fuller. Yeah, he was ready to spend on Deshaun Watson too. So, but listen, it's
So
the
that
flip
would happen on
side
the offensive
of
side.
the
So
argument
it ain't
that
Florida's
it
fault that
also
freaking
occurred on
Texas got
Twitter.
gold diggers.
Earlier this week, there was some mystification over why there continues to be a distance between the national consensus on Tua and what the Twitterverse feels on Tua. It's the flip side of the very same conversation, right? You on one side you got homers, right? And that's you guys, Batman, right? Who disambiguate Tua from anything related to the Dolphins as a team. Whatever it is, you cannot touch Tua. That tends to be how the discussion goes. You can't ever say anything, critique objectively, right? You can't say anything bad about him. It's just the flip side of that very same argument. On the other side, you have to demonize Flores. You must kill Flores, and you must love Tua. And it's bullshit, man. Some of us are actually trying to have constructive conversations about the Dolphins. And that includes sometimes critiquing Tua, whether we're right or we're wrong. We may be wrong in our attempt to objectively critique Tua, right? I'm happy to have been proven wrong. I know I'm happy to have been proven wrong over time about Tua's development, right? But that doesn't make my initial observation as a casual fan, not valid or hate or all this other bullshit that it gets called all the time. But this is what happens, man. I mean, the demonization of Flores is just the other side of this. You got to be objective on Flores too.
Let me ask you something. Primary example, what happened today, what Tua said today, right? When he was asked the question. Remember when Flores was here, we always kept going back and forth. Why doesn't Tua have more? He does more audibles at the line when he sees the defense changing up. Why doesn't he do it? And we kept saying, well, Flores is not letting him. And everybody's, wow, that's bullshit. Why would Flores do that? Why would Flores do that? That's stupid. That sounds ignorant.
No, that's not true, Batman. That's not true, Batman.
That's not true, Batman. And guess what?
That's not true, Batman.
Tua said today.
That was a clear audible.
Hang on, what did he say? Hang on, Crypto. What did he say, Batman?
What did he say today? What did he say today?
What did he say? I don't know word for word, but what he was saying in the press conference, whatever conference he did, he said he wasn't allowed to do that in his first 2 years of being in this offense.
Well,
let me
ask you this. Hang on, KP. How can Tua do that when he self-admittedly he didn't know enough of the playbook? How can you extend that freedom to a player that only knows 30-40% of the playbook?
But at the end of the day, EM, if you have a defense coming out on a blitz on you, and you have guys like Jesse Davis on the line, and you're not allowed to audible, that's an issue. Whether you're a rookie or a second-year guy.
Well, do you know how difficult that is for a rookie?
Hang on. Difficult, but I know I got guys coming out.
Do you understand? Do you understand how difficult that is for a rookie to come in and be able to apply that type of first off, for a coach to even trust a rookie guy, let alone a player that only knew 30-40% of the playbook?
What about a second
year? He wasn't allowed. They should have asked him, well, why weren't you allowed? Yeah, we know. That's obvious you weren't allowed to do that. But why weren't you allowed should have been the question.
He's not going to touch into that. He's not.
I know, because he didn't know enough of the playbook. And self-admittedly didn't know enough of the playbook. These are his words, not mine.
Little by little, the man's he's gonna throw more shots at him, and we could like it or hate it. He's gonna do it.
He can do that, and Tua is well within his rights to do that. I don't have a problem with that.
And guess what? What happened was Flores is coaching his third
Hold on,
year.
before you get to that, let me give a shout out to Nene with $4 super chat. I stand with EM and Lewis.
Yeah, is it possible, Batman, that Tua just needs to shut his mouth and stop being such a spoiled baby and concentrate on getting better?
Listen, I agree with you. Listen, I don't like the fact that he has 5 interceptions right now. I said, listen, we're winning games, but he got 5 interceptions. I don't like that.
Hey, listen, if a lot of the reports and things are reported about the relationship between the two, how Flores, tried to bully him and he was outside of coaching him hard, Hey, I don't have a problem. If Tua felt like he was violated in some way, hey, I don't have a problem with him taking shots. Long as your play on the field, right? Long as you backing it up on the field. I give a fuck what he says at the podium. But at the end of the day, these homers, right? Batman and the rest of them, y'all need to, like I used to try to tell y'all in 2020, in 2021, as well as we're sitting here today. I used to try to tell you specifically, Batman, since you up here on this panel, right? When I used to try to tell y'all, you keep it game by game, keep it film based. I tried to tell y'all that in 2020 and 2021, but
And
y'all
what did I
took
tell
it
you then, EM?
and
I
y'all
want to
took it
see
as
this
being
man with
hang on.
weapons.
Y'all took it as being I was being overly critical of him. I was hating on him. I've turned, quote unquote, turned on Tua. No, it's just this is what the tape tells me. This is what the tape is telling everybody that know how to
The tape can
watch
tell
and
you one
interpret
thing,
film.
and that's fine. That's not an issue. But this man, again, the college level and the NFL are completely two different things. In the college level,
The
this man
fact
had
of the
weapons,
matter
with
is,
arguably the greatest weapons
yes.
in NFL history. We know that. But
it's not.
my
And what?
rebuttal every time you
Hang
said it
on.
is, I want to see what this kid can do with weapons. And
Hang
unfortunately,
on.
we never got
Well,
him weapons.
hang on real quick. Hang on real quick.
Tried to give him
Hang on.
weapons with Will Fuller. Stop
We
it.
can try, but we never did.
Hang on.
It's not freaking his fault that Fuller got injured.
Hang on, Crypto.
It's a
Hang on,
lost
Lewis,
cause.
real quick.
Listen.
Hang on, real quick. Look.
EM. Look, what you're doing right here. You're missing the point. It ain't never gonna stop. The fact of the matter is, and I'm just gonna say it, and I'm gonna get up out of here because I'm gonna go spend time with the family. The fact of the matter is people like Batman, and again, Batman's my brother. I love Batman. But people like Batman in this fan base, the reason they don't like Brian Flores is because Brian Flores used to walking around in the building with a wife beater on, some house slippers, and telling people close the door behind him. That's what happened.
Hey, it is what it is. Listen, I'm gonna bounce too.
He told Mike Gesicki, he told Chris Greer, and he told Stephen Ross, come in my office and close that door behind you and let me
Listen, I'm gonna bounce too.
Pull up, Nick. Pull up, goddammit.
I'm gonna bounce too. I'm gonna say this though. Listen,
real
I
quick.
wasn't
Let
the
me
one that
attempt to
brought up the
respond to
Brian
you,
Flores
Batman. Don't bounce
conversation.
just yet.
I wasn't the one that was bringing up Brian Flores. That was Robert. That was a bunch of other people. I just jumped in. But listen, real quick, Tua needs to clean it up, man. I don't like those interceptions. I understand we can blame Connor for the helmet, but he could do a little bit better. I don't want those interceptions. I love winning games, but he has to ease up on those interceptions because when we do face a tough defense, I don't want this shit to be the normal situation going game to game when we play good defenses. So going forward, he has to clean it up a bit better. I understand we have a high power offense. We need guys to step up now with A-Chain being hurt, but I have no fear. I think McDaniel has been able to, the system he's running, the running backs that he has, the whole star running backs, they can step in and be healthy come December when A-Chain, Armstead, and Ramsey come back. When we start going in that down stretch, going into the playoffs, trying to make the playoffs, that's when we're going to need these guys. But we have the capable guys to be able to step up. And again, I know a lot of people hate on Nick Needham.
Batman,
I'm
let's
actually
give
happy that he's coming
Tua
back.
some flowers too. Let's give him some flowers too, man. That throw that he made to Tyreek for that bomb touchdown was the perfect answer. Right, and exactly, and it was an answer to the challenge that Martindale's defense was given to him up to that point. For me, that decision and that execution showed the kind of growth that you want to see in your QB1.
Exactly, and I just don't think Tua. I just don't think Tua was equipped in his early years to be able to do that. That's like
it should be fair to say that. And it should be fair to say that.
Hang on. Let me address this weapons narrative, bro. See, I keep hearing people say that, right? About it's all about I just need to see it with weapons, bro. Do you know how much of a disservice you're doing to the player when you say that?
Oh, when the man's putting work off the field too, and in the offseason.
Hang on.
Because his hip is right.
Hang on. Everybody talked about, they blamed everybody, their grandmama and their dog for what Tua didn't have around him, which is why we didn't get more consistent play. No, if you go back to Dan Orlovsky's of the world, Kurt Warner's of the world, Dan Orlovsky did 2 segments on Tua. Why we're seeing this level of growth with Tua compared to his first 2 years. When they talk on NFL Live, he said, listen, I'm paraphrasing, but what he said was, again, he didn't even bring up Tyreek Hill. He didn't even bring up the weapons around him. He bring up Tua's development. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but the points that he was making was greater knowledge of the playbook, right? And his ability to see the field. That is the area of growth that Tua has taken the biggest leap. So when y'all sit up here and say it's all because of what he has around him, y'all are doing a massive disservice to that man, the player, when you
The
say
man
that.
has taken steps forward in the offseason with the training and what he's done with his body, with his hip being 100%
And that's all Tua. That ain't got nothing to do with the weapons around him.
That's on Tua and his trainer. Yes, that is on Tua and his trainer for getting him right. And at the end of the day,
And
he's
that's
put
got
in the
nothing to
work.
do with anything
But at the
Flores
same
did
time,
to
So
him
when I
either.
say
at the same time though,
That's
because look
correct too,
at Mac
KB.
Jones right now with the same weapons Tua had when they were struggling, and look at him. Look, how does he looking out there? You get what I mean? Listen, it's not just the weapons, but it does help the quarterback. You don't have guys.
Yeah, as far as
Well,
productivity,
hang on.
yes.
Nobody said it don't help. Nobody said it
Talking about
doesn't
as far as
help.
his
That can
numbers.
separate.
No.
Gesicki's not a guy that can separate. That's what you
No.
need. That's what Tua needs in this offense.
No, listen. I'm not saying Tyreek and
Well, yeah, as
weapons.
far as that fit his skill set, yes, Batman. No one's
Hang
arguing
on.
that.
I'm not saying that talent level doesn't help, bro. But again, I'm always gonna lean on the side. I'm gonna be on the side of the fence of the quarterback still has to make the proper read. Have to diagnose the defense, has to be accurate, has to throw the ball with timing, anticipation, etc. That is so again, that will always be. I will be in favor of the quarterback as opposed of the weapons around him, because as long as the quarterback is on time, he's making the right read, he's accurate with the football. It's virtually it. I'm not gonna say it don't matter. If you don't have anybody, whoever you have on the outside, but again, I don't want to minimize the contribution of Tyreek Hill, but as long as those things are consistent with a quarterback, like i.e. Tom Brady, look at why did Tom Brady have top flight wide receivers throughout his career?
You only have
So
one.
no, as long as the quarterback is consistent in those areas,
You can
put Shake Money out there catching balls, bro. Period.
Damn, Shake Money.
You also got to factor in too that
catching everything,
he's
man.
playing,
He catching booty, he catching
You also
passes.
factor in that Tua has the ability
like groceries.
He's
Groceries,
going
man.
in for the first time with high school to be able to play in the same too. Those are all these things factor in. It's not just the personnel, it's the scheme. 2 years
Absolutely,
finally playing in the same
100%.
system.
Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
So we
And
talking
see,
all these
and again,
factors. Where's this lack of grace when it comes to Flores then? How come we don't count the factors in? He just was a demon and he was just a sucky coach.
No, I praise Flores for what. Listen, I remember the days of Dave Wanstead when we had that nasty defense. We didn't have an offense. We had Ricky Williams on the offensive side. We had guys like Randy McMichael and Chambers and
Hold on.
Rondé Gatson. But at
I'll
the
let you
same
say something
time,
after Cook words.
I'm gonna bounce real quick. I gotta get ready. So look, I like that defense. I praise Brian Flores for what he was able to do, reconstruct this defense and bring it back to a level that we were playing at a high level defensive, and we couldn't get it on the offensive side for whatever reason. We're not gonna get into specifics. We know the specifics.
Flores
We never
drafted
got it.
Waddle. He drafted Waddle. Signed
that was
Fuller.
Greer. That was Greer. Yeah.
What do you mean? Come on now, that was Greer. Okay.
No, he
All right, guys, I
does
gotta bounce,
grocery
man.
shopping.
Everybody have a good
Javon Holland, Jalen Phillips. No, that was it. Yeah.
Does Waddle play offense or play defense?
No. They fired Flores beginning of the
offense, Crypto.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I thought Waddle played on defense. My bad.
I just don't understand why. Just leave it at that, right? Just okay. If you really don't like Flores because of the relationship with him and Tua, leave it at that. But you don't have to add and make up false narratives, bro. That the man was a shitty coach. He couldn't coach and he couldn't do. The man at 2 out of his 3 years, coming off a rebuild, a complete reset. He had 2 winning seasons out of those 3. Name me the coaches that would have been able to achieve that.
Many rebuilding coaches have done much worse than that.
I think it may be only 2 in history. Joe Gibbs and Stefanski.
And who's to say? And who's to say? After his 3rd year as a head coach, who's to say that he wouldn't have gotten offensive side of the football? We don't know that, right? We can speculate,
right?
But it's a possibility. It could have been. But his biggest failure, now that we're seeing this version of Tua, his biggest, in my opinion, and I'm a fan of Flores' demand, right? His journey, the hurdles he had to leap to get where he is today, right? I'm a fan of all of that, his process. But at the end of the day, his immaturity as a head coach, and he was not more open to at least, entertaining the idea Tua potentially could be his quarterback.
Well, hey, before I give it to Q, because
He was
he
one of the
joined
real
us.
ones, EM. That's why.
Well, one thing is all I know is two things I want to bring up for Flores. Number one, I hope that he learned something from Tomlin, and he's learning something from this coach. I think
Right, from Tomlin, he
with
did.
a little more seasoning under his belt, I think Flores is gonna make a great coach. Go ahead, Q. What's going on? And by the way, I was a fan of. When it comes to Flores and Tua, I love both of them equally. So I really
Mhm.
did. I didn't pick any sides between neither of them. But go ahead,
Correct.
Q. What's going
That's what
on?
it should be.
What's good,
What's
everybody?
up, Q?
What's up, panel? Shout out to the OGs. Shout out to
Q,
everybody
what's
in the
going
chat.
on, man? Salute, salute.
You
What's
sound
good,
low. You
man?
sound a
What's
little
good,
low.
man?
You sound low.
Q. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you kind of
What's
low
up,
there.
everybody? Y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
A little bit
yeah.
better,
Yeah.
still low.
I'm gonna put up. I'm gonna see if I can
Still
put up
low?
his
Hey,
his
Yeah.
Put up his
volume.
mic.
I can't put up his
Yeah.
mic. I can't put up his mic for some reason. But go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Q.
All right. So I'm gonna admit something. About 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I was a casual fan. I didn't know much about football. I was very emotional. And what happened between Flores and Tua, it just triggered me the wrong way. Probably because I was biased towards Tua, being a Samoan myself. But after all these years, learning a couple of things, learning from people like you guys, man, and even the people, the opposite side of the conversation and the arguments, they also teach me something. And people who are also, like EM, who are what you call that? They stand in the middle, right? They keep it straight down the middle, and I learn things from people.
That's
I'm
cat.
saying right now, no, that's
Let,
me.
let,
I'm
let,
not,
let them know,
I
Q,
learn.
for them hating ass niggas in the back. Let them know. Let them know.
No. I'm keeping it real, keeping it real. But I'm saying now, as far as Flores go, I don't hate the dude. uh, I'm not a fan of him as a coach, and it's been 2 years now since he left, to venture off the trajectory he's going on right now, and where he is at the Minnesota Vikings. We can, as they say, hindsight is 2020, right? So we can look back and see, and we can, what people say on both side of the conversation, extremists on this side, extremists on that side, and we could put it together, right? So what to say about Flores? Flores was a bad coach. So if you say coach in general, I'm going to say that's false. Flores was a bad head coach. I'm going to say there might be some truth, but I think there's some false statements in there as well. But him handling Tua, and people, y'all know what people say about Tua, right? Tua
Yeah,
can't
that was a
throw his
failure.
ball. Tua can't do this.
Hmm.
He's a bad. Look what he's doing now, bro. He's proving so many people wrong and proving us right. And I mean us, people who supported
Q,
him
you might be
for his
right, but
what
you
his
got to give
position.
Flores credit. He never did that in public to Tua. These were all reports that came out from some sources, right? In public, he never disparaged his quarterback.
Should
KP, you know
should
what
it
the
matter
thing
if
is?
if it's public or private?
No, it shouldn't matter,
We all
Q.
know
It
we all
shouldn't
know that
matter.
there's whether it's public or not, we all know that Tua and Flores did not have a good
Yes,
relationship.
it's clearly bad blood there. Clearly.
The problem I
Yeah.
have though with these
Okay.
statements, and I've never said this, but I think it's the right time to say it now, right? When all this was happening, because I can agree with Q and everybody else, Brian Flores and Tua just didn't get along, right? And I can even admit I'll blame Flores for that. But this narrative that is because he coached them hard and he was mean to them, that's what I don't get. And that's why I always used to say Tua looks weak to me, in my opinion. He came off as a spoiled brat. Let me tell you why.
And
Tua
that might be
Tagovailoa,
100% true about Tua. Go ahead, though, Lewis.
KP, KP, I'm going to tell you why it's true, right? Because if you just come out here and say that, but you don't have nothing behind it, then there people can come at you and say,
Right.
"Oh,
Right.
look what Lewis just said. He's a hater." Does anyone recognize where Tua Tagovailoa came from? Alabama. You know who's the coach of Alabama? Nick Saban, right? Nick Saban coaches not only Tua Tagovailoa hard, he coaches everybody hard. You didn't see a peep come out of Tua Tagovailoa's mouth. You want to know why? Because Tua Tagovailoa wasn't worth $40 million. When he signed that contract with Miami, right, for being the 5th overall pick, he got $40 million. Now all of a sudden, you can't get coached hard. Now all of a sudden, no one can tell you shit. But when your happy ass,
let
But
me rebuttal
Yeah,
hold
this.
on, when your
exactly.
Let me
happy ass was
rebuttal
at
real
but
quick. Let me
Alabama,
rebuttal.
When
when
your
your
pockets are
happy ass
deep,
was at
The
nobody can
difference
Alabama,
talk to you
between
like
do,
that.
do you think
the
do you
difference the
think that
difference.
do you think Nick Saban Q and I'm asking you Q, do you think Nick Saban coached
Man.
Tua Tagovailoa hard? Do
Oh,
you think
I think Saban's the hardest dude in college football in terms of coaching.
well then
Because
what
he
are we
will give
talking
it to
about
you.
hey,
then?
He will really. But
let
I
me
think the
let me add
difference
this.
is.
Let me add this real quick before y'all go. Let me jump in here real
Go ahead.
quick.
Go ahead.
See,
Go ahead.
you got to understand the dynamic, the situation when you're comparing college, right, to pros. Tua quarterbacks, praise quarterbacks coming out of high school, 4 or 5 star recruits, right? When they go to these massive universities, yeah, Saban, has a reputation of being a hard ass and coaching players hard. But at the same time, these head coaches on a collegiate level, bro, they can only go so far because at the end of the day, when you get players like a Tua, Jalen Hurts, and Caleb Williams, and they're virtually gods at their universities. They're bigger than the quarterback is bigger than everybody. So yeah, Saban coaches hard or head coaches coach hard, but you still have to be conscious you can't coach them as hard as you can like you can in the pros. You can only coach them to
No,
a
I don't
certain
think
degree,
that's
in
what
my
it is,
opinion.
GM.
I don't
Bro,
I
agree.
don't think that's what it
these
is,
quarterbacks
GM.
are gods
They got
at
the
these
player
universities. Are you
association
crazy?
in the
And
NFL.
here,
Well,
let me
yeah,
Players,
hold
no.
on,
players,
But you
let
don't
me
think Joe Burrow was
players
coached
select
hard?
players.
let me say something. Let me say something real quick
No,
about
I'm sorry. I got to disagree.
I want to say something about Nick Saban though too. At the end of the day, I think Nick Saban has softened up a little bit. He's not the same
Yes.
coach that he was at LSU and
And why?
Michigan
And why?
because of the
Nah,
transfer and the NIL deals. He has to
Well, yeah,
slow
and
down
Jake,
because
that's
now
exactly the
people
point I
can
was going to
transfer
make
The
here.
quarter.
You
Listen,
got to
those
look
at the
coaches,
at
drop of a hat.
the head
you got
coaches
to
at
look
these
at
I don't
universities,
know.
they have to answer to those fucking boosters, right?
well. This
Yeah,
is
So
what I'm
those
exactly.
are
getting
their
to a
bosses,
genuine.
right? The people contributing to them universities, and they want to keep that pipeline of cash flowing. And the only way to do that is to not
To
turn
coddle the
over that
quarterback.
apple cart, and they keep
Yeah.
winning. And
Hmm.
coach is only going to go so far in terms of the narrative of coaching hard. They're only going to go so far with these
QB1s.
quarterbacks, bro, because
Yes,
they
yes.
are the ones. That's the
EM,
cash
that's where
cow.
you're
That's the
Exactly.
cash
EM,
cow.
no,
So they
I
got to be
EM,
softer now.
disagree. I
but
Hey,
Absolutely.
disagree,
we gave
GM.
Tua some
no,
flowers. Let's
but
give
Not
Flores
that much soft. I
some
mean, it's
crap
not like
here.
they turn it
but
into
Nick
Let, let,
Saban,
let's take an
that's
objective
cupcakes and
wrong.
take on
shit.
Flores here, guys. Listen, Flores as a first year head coach with no head coaching experience, pushing the mantra of it takes no talent, right? You could see how he probably would extend that tough coaching stuff to a guy like Tua who was used by the time he was with Saban, he was with like you just said, Shake, a seasoned coach who had adjusted, modified, like what EM is saying, his approach to these QB1s in the college program.
But
By the
EM
time
is
he got
wrong with
Tua,
that, KP.
no. There's truth to that. You do not coach your QB1 at the college level the same way you do everybody else on the
That's
roster.
wrong. That's wrong
No,
right there. And
coaching
let me
styles
tell
ain't the
you,
How?
same.
I'm gonna. Let me
They will
let me
transfer on
explain to
your
you.
ass. You know what
I
I'm
know,
saying?
Okay,
bro.
okay,
They would
but back
Exactly.
transfer,
then,
so what?
wrong. See, don't call it. Give me what they can do now compared to when Tua Tagovailoa was there. The big EM just said that Alabama and that big collegiate programs, those quarterbacks are the ones that run the show. No. Alabama, Nick Saban runs the show. And let me tell you why. Don't tell me that
No.
Tua
What
Tagovailoa.
the
The
Don't tell
quarterbacks
me
have a
no?
that Tua.
lot
That is
of
false.
gravitas.
No,
Not
I'm
tell
Yeah,
me.
they
sorry. I
got a lot to
disagree.
say.
Can I finish my point? Can I finish my
Go
point?
ahead,
Go ahead.
Lewis.
Go
Go
Do
ahead.
not
ahead, Lewis.
do not
Go
tell me
ahead.
that
Go
Tua
ahead.
Tagovailoa was not used to getting benched. The first time he got benched was with Brian Flores. Does anyone remember the semifinal game at Georgia? To see if you're going to go to the national championship game.
Yeah, he pulled
Tua
him
got
out and put
benched in
Hurts
favor
in.
of Jalen
Yeah,
Hurts.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
year that Tua,
Not.
the year that Tua Tagovailoa supposedly won the national championship for Alabama. You remember who won the national championship the year before? That was Jalen
Deshaun
Hurts.
Watson.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
No, but Jalen Hurts had already won a championship. How in the fuck did we even know who
No,
the fuck
no.
Tua was
No,
as a freshman?
Well,
Jalen Hurts only
He
bro,
won
didn't
one
win. He
championship.
didn't win
bro,
Jalen
it. He
Hurts
didn't
got
win in that
benched
year.
because Jalen Hurts
bro.
got
Prior
benched
to
You
the
missing
one
a
that they
point,
Prior.
Lou.
won.
You missing a point. See, that's a football related. We're talking about. We're talking
You
about.
said the quarterbacks run the show, and Nick
Right.
Saban not only benched Tua, he benched Jalen Hurts. Who was
But
running the
again,
show?
But again, that's a
And then what
football
does Jalen
related
Hurts do,
issue.
though?
That's a
Jalen
football.
Hurts,
We're talking about the day-to-day, coaching hard, going above, right, the definition of coaching a player hard, being, just
Y'all done lost y'all's mind.
That's
look
just
what
being
Jalen Hurts
relative,
bro,
did. Where Jalen Hurts
that's a
was been,
fact,
Jalen
bro.
Hurts left the
should
university.
only be
Y'all
relative
You
done, y'all
know?
to
done.
football.
Yeah, but that didn't hurt
He left the
Alabama.
university because they
Good
gave Tua
riddance.
Tagovailoa the job. Of course
Right.
he's
They
gonna
know the
leave.
next man up. Right. They know it's the next man
He
up
didn't leave.
mentality anyways,
You think
KP.
Jalen Hurts was gonna leave Alabama if he knew he was gonna be the starter the next season?
Well, is Nick Saban making that move if he didn't have a better option in place? He don't give a fuck. He had a better
All I
option
know,
sitting on the bench.
Alabama
He don't give
always
a
have a
fuck what
better
he did
option at
after that.
quarterback.
He
That's
don't give
like
a fuck
almost
about
quarterback
Jalen Hurts
university.
after that. He was like, "Nah, go on and go to Oklahoma. I got my guy."
And if Tua would have did that, then they would have had Mac Jones do the same thing.
Well,
So it didn't matter.
okay, but they didn't do it. They didn't.
Any year,
That's what I'm saying. But any quarterback in that system was fine.
The years that Tua Tagovailoa was the starting quarterback for Alabama, they didn't win no national championship. That's all I know. Mac Jones did it. Jalen Hurts did it.
I agree. I agree 100%.
AJ McCarron did it. AJ McCarron. All these other dudes did something that Tua Tagovailoa. But now all of a sudden, Tua again. You see how sickening it is. Now Tua is what made Alabama. Tua is the one that was leader Alabama. Bro, Alabama was there before.
No.
It was a well-oiled machine
No,
prior to
no.
He had won 8 total
No.
titles.
No. Stop. See, you're talking about two. Yeah. You're moving, bro. You're shifting the conversation.
Did I lie?
What I am saying? See, again, you're not listening to what the conversation is about, Lewis. Y'all are missing a point. Crypto, you too. God damn it. So at the end of the day,
God damn it. You left for the start.
What sparked this conversation was the interaction a coach has with that player compared on a collegiate level to the pros. It's only a certain amount of, I don't even know the correct term. KP, help me out here. The correct term I can use. Coach
hard and not be an
it's a coach can only go so far in terms of how hard.
Hey, you need to phone a friend.
Hey, whatever.
You're having trouble right
it's
now.
only a collegiate coach, Nick Saban. If he's got a quarterback, and considering what Tua was at Alabama, or any of these, higher profile guys at their respective universities, bro, them coaches are gonna go like you. To quote Jimmy Johnson, what did Jimmy Johnson say? I treat everybody fair, but I treat everybody different. I treat everybody fair, but I don't treat them the same, which means certain players based off their status to that program, to that team, right, etc. You're not going to treat them like everybody else. You're not going to coach them as hard as everybody else. No, it ain't happening at that level. It ain't even
to Flores.
Even
I think
at the
that's
pros,
exactly
you're not going to
the
do that.
problem Flores had. He didn't take that Jimmy Johnson advice. To me, that is where he failed in his
What
approach.
makes you think that Nick Saban took that advice from Jimmy Johnson?
110%.
Well, what's the evidence that Nick Saban
Hold on. Let Papa Paul talk real quick. Go ahead, Papa Paul.
Real quick, I gotta go. I got 10 minutes before my show starts. Peace, love, thumbs up, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by. And like I said, once again,
before you
leave, he's gonna be at the tailgate. I'll be there. This beautiful Chan shirt. Like I said, man, this material is off the hook, man. I love it. I washed it and it's still.
Yeah. That's a dry fit stuff, right? Keeps you cool.
Yeah. So y'all, I'll be tailgating right there by TFTG this Sunday. So y'all come out and get a shirt. Peace, love, and fins up, everybody.
Where you gonna be? Where you gonna be, Papa Paul? Exactly, because I'm going to the game this weekend.
Yeah, he's gonna be right next to Ali.
Right next to Ali, yellow parking. I believe it's lot 13.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool.
From East 12.
Hey, Papa Paul, you need to give EM one of them dry fish shirts because he's getting lit up right now. He getting lit up right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, I need one of them shirts, man.
He can get one of those peace, love, and fins up family shirts.
Yeah. That's what's up.
Hey, y'all could do a shirt for an apron, man. Because Papa Paul about to be cooking some folk too, huh?
Y'all come watch my show if you want. WCFL Dolphins Talk, 8:45.
Peace out, man.
Fins up, everybody.
Will do. Be good, man. Be good.
All right, man.
But no, bro, I don't know. I don't know. Understand why that's so difficult to understand, bro. I mean, that's just.
So, EM, you think that everybody took the Jimmy Johnson approach when it comes to star quarterbacks at college?
I think they have to. If you got a star player, no matter what,
Especially in
it could be a
today's
star
world.
corner, it could be a star linebacker, it could be a star quarterback. They just get treated different than everybody else. You're not going to coach. You're not going to coach them and ridicule them, like, because you know how, I mean, we all play football, on,
The old
whatever
school
level, high
coaching
school,
style. Yeah.
college or whatever. I mean, bro, you know how that environment is. You know how coaches can be. And again, I don't have a problem with coaching players and that because that's what I grew up on, right? But at the end of the day, listen, man, if you got a guy that is the cash, and why would you even want to disrupt that? Turn over that apple cart. If you got a guy that is performing at the highest level, that is the cash cow, and their box office like Tua was at Alabama, why the fuck would you try to disrupt that? Right? If you know Tua is somewhat a little more on the sensitive side, why the fuck would you want to treat him and come at him a way that he's going to deem
And
a
that's
little
why
more
the
than
NFL,
disrespectful?
Coach
I
Hall
got the
that's why the
perfect
be a
NFL
hard
has
ass
example of
always.
that.
That
coach
makes
and
no
not be
fucking
an
sense.
asshole.
Listen.
And this is
You guys
why
have heard
this
of
is why
Sean
not
Taylor
only the
before, right?
NFL but society in general. That's why the NFL and society in general is soft in the
So
motherfucker right there.
I agree
Hey,
with you,
For the
man.
Lewis.
reasons you
Hey, you
for the
might have
reasons
a strong
you just
point.
executed.
Hey,
No,
I ain't gonna disagree with that, but we're just
yeah,
again, we're not
it
talking
is
about
what it is, though.
society. We're talking about, to us, or not just Tua, but any athlete, today's athlete. That's just the
Let me
reality
tell
of the
y'all a
world
little
we're living
story.
in.
Y'all know who Sean Taylor was, right? One of the greatest free safeties before he was, shot dead prematurely, right? Well, before he rose to fame and name, everything like that, he was supposed to be the next great safety out of Miami Killian High School. But you know what? He was so treasured as an athlete that he was able to translate his skills into getting a sweet deal over at one of our private schools in the area. And so he left Killian, right? Because over the issue where he wasn't going to be able to play both ways. We had one of the old school coaches, Coach Miller, those down south know who it was, and wanted him to play defense, wanted to play safety alone, because Killian had a long tradition of great safeties who went on to college and everything, did great things, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But he wanted to go both ways. And so because of who he was as a player, he was able to go over to Gulliver and get treated the way he wanted to get treated. And he went on to become who he went over there. So, yeah, man, it's a perfect example of how coaching used to be versus what it needs to be today in this professional game, in this semi-professional game, even at the college. With the NIL now, your star players, man, they don't need to put up with your crap. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but KP, if you want to predate the whole NIL situation, that just came to fruition about 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah,
but
all this stuff started creeping in the '90s. I agree with you.
But again, these athletes have always been on the payroll, right? It just wasn't. They just didn't make it legal. They always been on the payroll. And again, these universities, just like the NFL teams, NBA teams, bro, they are about making. They are about making money, generating revenue. And if you got a star player that's again, I want to reiterate, at the highest level, and he's box office too, bro, that's the cash cow. That is heaven. That is the golden goose to these fucking universities, and you are not going to upset that in any way, shape, or form, bro. It's just that's the world we live in. That's reality.
Yeah, you're gonna coddle those guys. You're gonna pay them under the table.
Hell yeah, you're
buy
gonna
their
do
parents a house. All sorts of things gonna happen.
And to your
happy.
point, KP was spot on with Flores, and that's where he failed. Right? Yeah. That is where he failed. And again, now that we're looking at everything in the rear view, we're seeing the player that Tua has blossomed into. That clearly was a fatal blow for Brian. He got to be looking at this player on the field and pulling up that practice tape from 2020 and 2021. Like, God damn, what the fuck did I just do? I mean, I'm keeping 1,000, bro. Yeah, he's got to be kicking himself, because he could have been sitting here with this player, with this same team, sitting there receiving all this praise, right? That McDaniel was getting probably even more, because he would have been here longer. And again, people don't forget that whole 2019 reboot, right? He would have been celebrated even more, I think.
And so here's the thing that I always hated about the discussion. No matter how much we think we know about what source said this and that, what Tua felt this and that, we never will know the full story. For instance, in year one, it was obvious that Tua coming off that injury was damaged and should not have played. You had our head coach come out publicly and agree with that statement, right? But who knows whether it was Tua and Tua's camp himself feeling salty about not playing, whether they pushed the apple and this is totally speculative, might have gone to Ross and said, look, man, you drafted me number 5. You got to put me on. We don't know how that exactly went down. And if a scenario like that was to take place, you could definitely see how that's going to break down the relationship between a quarterback and their head coach. When you overstep the head coach to go to management, to get yourself on the field when the valuation that you shouldn't have been on it. Now that's me speculating. I'm saying that openly to say I have no sources backing that up. But we don't know what happened behind those scenes, which created the acrimony, which most people say was obvious. We don't know what caused that. Okay?
What caused Stephen Ross
Well,
to
well,
get antsy
I
about
think, I
being on the
think,
field?
well, I think with Flores, that's a good point, KP, and there's some truth to that. But I'm leaning more towards. I just think Flores, and in hindsight, as I look back and evaluate the situation, I just think Flores, he looked at Tua. It wasn't
he didn't see eye to eye with Tua. To be honest,
I don't think it was the player Tua is, because look at the type of player, look at who he sat up under for 20 years. Bill Belichick saw Brady. He saw sat right across from Brady every single day, 6 days a week for 20 years. So stylistically, Tua's game and Brady's game are very similar. I just think the injury is what Flores frowned on. It was too close to Tua getting hurt, injuring his hip, and he just felt like it was too risky, especially picking at 5. But then when you hear the reports about when they got him in camp, you listen to Omar Kelly, right? Specifically, Omar Kelly, not only him and the other beat writers, but a lot of players who remember those reports surfaced.
They were not.
When they saw Tua throw, when they got Tua in camp and they saw him throw the football, they saw his arm, and they talked about the lack of mobility, and that was due to all him being so closely removed to his injury. So that is why
we know that now is a fact, right?
Right.
But we can't. What I'm trying to point out, though, what I'm trying to focus on is somebody made the call to put him on the field prematurely, and we probably can know that it was not Flores. And I think that is a starting point of what eventually becomes the breakdown between the two. Again, total speculation. Somebody made the call to have him play when he was not supposed to be out there playing. Now, was that Ross just trying to put his new toy on the field? Or was that Tua and his own camp, maybe for egotistical reasons, wanted to get out there and be a tough guy and show that,
it has to be Ross.
You think it was just Ross willing to sacrifice?
Why would they want Tua out there when he was injured?
As well.
Or Chris Greer, even. Yeah,
I think it was both. I think it was both of them.
Right.
But see, I not only think Tua wasn't ready physically. Again, Tua's words, not mine. I just think mentally he wasn't ready. Right? He didn't know enough of the playbook. Self-admittedly, he didn't know enough of the playbook. And again, keep in mind the status of the team. Right? Coming off a winning season. I'm sorry. Coming off that 2019 season with that, building up so much momentum in the second half of the season going into the 2020 season, Flores was like, okay, the reset was over with. And again, this is where I got a lot of respect for Flores, because Flores was about winning no matter what. He was about putting a winning product on the field, and then he didn't give a fuck what it looked like. He didn't care about who was the quarterback, who his corner was, who his D lineman was, etc. He was about winning. And I just think, I think the call came from upstairs from Ross and Chris Greer. Flores wanted to sit him because I think he wasn't ready mentally or physically. He did not give that offense, or he felt like he didn't give them the best chance to win. It was clearly Ryan Fitzpatrick. And at that time, I agreed with that 100%. So that is where I think where the relationship completely soured between Flores and upper management. And
because his authority was undercut at that moment.
100%.
They didn't trust his decision making as the head coach. He realized at that point that this organization is going to interfere, get involved, and not really listen to which should be the primary evaluation. And then that probably got taken out to some degree on the quarterback that he's being forced to play. when he knows that's not what he wants to do at this point, or that's not in the best interest of the team. So,
but at the end of the day, I just think it was a lot of
it's water under the bridge at this point.
Right. I just wish Flores would have just been more patient. Right, because I just didn't think he felt like because Tua wasn't the best athlete to begin with.
Pressured to win at that
and
point.
I think he looked at and Tua was so close to that. He was so close to just getting over that, just to be able to get on the field, rehab and get on the field. They saw the rehabilitated player, but they didn't see him getting back that athleticism that he had prior to his injury. They looked at that version, and Flores automatically jumped to the conclusion that no, he's not going to be what he was before he was injured. Which is why he wanted to move on.
That's where you got to give the flower the props to Tua. He went through bullshit too. And he worked through all that bullshit, humbled himself, remained focused enough to turn himself into an improved product. Is he all the way there? Is he God yet? Hell no. He still got some ways to improve, but he did the work. You can't say that Tua never did the work.
But see, that's why you can't put that soft label on Tua. Lewis,
I've never been
as well as others, you cannot put that soft label on Tua mentally or physically, because that situation, hang on real quick, hang on, that situation right there would have ruined. We've seen it happen year after year, ruined players.
Yeah.
And that man and Tua, credit to him, and that's why Tua will always, no matter where he goes from here, it's another, something else that transpired. Why no matter what Tua does from here on out, I will always have the utmost respect for him, the man, right? Again, Tua's journey, his process. I'm a big proponent of studying people's. I like the process, not necessarily the end result, but the process, the journey. I'm huge on, educating myself on people's journey, how they got to where they are. And for Tua to put his head down when everybody was calling for Deshaun Watson, Tom Brady's, etc. And I get it. I was one of those guys. But in the midst of all that criticism, that man didn't, you saw, look at today's players, where they automatically taking to social media, unfollowing the team, unfollowing, players on, or whatever. He did none of that.
It's a great story. It's a great story.
The man just put his head down, went to work, worked on him, maintained his faith. And look at what he's blossomed into to this point. Tua deserves 110% of that credit.
I think, Ian, at one point he was the king of college football, and then he fell all the way down after that injury. Now you're watching him fight his way back in the pros. Right, he's clawing and fighting his way back in the pros. And man, I'm excited. Like you said, I'm excited to see where, how far he goes and where he ends up. But as for Flores, I'm excited to see him get back into the league. And most people say he wasn't going to be a coach anymore. Well, looky here.
Yeah.
He's already a DC.
Yeah, that definitely was coming out of Miami. Miami media saying he wasn't going to coach football at any level.
But yeah, both of them.
As a coordinator or head coach.
But yeah, Flores too. Two things can be true at the same time. You don't have to be anti-Flo or pro-Tua or vice versa. You can be appreciative and be happy. They just couldn't coexist. We see people get divorced all the time, right?
Yeah.
You got friends that get divorced. You friend with the wife, you friend with the husband. They get divorced. You still friends with them, right? You still respectful of them, right? So you can do both. They just could not coexist at the time. I think there was a little immaturity on both of them, and it just wasn't a good mix at that time. Yeah. And so they've divorced, they split, they went their separate ways. So we can just hope for the best for both of them.
For the better too, for both parties.
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. It worked out for both parties.
Oh man. Anyway, we about to wrap this up in about let me get some final thoughts.
Damn, Shake already, bro. I thought we were just getting started, man.
I want to get you to address that. Q, is that a fair assessment? Can we still look for growth from Tua, or is he the finished product?
Oh no, sir. By no means, no player is a finished product.
Okay,
no.
And so therefore, is his play still subject to critique? Can we still critique things that we see?
Absolutely.
No one is perfect. No one is perfect.
I'm just trying to get this on the record, man, because a lot of people.
Absolutely.
You sure about that?
Hey, guess what? If Tua come out and these big moments, right? hey, if Tua don't get it done with these upper tier teams, right? And he at least do your part. At least you can't be the reason why we lose. Hey man, again, if he's putting that bad tape out there, bro, you have to go by what the film tells you. And guess what?
Right.
I will be the first in line. Is there a drop off? I will be one of the first to call it out, just like I do any player on this team. 1 through 53.
Flame bro his ass.
He is no different. Tua is
different.
I'll
be right there with you. I'll be 100%. Right there with you. There's no excuse.
None.
No, Shake, don't shut it down, man. We just getting started, bro. Man,
we'll go backstage.
Oh, all right. You tired of getting killed in public? I get it. I get it.
Listen.
Yeah, I get it.
We all know that's motherfucking cat.
You tired of getting punished in public? I hear you. Oh man, but yeah, I'm just glad, bro. Listen, that was a lot for those two. Flores, Tua, the whole organization, that whole drama. That was a lot, but it was a lot to go through. But it was a lot to go through with us for us as fans too, bro. Remember them days, man? Daily, we're hearing this article drops on Monday, Wednesday. This article drops on Friday. Another article drops, and then all of that conversation, all of that back and forth, all of that spirited debating, a lot of that, bro, it was tough to go through as a fan too, man, because you're just like, man, is Tua the guy? Is he not? Then on top of that, you seeing at the time Tom Brady being the best quarterback in the league, entertaining coming here. Deshaun Watson, top 3 to 5 at his position at that time, entertaining coming here. The Dolphins put us through a lot,
so much
bro.
adding to the fire.
From an emotional standpoint, absolutely. It was an emotional roller coaster. So them motherfuckers, they owe us a lot. It's Chris Greer, Steve Ross, and again, how they pay us back is put a winning product on the field, putting together a roster like this, having a coaching staff like this. So they've done a lot, right, to kind of, to be apologetic to us as fans for putting us through that emotional roller coaster. But at the end of the day, they still got to get it done. You got to play the games, on paper. They've done their part. So it's all about, how we execute from here on out. So, but
is it really any different in any other NFL city?
What's that?
Is it really any different in any other NFL city, though? In any other NFL franchise? I mean, it's the drama of football.
Yeah,
you're right. And what it is today. So
y'all should hear what the Cowboys are going through right now with Dak Prescott. Ooh wee.
Yeah, again, but
I can imagine.
The problem is though, right? EM, you just rattled off names. You rattled off Tom Brady. You rattled off Deshaun Watson, and people, right, always want to turn to Brian Flores. Why didn't Chris Greer come out in the statement and come out and say Tua's our guy?
You're right.
Because Chris Greer was on board.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Stephen Ross, as the owner, come out and say this is nonsense? Tua's our pick. Tua's our guy. We're moving forward with Tua. There was none of that. But Brian Flores was the only one that didn't want Tua. Brian Flores was the only one that didn't believe.
That's a good point, Lewis.
Brian Flores was the one. Why is it so easy for everybody to say Brian Flores is a rat? Brian Flores did this. Brian Flores didn't care. Well, Chris Greer gets a pass then, right? Stephen Ross gets a pass though, right? Because again, not saying that right now where we stand in 2023 that Chris Greer and Stephen Ross don't believe in Tua. But back in 2020 and 2021, no, don't tell me they were sold on Tua because they weren't. But Brian Flores,
can I give my opinion on that real quick?
I mean, real quick, Q. But even after, let me kind of piggyback off that. But even after they fired Flores, when Stephen Ross out of his mouth, right, when they asked him specifically about that position, he basically was saying, it's a paraphrase, but yeah, we'll be willing to move off of him, but we're gonna leave that decision up to the head coach. So they still at that time had a lot of uncertainty surrounding what type of player Tua can become. So I agree with you 100%. It wasn't just Flores.
Search, right? Yep.
Yeah, I just want to give my opinion on what Lewis said, and man, I think at the time, most of the people were getting on Flores' ass because the beat writers, the media, they put out all these these articles and it mostly has Flores' name in it. But I think, I'm not saying don't put the blame on Greer. All I'm saying is Greer, like us, is affected. And I think he kept to himself. He was reserved with any answer, because if Greer comes out with an answer, and man, all hell breaks loose. I'm telling you. And I think in the long term, he was wise for that, because like us, he was affected by the conversation of, is Tua really the guy? Is he really as good as what people tell him, or what his college record or his college performance and highlight tells us? Is Flores the problem? Really, if he comes out and answers one of those questions, I think we're not going to see the same Miami team today. So I think for the long term, it was wise of him not to come forward. But I think some blame is still accounted to him. I think some blame should still be accounted to him, because I think in that situation he should have came out and said both parties are good, and blah 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 blase blase, all that stuff. But if he came out and he said his opinion, and he said, we want what you call it, Watson. We're talking about Watson and Brady is because we don't really think Tua is the guy, or we want somebody in the building, a quarterback who's been there and done that, and has an elite level talent. It would have sparked some way different, and the trajectory
Well, he
would
did
have
say
gone
he
way.
have to do
Yeah,
his due diligence. That's the only statement he made
yeah,
about the matter.
yeah. So I'm glad he kept it to himself. I'm glad that he didn't say anything. He didn't come out and say, you know what, Tua's the guy, because that would have made it worse for Flores, right? Or he didn't come out and say Tua's not our guy, or Flores is. No, I think it was good that he kept it to himself, and
And Q, and listen, I think this has been a great conversation. And all anybody ever says about Brian Flores, I said when we started this conversation, I said I blame Brian Flores. Like, he did have faults, and I'm pretty sure watching what this team is now in 2023 and seeing what Tua has evolved into. I'll use a word that this so-called legend, use all the time, right?
Yeah.
I bet you Brian Flores is sitting in his office right now in Minnesota, and I bet you he's punching air right now. But the fact of the matter is that there was other people, when I just hear the narrative, right, of, well, Brian Flores killed Tua, he wrecked Tua. Well, no, that's just not the case. It wasn't only Brian Flores. We can easily say that the Dolphins organization, for the first 2 years of Tua Tagovailoa, broke Tua. It wasn't just a Brian Flores thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
There
that's
was
much
blame
better.
to go around.
I agree with that. Yeah, the uncertainty in the organization, the lack of direction, the lack of uniformity in the direction of the organization, certainly played a part in what we saw happening. Right, there was a power struggle, and there was some uncertainty on where we should go, how it should be handled. And I'm just still curious to know what role Tua and his team played in that, because we really don't know what their position was. When it comes to him getting on the field that first year.
Well, I'm sure Tua wanted to play. I'm sure he wanted to get out there. I mean, he's a competitor at the end of the day. But
that's what I'm thinking. As a proud young guy with the pedigree of being drafted high, he's anxious to show, but it takes then the wiser head to come, and say, listen, you're not going to play this year because of this, this, and this, right? And, and then what happened at that moment? What sort of institutional weakness was revealed at that moment? Well, we know it ended up in divorce ultimately, but I think that was the moment where shit started to break down with all the parties involved. So,
But in terms of like Chris Greer and Stephen Ross getting a pass, they with the whole Tua, they were on board at that time. To move, to moving on from Tua for obviously. I mean, Flores just wasn't out here, by himself entertaining Deshaun Watson, Brady, and all these other guys. But at the end of the day, bro, you can't, they don't deserve as much criticism, I feel like, because they never pulled the trigger, right? Sometimes in life, the best decisions you make, my mother taught me this as a young boy. Sometimes in life, the best decisions that you make are the ones that you don't. And they, at the end of the day, once they got rid of Flores, they stuck with Tua, right? They entertained. They said, there was a level of uncertainty, but at the end of the day, they stuck to the plan. Just like with Tua, just like with Austin Jackson. They could have hang on. They could have easily moved. They could have easily moved on from Austin Jackson. Now Austin Jackson's playing like one of the best right tackles in football right now.
Absolutely. Hey,
So
EM, and you're correct, EM. Right. Looking back at it, absolutely. What we got on our hands now, you can easily play Monday morning quarterback and say that the Miami Dolphins made the right move, right? But see, this is where again, when I say the word pass, this is where we're giving Stephen Ross and Chris Greer a pass, because Crypto says it all the time. They were 4 signatures away, and Deshaun Watson would be here right now.
Right.
If 4 more signatures, so don't tell me that it was the Dolphins that, they made the right decision. No, they just couldn't get those last 4 signatures on that paper. Because if that was the case, Deshaun Watson would be here and it wouldn't be Tua. And I'm not saying that would have been the right move, right? But I'm saying when we come out and we, like what you just said, Ian, well, you got to give the Dolphins credit. Well, no, I don't. The only reason Deshaun Watson is not
because they
here
officially
is because
agreed to terms already.
Bro,
Right.
They could have.
They already agreed to terms.
Bro, what was preventing them? They could have stayed the course with kept Flores and went ahead and pulled the trigger at any time. They didn't have to fire Flores.
No. The deal would happen in the middle of the season.
But hang on, real quick. Hang on, but real quick. Even if they even once they fired Flores, they could have still pulled a trade for Deshaun Watson. He still wanted to come here.
No, EM, you're the one that just told me that when they fired Flores, Stephen Ross has said we're going to leave it up to the head coach to make the quarterback decision. Obviously, they hired McDaniel, and McDaniel wanted to keep Tua.
Right.
See, and EM, that's not fair when you come out and say, EM, that's not fair when you, they didn't do it, they didn't want to. Bro, we all know, because you just said, well, they could have easily kept Brian Flores. We both know, EM, right? Both of us, we both know why Brian Flores ain't here. You know that.
I know. Well, listen, I know. You're right. You're right. But okay, but again, that's why I said even after they fired Flores, they still could have pulled the trigger and got the trade and said, look,
that's if
Mike
McDaniel would have wanted him.
Well, no, hang on. They could have easily told that first year guy, a guy that run game coordinator, right? Don't have no head coaching experience at any level, right? Or coordinator experience at any level. They could have told him, look, who are you to tell us who we want to be our quarterback? We're going to trade for Deshaun Watson, and it's going to be your fucking job to coach him. They could have did that, but they chose not to. But they chose not to. You can't sit here. Yeah, they were entertaining at one time, but again, evaluations fluctuate, bro. Austin Jackson, they could have easily moved off Austin Jackson, and it would have been justified based off his play on the field. But guess what? They didn't pull the trigger. They stuck to the plan, right? And now they are enjoying the fruits of that plan right now. So
let me real quick, right? Because Shake Money does it all the time. I'm gonna take this one. Oh, you know what? The man left. I was about to. We had a real legend that just hit the bat. I was gonna bring up a real legend.
No, you did. That ain't no real legend. Them credentials are clearly in question. God damn it! That ain't no legend.
I got a question for the board. if Deshaun Watson didn't have those cases and that issue was totally gone, would trading for him in that moment, would that have been the right decision? Yes or no?
Yes. At that moment, yes.
At that moment, yes.
Well,
I don't know if it was the right, but it would have been good.
I used to think
that's the butterfly effect.
Hang on, real quick. Yeah, you can say at that moment or whatever, but again, I used to be at the moment. That would have been the best move to make, right? But no, you got to consider. What has transpired as a result of.
See, that's hindsight.
Hang on, Crypto. Hang on. Right? You got to consider what has transpired since 2021. The player Deshaun Watson, again, you got to look at it from a macro perspective. The player is no longer the same player anymore as he was in 2021. Clearly, Deshaun Watson has regressed, and we could argue why. But the fact of the matter, in the production in 2023 and what we saw in the second half of the season last year does not match the production from 2020. Hang on, real quick.
Let me bring up the real legend.
Yeah.
Right? A guy that moves the needle in this community, right? a guy that everybody respects, right? Hey, my man, $100,000. Doc Reginald Brown. What's good, Doc?
Who is this guy?
Good, Doc. I see you doing your usual cooking EM as usual. I smelled it from a mile away, bro.
Man.
Hey, what's up, dog? How you doing, brother?
What's up, dog?
Dog, what's good?
It's good. Hey, I'm gonna see my man EM on Friday though. I was supposed to see him yesterday, but he ain't pulled up. So
you know what's coming. You know what's coming. But Doc, you hear your boy? You need to get your boy Lewis, man. You need to get your boy.
I think Lewis. I hear what you're saying, Lewis. But ultimately, it seems to me to be clear that Tua and his relationship with Brian Flores was just not good. I mean, we can blame whatever we want to blame, but Tua himself has all but said that relationship.
I agree, Doc. Absolutely, I agree.
But Doc, real quick though, real quick, in terms of the move, right? Because Lewis posed a question as we're sitting here in hindsight, evaluating that situation. Was making the move for Deshaun Watson. And I got to be fair, I'll admit, at the time, and even after that, right? Even after we moved on or whatever, I felt like, okay, well, yeah, that probably would have been a move to make now, considering the level of play, the level that Deshaun Watson was at that time. But you got to look at, okay, if you sign him, you're giving him that contract, right? Comparable, maybe not dollar for dollar, but you're giving him a comparable contract, right? Which would prevent you from surrounding him with the level of talent on defense as well as offense that Tua is in. Tua has right now. Hang on, and also the production. Deshaun Watson looks like. There's regression there, Doc. You would notice. You know what NFL? Well, you say you played in NFL, but Doc, hang on, Doc. Really, no trolling, Doc. No trolling. You know what NFL? You know how to evaluate. You know what high level NFL, based off your experience, high level NFL play at any position, but quarterback specifically. You see in Warren Moon 6 days a week. When you look at Deshaun Watson, does he look like the same player today as he was in 2020?
Nowhere near it.
No, and again, he hasn't played 16 full games since he came back.
Yeah, it's too early for the complete evaluation.
It's gonna take a full season, right?
Just like it's too early for us to be crowding Tua as well. We're assuming that Tua is going to lead us to the promised land. That's a given.
No, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. KC, that's what one thing I hate too, bro. I'm just making a point, right? I'm trying to highlight all of the ramifications that would have come with signing Deshaun Watson or not signing Deshaun Watson.
We didn't know that at the time, though, Ian.
I understand that, but we have that luxury. Well, we have the luxury of hindsight right now. We can go back and look in the rear view and reevaluate and better assess the situation because there was a lot of unknowns at that point, but a lot of those unknowns have been cleared up in 2023 as we're having this conversation right now.
But in 2021, there was still a lot of unknowns up for Tua Tagovailoa.
So one thing you do know.
What's to say we're not going to get Tyron Armstead and we have his best receiver, Will Fuller? We could still add the same weaponry that we had absent Tyreek Hill.
Watson has no drop in play because his play isn't interrupted for a year.
What we do know. Hang on. What we do know is that we are now enjoying, in terms of the talent level that they were able to assemble especially from a free agency standpoint, Tua's rookie contract has enabled us to assemble and bring in more talent. We can all agree on that, right? We can all agree with that, right?
That is correct. You're saying Tyron Armstead, but Tyron Armstead is not reliable neither. He's just reliable as
whatever,
DVP.
Crypto. Hang on, let me finish. We ain't arguing that right now. Stay on track now, right? So we're enjoying the rookie contract. B, the level of play that Tua has got to now. When you look at it, these are just the facts, right? And again, I was out front, on front line, willing to move off of Tua at that time for Deshaun Watson. But at the end of the day, when you're comparing the players now you can argue about, well, this guy has more talent than the other. I don't give a fuck about none of that. At the end of the day, what does the data tell you? Tua is 2 times the player that Deshaun Watson is right now. These are the facts. So when we got the luxury of hindsight, and we can look back at that situation, reevaluate it from the rear view. The move to make was to stay its course with this player, with this talent, and not have that goddamn contract, $200+ million contract on our books right now. Look at the team we have. No, the move to make was to stay its course. These are just the facts. Looking through the rear view.
I hear you.
I
You stated your case.
In a while. Yeah, I haven't heard this in a while, Lewis, but that's a fact. That's a fact right there. I hadn't heard it in a while.
In hindsight, but again, that's not the question that was posed.
Yeah, that was
the question was posed when and it wasn't me, it was KP. I don't want to take credit for that. KP asked at that moment in 2021.
But that's what I'm telling you, Lou. No, I was spot on. I was dead on. I attacked the question head on because you can't just look and say at that time now.
You're talking about what Tua.
Because look at the
hindsight.
No, look at the ramifications of signing Deshaun Watson as we have the luxury now of reassessing that situation. The play has declined.
What's the luxury outside of Tyreek Hill? What luxury outside of Tyreek Hill that we wouldn't have gotten if we would have had with Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, Tyreek Hill might have come here to play with Deshaun Watson. The Deshaun Watson that was rolling in 2021 might have been enough to attract Tyreek Hill to want to play with him.
There's no way in the world you could pay him $200 million and make Tyreek Hill a $30 million wide receiver. There is no fucking way.
Well, you know,
okay, he would have had Will Fuller. He would have had his other receiver. He would have had Cobb.
Maybe it wasn't going to take that contract that Cleveland gave him. Remember, Cleveland was not his first option.
Cleveland overpaid, exactly.
That's why I said comparable. That's why I said a comparable. It wouldn't have taken it wouldn't have took $250 million fully guaranteed, but a comparable. He wouldn't come in for peanuts. So he still would have been the highest paid at that time. But again, even if it's slightly less than what Cleveland gave him, you still are not having Teron Armstead. You're still not having Connor Williams. You're still not having goddamn Jalen Ramsey. You're still not having Teron Armstead. You're not having these players on your fucking roster. That's just the fact of the matter, bro. These are just the facts.
You think they're going to command that kind of money? That's the fallacy in that argument.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on real quick. EM, that's fine. You're right in some of the things you're saying. We wouldn't have had some of these players. But again, this is hindsight, EM. I'm going to just ask you this question. From the quarterback position, if you're in the general manager seat, if you're the one pulling that trigger in 2021, I'm not asking EM this question now, 2023, and in hindsight with what we know. In 2021, coming off that season, if EM was the general manager of the Dolphins and it was on the table, you can have Deshaun Watson, or are you moving forward with Tua Tagovailoa, EM?
Yeah, what are you doing? Well, let me say this. If I was a GM in 2020, because again,
No. What were you doing?
Hang on, Lou. Hang on. I'm going to answer your question. I would have pulled the trigger, but it would have been the wrong decision. It would have been wrong.
And let me answer.
Right.
Let me
In
answer it
hindsight, it would have been wrong, but you still would have pulled that
And
trigger.
you're saying that right.
But
You're
let me
saying you're
answer it
wrong
in
based on now.
But
let me say this, Louis.
I'm
There
sorry,
was a
Doc. Go
group
ahead. My
of
bad,
us-
Doc. Go ahead.
No, there was a group of us who was saying, do not pull that trigger under any circumstances Tua is gonna be the guy, and y'all called us Tua none and Tua stands and all of this shit.
No, because
Yeah,
you
you
guys
put
was
Tua in here,
coming in
Doc.
with
You
bad
put Tua in
faith
here,
arguments.
Get
goddamn it.
him, Doc.
No,
Put
Doc.
No,
get
No,
him,
you don't
Doc,
put him in
because
here,
Doc.
Doc.
guys,
We
Get
don't know
him,
you don't put him
you
in here,
Doc.
guys
Doc.
was using bad faith arguments. Y'all wasn't
Put
basing
your
on the
foot on
football
his
field.
goddamn
Y'all
neck,
was trying
Doc.
to use bad faith arguments
No,
based on
I
him being
Put
a
your foot
rapist.
on his
That's what y'all
goddamn
was
neck,
using it
Doc.
on.
Get him.
No, no, no,
Y'all
no.
was accusing the man
Real
of
quick,
being
real quick,
guilty for
real quick,
something he wasn't
real
guilty
quick.
of.
I want to clarify. KP did say without the legal issues.
Right.
So if
Right. Thank you.
if we're talking, wait, hold up.
No.
If we're talking about Watson without the legal issues,
without the
that means hold up, real quick. That means he's still playing. He hasn't taken the time off.
Right.
Well, we
For sure, I'm
can't
putting.
say
For
that.
sure,
We
I'm
can't
putting
say
the
that because
trigger.
we cannot say that
Exactly.
because
No.
his legal situation happened. That is
Exactly.
It happened, and
that's
it
part of
created a
history.
700-day drought of not playing football.
No, so we're going off of KP's question, which he said without legal issues. That means Watson is still playing for sure. I would pull the trigger.
Right.
Why?
That
Because
means
he's
no
still
missed
playing.
games.
There
Right.
is
That
no
would mean he would still be playing
real
games.
quick,
He would not have missed in a single game.
real quick. At the time, again, this is why, right? We're blessed to be in a situation where we can evaluate the situation in a review from this perspective. Because now we have, right? We've got a lot of those uncertainties were cleared up, right? We didn't know what type of player Watson was going to be, right? We didn't know what type of contract he was going to get, right? We didn't know what type of player Tua was going to become, et cetera, right? But what we do know now, what has transpired, right, which is now a part of history. Watson had those legal issues, which pushed him away from the seat from the game of football for a year and a half, right? We do know if the type of contract that he got at that time, we do know we all agreed that would have prevented us from surrounding him with the level of talent that we are enjoying today. That is a fact. B, right? Tua took a massive leap, whether, again, that might make some people uncomfortable, took a massive leap right forward, virtually number one in this is going on year 2. Virtually number one in virtually every passing statistic category, every metric that you can use to gauge how well a quarterback is playing. Tua is top one, is first or no less than. I'm not gonna sound like a homer here. No less than 5 in those categories. Do you think? Again, Deshaun Watson being so removed from football, right, contributed to the level of regression we're seeing him play with now. Now, if you have Deshaun Watson on this team if you have Deshaun Watson on this team right now with less talent, you don't have Tyreek, with less talent around him due to the contract that we had to invest in him, and now that we see the type of player that he is today, how can y'all sit up here with a straight face and push back on my narrative about, I would have made that move, but it would have been the wrong one?
Because
that
you're
clearly
ignoring the
was the
premise.
wrong move to
Right
make.
now, you're ignoring the premise. You're
How?
ignoring
I
the
agree
premise.
with that.
The question was without the legal issues, and you're inserting the effects of those legal issues back on your projection for Watson today in this scenario, and that's not. That's
what
I
happened,
will say.
KP.
I will say this. I will say this.
That's
KP,
what
I will say
happened.
this.
That's what transpired,
I will say
KP. What are
this.
you talking about?
Yeah,
That's
but
what
at the time
happened.
in 2021,
But his question was absent the legal issue,
Yeah,
meaning you
absent
make
the
the
legal
decision.
issue.
Why are we playing that? Why are we playing that game, bro? Why are we playing that? That
It's
actually
not a
happened.
game.
I don't
Hold
complain
on,
absolutely nothing.
DM, I got it.
Effectively, that did happen
I'm
because of
evaluating
4
what
winning
transpired.
signatures.
I'm evaluating what has
He would have
happened. The
never been
contract.
suspended.
I'm evaluating what has transpired, right? What is now a part of history. Watson was given that contract, right? Made the highest paid quarterback at that position. That happened, right? Deshaun Watson has been away from the game of football a year and a half. That actually happened. Deshaun Watson has regressed compared 2023 to 2020. That has actually happened. It is unfolding right
you
before
asked the
our eyes, bro.
question
In real
whether or not
time.
it contributed to his
These are
regression.
absolutions.
And absolutely it contributed to his regression.
Exactly.
But sit up here and act like it didn't.
Exactly. Which would have made that move the wrong move to make. Now that we can
Because he
reassess
wouldn't
the
have
situation
been,
from the rear view.
absent the legal issues, he wouldn't have been suspended. That's the point of KP's question.
One of the biggest, the greatest examples you could look at is Michael Vick. Michael Vick was nowhere near the same Michael Vick he was before the incident he got into. I mean, he showed flashes and he played well.
that was
against Andy Reid,
years.
but he was
Shake,
Man,
that
these
was
these
years.
hype. Oh well, what if he didn't have? He had them. That is what happened.
Listen. I'm going to entertain KP's question. Right, we're talking pure speculation. If Watson did not have those legal issues, I don't think he leaves Houston.
Oh, he was
You
gonna
think
be
he
in
leaves
Houston.
Houston?
No,
It was
he's leaving
it
Houston.
was
Yes.
bad in Houston with him. It was bad
Yeah,
with
it was
him
bad.
in Houston.
That
It was
that that
bad
owner
with him
was
and
totally
Hopkins.
racist.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
But I will say
Okay,
this.
Yeah,
if
it was
that's the
Let
gone.
me
He was
case,
not.
out of
then
But
for
let
Houston.
me just
sure,
say this.
in pure
Let me just say
speculation, I
this.
would pull the trigger for Deshaun Watson,
But let me
Yeah,
just
I'm
say
with
this.
you
who
too.
It is
hasn't missed a single
unfair.
game.
It's unfair for people to say, well, the people who supported Tua from day one, I was a Tua guy and said, don't trade him for any reason. That's our quarterback we drafted and he's going to be good. For people to now say, oh, well, y'all was just this and y'all was just that. We were right. That's what it is. That's bottom line. We was right
Okay,
in saying don't
1% of
trade him.
y'all was considered right. Okay, that's
No,
fine.
y'all. No, it's more than because y'all call everybody 2 and none, so it's clearly more than one.
No,
Y'all
it's
call
just the
everybody
loud.
that.
It's the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
That boy Lewis
Y'all
quiet in the
just a
church
small
mouth right
Brown
now.
called
minority.
in to
Y'all
get
a
a
small
cookie.
minority.
That nigga
Doc.
Lewis
Go
quiet in the
give
Doc,
it
church
it's
to
mouth
the
right
Ahoy.
now.
squeaky wheel
Go give
always
it
gets
to
the grease.
Ahoy.
You know this.
Dr. Brown called in to get a cookie, y'all.
Hey,
Here's
I'm
your
just,
cookie, Dr. Brown.
I'm
You get
just
it. You earned
saying.
it. You're a
Y'all the
true
same,
faithful.
and then you the same ones that was talking about. And oh yeah, by the way, Skyler should be number one too.
No,
How
no,
them?
no.
Where
That
them
was not
people
me.
at? Where them
Oh
Not
people
me.
at?
So that
damn, he
was like
didn't go,
3
bro.
years
He
Where
didn't
them
later.
at?
bring up
And
Skylar.
where
He didn't go to Skylar Thompson on you,
where
did he?
they at? Where all of them at?
Yeah,
Because
damn.
I can see the halfway Deshaun Watson people. That's an
Hey,
argument,
hey, hey,
but
hey,
then they
Doc.
went
Hey,
all the way to Skyler.
hey, Doc. Wasn't that man Lewis that said that Skylar Thompson was the best quarterback on this roster? Wasn't that Lewis?
Big O said that. He had he had
Oh
the liveliest
shit.
arm. He had the best arm.
the
Well,
No, but
hold on,
Big
whole
O
hold on, hold
said
on.
that
Yeah.
Y'all
now.
don't get distracted with the Skyler conversation because the real conversation is now
No,
Tua.
no,
Tua, as
don't
it
let him off
stands
the
now.
hook,
Hold on.
KP.
No, 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 no. Look, I ain't gonna do that for dog. Look, come on now. Hey,
Come
EM,
on, EO, stop it.
you have correctly stated the fact that Tua statistically over the last season into now has dominated the league, been at the very least a top 5 quarterback, right? But you also have to agree that we haven't seen the full extent of this progression and development in terms of it hasn't led us anywhere yet.
Yeah, I
Right?
agree. I agree.
As of
You're
right
right on
now,
that. You're
as
absolutely
of
right.
right now, we've not won a playoff game. We've not won a Super Bowl, right?
100.
Are we satisfied
100.
that Tua is right where he needs to be to get us there at this stage? That's an open question.
Well. Listen.
And just for the record, that's a whole move by EM. Nah, homie. The
Hey,
person, the person that said that was the person that you used to go on that channel. I'll just leave it like that.
I don't know who that
That's the person that said.
is.
Why don't you go put a name on that, EM?
Yep.
Don't bring
Yeah,
him
put a
up.
name
Don't
on
bring
that,
him up.
EM.
Hey,
Since
I
you
thought
want to do these whole
Doc. I
moves,
thought
that
that
I
was
can be
Lewis.
petty.
I thought that was Lewis, the one that said Skylar Thompson was the best
I know.
quarterback on this roster. Oh, okay.
You a
My
big
bad,
hoe
homie.
for that.
Yeah.
You a big hoe for that.
Yeah. Yep. My bad.
I tried to save you, Lewis. I tried to save you, bro.
But
nah, you see KP, EM don't want to put a name on that though. What channel you used to go to, EM?
oh yeah, it's like
Go ahead and put a
Damn.
name on that, homie. Go
oh
ahead,
yeah.
put a name on that.
Look,
Breaking
it's like
news.
that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, baby.
It's
Yeah,
like
baby.
that.
Doc done revealed himself.
Lou, that's how you
Doc
doing
been
the game,
driving the
dog.
2-and-out bus. That's
The
true,
Big
baby.
O.
Doc is
I've
the
been.
driver of the 2-and-out
Lou,
bus.
that's how you
Hey,
doing the
pull up
game.
I
on
was in the
me.
front seat. I was in the front seat of it. I was in the front seat of it.
Oh,
Yep.
say,
Damn. Front
but
seat, Doc.
hey,
Front seat from day one.
Damn. Front seat from day one on that
Yeah,
news.
I ain't mad at you, Doc. I ain't mad at you, man.
Hey
Everybody has
man,
the right to have.
hey, let me tell you something, man. When you saw Tua in college and the way how accurate he was, the way he played in big games, and that's the final piece that I'm waiting for in the NFL for the full transition of Tua. You knew in college, people said that he had, he had wide open. Of course, he had wide open. There's no disputing that. But the dude was deadly accurate in college, the same way he is now. And now the final piece: stay healthy and win the big games. And that's what we saw. and that's what we got right now, and that's just a fact. But the
And, and,
Skyler
and,
crew.
and KP, oh my bad, Doc. I'm sorry, Doc.
No,
Go
no,
ahead,
no.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was
Thank
gonna
you for
say
interrupting,
KP
niggas.
in terms of in terms of in, ter- in terms of KP's point about can we win with this version of Tua? Absolutely, we can win with this version of Tua. Absolutely. I mean, listen.
Is that
He's
a
not,
question?
KP posed a question. Listen, Tua's not a finished product. No player is ever a finished product,
Right.
and there is some development that's needed. He's only a 4-year player, but no question. This level of play, bro. If you again, it's just not a quarterback. Tua's not the only player playing against the opposing team's 11, right? It's a team game, offense, special teams, defense. If we're all playing based up to the talent level that we have, along with Tua, absolutely, we can win. We can beat any team in the league. We can compete and win at the highest level with Tua playing at this level. That is a
At
fact.
this point.
But KP,
Listen, I can see how more people would be on that track for Tua. But right now, though, I still think the test remains ahead of him in terms of leading us in big victories over Philadelphia coming up, KC coming up, and then in the playoffs coming up. He still
he's got
has
a lot to prove. He's got a lot to
those
prove.
those benchmarks to be achieved.
I said this earlier. I don't care about Philadelphia and Kansas City and this in season.
No, I agree with you on that, Doc. It's about the playoff win.
12-5.
Yeah,
It just
you're
matters
right,
what he
Crypto.
does in the playoffs. If we
That's
get to
facts.
the playoffs and we don't win not one big game, nobody's gonna remember that if we win the playoff game. Nobody's gonna care about that.
Nobody gonna care about the Philly or Kansas City win the regular season.
Yeah,
I got
nobody's
you.
gonna care.
Right.
We'll
Yeah,
just
that's
become
fair.
just become the AFC version of the Dallas Cowboys at that point.
Yep.
It'll
That
be
is
just
fair.
That would
something
officially make us the AFC Cowboys.
Right.
Then the
It'll
Tony
just be
Romo
something
comparison is
for
gonna come in. You know what I'm saying? The
Right.
Dak Prescott comparison.
But if you do that, the Doc scenario, if you're 12-5, but you lose to those 5 big teams, and then you go into the playoffs, and let's say you lose, right, to another big team, no one's gonna recognize that 12-win season either. No one's gonna give a fuck about
That's
those 12
true.
wins.
That'll be devastating right there.
12-5
Yeah,
ain't
nobody's
gonna
gonna
matter either way unless you win the playoffs. You can beat
If that's that,
Philadelphia. You can beat Philadelphia and Kansas City and then lose in the first round, and nobody's gonna care about the 12-5 being either.
yeah, Lewis. If
no,
that
they'll
scenario
forget that
plays
real
its
quick.
way out, that
Well, that's
critique
actually
that
more
we've
of a
been hearing
nightmare
this week
scenario.
will definitely be legitimated. That critique that he's just a system guy.
Well, here's another thing I want to throw in there.
I hope he stays a system guy.
The year the Giants beat the New England Patriots, nobody remembered they were barely a wild card team to begin with. They got hot at the end.
That's true.
Yeah, that was an AFC team. That was a 9-7 team, right?
That's the beautiful thing about NFL football,
that's an
man.
anomaly.
Yeah. Anomalies exist though.
The Steelers were a wild card team when they won. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So there's been more instances of teams
them wild cards, man.
Wild cards and
it's a great point, Shane. Great point.
There'll be a problem in the postseason.
Well,
yeah, but
to be
there's
fair,
also,
Tom Brady was one of those quarterbacks, and Aaron Rodgers was one of those quarterbacks.
And Shake Money is absolutely correct. There are scenarios that you can look up, but there is also a team that resides in the AFC now. For the last 5 years, has 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl wins, and they're beating the hell out of everybody they play. So
no, not this year. They're not.
All I know. That's what you see. There's the hypocrisy, Shake. Right?
Well, no, that's the hypocrisy on you, bro. Not this year, and not last year either. They weren't blowing out teams last year. They're the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread last year.
Turn up, goddamn it! Put your foot on his goddamn neck.
And you're absolutely right. Right? Hey, y'all ain't gonna get. Don't let Don't try to come between me and say this are good.
Now put your foot on his goddamn neck, Shake.
Now you want to hear y'all can you can do whatever you want. EM. The fact of the matter is that other team that Shake just said ain't beating up on teams. Ain't they 4-1 too?
They are. They are.
Lewis.
So we can sit here and try to downplay them, but they're the exact same thing. And we sitting here praising the Miami Dolphins, right? Kansas City has done everything that Miami has done this year. Plus, they have that 5-year resume. So don't sit here and tell me about what those teams in past years haven't done.
No, what Shake is saying is that they don't look as I think I ain't trying to speak for Shake. They don't look as dominant as they have looked in the past, bro.
But Lewis, answer me this: if the Dolphins beat Philadelphia and Kansas City and lose in the first round, is this year gonna matter at all?
No, yes, Doc.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Well, in the grand
I think it
scheme
will
of things,
represent a step forward, but not all the way.
Right. In the grand scheme of things, if you lose in the first round of the playoffs, then I would say no, right?
Done.
But again, we all understand, Doc. And again, think about it in a basketball term. You got to before you win the ultimate goal of the championship, you got to keep building, right? Miami is already at the point, Doc, where we're better than the New England Patriots. We're better than the Carolinas. We're better than the Giants, right? Now the next step is you got to start competing against those teams. We did that last year as well, beating Baltimore, beating Buffalo. But now you have to beat those teams consistent now, right? Like Kansas City
I don't know about that.
It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Not in the postseason.
Giants,
not in the postseason.
Greatest show on turf. Just win in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Once
gonna
you get there,
I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
You gotta keep you gotta beat those teams. I don't care what no one says. Y'all can sit here and say what you want. I don't agree often with the Big O. Hell, I don't really agree with Big O all the time, or never really, to be honest. Big O said it, and again, we can play out that scenario.
That's a big change for you, Lewis. That's a big change. I'm trying to figure this one out.
At 12-5, stop, Crypto. You know better than that. What I'm saying is, Big O said it the other day, and Big O said, if you go 12-5, it's a great record. Hell, you probably might be winning the division. That's cool. But at the end of the day, if your 5 losses is twice to Buffalo, to Kansas City, to Philadelphia, and let's say Baltimore or Dallas, take your pick, right? Bro, the fact that remains, you're not playing the
playoffs, but you win.
I would say it would depend on the manner of that loss.
Doc. The fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, you're 12-5. But guess what? You're not seeing in the playoffs, Doc. The Carolina Panthers. You're not seeing the New York Giants in the playoffs. You're not seeing the Denver Broncos in the playoffs. You'll be seeing the teams that you lost to.
I would say it would depend on the matter of that loss, Lewis.
You saying that's a
Lewis,
if
you lose 30
the division round?
If you lose 31-28, then I don't think it's still a close game. If you lose 46 to the way the Bills beat the Miami, 50-something to 20, and that would cause for concern. But if you the rest of the games against Philly, against KC, and the Bills game too. If you lose those games and you lose in a manner that is not not the same as the way the Miami Dolphins lost to the Bills, then I think it'd be cool. Go into the postseason, it's a new season. Now, if you have to win those games in the postseason, is what I'm saying. But if you're 12-5, that means you got to take it straight to the postseason. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, but you want at least a couple of signature wins along the way.
Yeah,
going into the playoffs.
You would like some wins.
Show that one more time, goddamn it! You see that EM? You see that whole ass
nigga? Damn! God damn! Hey EM, I got some NyQuil, man.
EM there?
I got it on CVS. I got it from CVS. It's buy one get one free.
The last time I just spoke, I put him to sleep. Like I usually
My bad.
do.
Excuse me,
He beat me to the drugstore. He went to Walgreens instead.
For a minute. I'm sorry. I got distracted for a minute. What was that? I'm sorry. What was that?
You went to Walgreens and got your NyQuil, EM?
Show him the picture, Shake. You see that right there, EM? You get a good look at that, EM?
Hey, Shake. Turn up, goddammit. Don't take your foot off his goddamn neck. Keep your foot on his goddamn neck. Choke his ass out, goddammit.
My dog.
Real quick. Shake. My
Yes,
also,
sir.
I appreciate you, man, for having me
No
up here.
problem,
Hey,
man.
panel,
Yeah, for sure.
love the
Hey,
conversation.
respect always
Keep chopping
Q.
it up.
Respect always Q. Good
Respect to
combo, man.
everybody.
Much
Respect
It's
respect,
to
an honor
man.
and
everybody.
privilege
Samoan
to have
love,
you up here,
man.
by the way. Just so you know, it's an honor and
Uh,
privilege to have you up here as well.
Oh
So,
yeah.
hey, I
Hey,
appreciate it.
Q. Always
Likewise.
respect to you, man. Always
Hey, there's
respect.
a good question in the
You
chat.
the
There's a good
Samoan
question in the
sniper,
chat.
Q. Remember that.
There's a good question in the chat.
never
I'd like to
forget.
get the panel's opinion on this question.
I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, man.
What do you
Peace.
guys think
All right.
about the possibility of seeing a Claypool package this weekend? Not talking about Claypool's
Ooh.
package, but a set of
Uh,
plays
yo,
designed for
I
Claypool.
was gonna say,
Y'all hear
pause.
what
I'm
Waddle?
interested, bro.
Y'all hear what
I'm
Waddle
trying to
said
see how
about
that's
him
gonna
today?
work out.
Waddle said that man looked like a machine out there. That's what he said.
Exactly,
I mean, he
man.
was always. You sure he not built like Tarzan and play like Jane? Are you sure he
I'm
is?
Nah,
intrigued, Crypto. No
listen.
homo.
No. Claypool. Hey, one thing you can say what you
Right.
want about him, maturity issues and whatever, work ethic issues or whatever. But fact of the matter is, when he is dialed in, no, the ability's there. The big playability is there. He just has to be. He's just one of them athletes, bro. That just has to be, in the right situation, and he might be one of those, modern athletes to where they have to, they tend to, they don't respond as well as the criticism as players in the past. He just might be one of those guys, but there's no reason why he shouldn't be absolutely 110% more dialed in than he's ever been in his life when it comes to the game of football. Now that he's on this team and in that wide receiver room, he should be. I mean, he should be thanking God on his knees every single night for that, because he is truly blessed to be on this team right now. You heard him reference about, he talked that the beat writers kind of questioned him about the issues that he had in his previous in Pittsburgh as well as Chicago, and he talked about losing. It just affects him in a really, really, really bad way. So he don't have that excuse now, right? We're a 4-1 team. I think we can all agree this team is going to be in the playoffs, right? Yeah. And hopefully even going further, making a long playoff run. So he don't have that crutch to lean on anymore. So he should be coming in ultra motivated. I think he will. I think he's looking at Jalen Waddle. He's looking at Tyreek Hill. He's looking at everybody else in this wide receiver room, and he's like, damn, he's got to be appreciative of where he's of the opportunity that he has right now. So
I think
I can't wait to see
Carolina
him.
game is the perfect time to try it out, because you got the more important games coming thereafter where you can't be as experimental. So I think if we're going to see something, they'll attempt to show it this weekend. So
I can't, and I'm more intrigued
I ain't
on
gonna
how.
lie. I wanted us to draft him, move up ahead of the Steelers, and then when he got drafted, when he was coming out of Notre Dame, I actually wanted us to draft him.
And see,
At the
dare I
time.
say he might be the 2023 version of the homie Mac Hollins. Dare I might say that? I don't know.
Hollins, yeah, that's a good
Let me
comp
ask you
for him.
this question: what diva receiver has been rehabilitated?
Good
That's
question,
a good
Doc.
question too, Doc.
This
Yeah.
is Randy Moss.
Well, what do you
Hold
mean
on.
rehabilitated on the
Is
field
it
or off the
AJ
field?
Brown? AJ Brown, is he qualified?
What do you mean, Doc? Define rehabilitate. Do you mean on the field or off the field?
I'm just saying. I'm pulling for him. I saw his. Did you see? I didn't know he was that damn massive of a man.
Put your foot on their neck, Doc.
I'm just saying that.
Doc, this is the
He
same.
a big
Doc,
dude.
this is the same bullshit, Doc, I heard when we signed Robbie Chosen Anderson. He coming in here to change the world. Our wide receiver 3, he's taking Braxton Berrios' spot. He's taking Cedric Wilson's spot. That nigga don't even get on the field. I don't care what none of these people say. Chase Claypool ain't giving you a motherfucking thing. Y'all can sit here until y'all blue in the face and try to tell me he's big, he's this, he's that. The man ain't gonna work out here, and mark my words.
Damn.
I hope
Don't worry about it.
Now, let me be
Damn.
the first to say,
Damn, you already writing them off, Lou?
God damn.
I hope he does.
Practice squad.
What happened? What happened to Chosen Anderson?
He's still
Where's
on
he at?
Practice squad.
He's still on the roster. He's on the active roster.
He's on the active roster.
I know.
But now that's
I know.
because of what's his name?
How many balls he caught against the Giants on Sunday? How many targets did he have against the Giants on Sunday?
Well, let me ask you this, Lou. What week are we in? What week are we going into?
I don't know nothing about that. I asked you how many targets the man had on Sunday. That's what I asked.
See what Lewis is failing. Well, again, Put a name on it, goddammit. Don't send subliminals. Don't jab. If you trying to knock a nigga out, knock a nigga out. Don't jab.
All I
Don't.
know, I heard of a so-called legend telling me wide receiver 3 for Chosen Anderson. That's what I heard. That's all I remember. I don't know who that legend is.
Well, I'm glad you did that. Well, I'm glad you did that.
I need some information, man, on that name, man.
Well,
Break
I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you did that because see, you didn't tell the whole story, right? What did I tell you? I said we won't feel Robbie Anderson, right? His impact until later on in the season. I said this is a potentially a December, January move. And I look at this Chase Claypool acquisition very similarly. You won't see him initially, right? They'll slow play him. Why would you have a heavy package for him now with Tyreek and Waddle, right, as your number 1 and 2 op? There's no need to have them for either one of them to have a big role in this offense right now. Wait a minute, right?
Lewis, did you just call this fool a legend? Is that what you just did?
Don't hate the player, goddammit. Don't hate the man now. Don't hate the man.
Hey, Doc, I said a so-called legend. I said so-called legend.
Hey, man,
you goddamn right.
Legend. I got you. All right.
Hey, listen, man. The EM is the legend. He's the Texas Tornado himself.
Hell yeah, they know what time it is. They know what it is. They just haters, dog. You know, I got these haters and I welcome them all, right? They all have a place too in our community. The haters.
What you say, Shay? You say he's the Texas tortilla?
Yeah. Hey, Doc, real quick, Doc. I just got one question for you, Doc. Did someone show up at the crib? Did you get a little visit? Are you good, Doc?
Hey, that is they all that rapping. They talk loud. They talk loud, bro, but they ain't about nothing, man.
So what you telling me? You didn't see that? You didn't see that Denali pull up, Doc? That's what you saying?
Hey, I dropped him the coordinates, dog. I DM'd him, dog.
You dropped the coordinates.
Doc, a little birdie told me you got that message this morning, though. That's what I heard.
Which one? The excuse of why you couldn't come? Your wife Your wife told you.
No. A little birdie told me that they sent the message to you this morning. That's all I heard. That's what the streets are saying.
That's what they told me, that you wanted to come, but your wife said you had to go get the groceries and all of that shit. That's why you.
Hey, you know what? End the stream.
Oh yeah, really?
You went grocery shopping on you, Doc?
God damn it!
Really, Doc? Oh, that's what the message was. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, damn.
Wow. But I would say that I really do hope Claypool can be rehabilitated. You know, because if he can come in and provide us that big body, man, down in the red zone that we always talk about, and some 50-50 balls, man, that'll be almost unfair, man, to the league if he can work
Absolutely,
out.
Yeah. On paper, that's crazy.
So Doc, you are a fan of the talent, though, right? Claypool, you are a fan of the talent.
Without question.
Okay. Well, that's where me and Lewis part ways. I mean, I don't even understand why you can't even be a fan of the talent of Robbie Anderson. I mean, the skill, the talent is there. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear me? Now again, see, this is how the internet works. That's another quote from so-called legend, right? We know how the internet works.
I'm not talking about the conversation we had tonight. I'm talking about the conversation we had privately a couple days ago. That's the one I'm referencing right now.
Okay, and privately, when did I ever tell you I don't think that Chase Claypool has talent or Robbie Chosen has talent?
You said you didn't believe in the player. You said they're not going to contribute anything. That's what you said, right?
Because they're not. Because you just said it. What makes me think that you're going to see something? We all know who the two main targets here. We all know that, and whether it's now again, we've seen Tua throw to Braxton Berrios or whatever, and we've seen this. And bro, you think Chosen is coming? Listen, EM, we were on a private conversation the other night, right? Since you want to talk about other private conversations, right? There was another gentleman on that phone. He told both me and you that he believes Chase Claypool's going to have 5 touchdowns this year. Now this was Now this was before the Giant game, and meanwhile, our number one B receiver in Jalen Waddle had no touchdowns. But you mean to tell me some dude you just picked up that wasn't productive for the last 2 years is going to walk in the building and he's going to have 5+? No, do you want me to believe that? No.
So the point is, why you put me in it? That didn't come out of my mouth, and you saw my rebuttal. You heard my rebuttal
supposedly that's your man. That's what I heard. That's what the street said. That's your man. That's your man.
Hey, man. No, I do not see no 5 touchdowns. Absolutely not. No. But what I said was, and this applies to Chase Claypool as well as Robbie Anderson. You know, because we see it here. Doc, again, seriously, no trolling, Doc. Your experience in the league, watching football and you playing in the league, right? We've seen teams acquire a player first half of the season, midway through the season. You don't necessarily, you don't see them, like, you don't feel their impact, or they might not have a big role initially, but you won't see, they'll throw the team, the coach, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, they'll have a package for him, and they won't unleash that package until you get further along into a season, when the moment it is at its business, because you're trying to throw a different.
Talent becomes decisive at the end of the season.
It gives you an advantage because teams haven't seen the package that you have for that specific player on film yet. So when you get further along to the season, when you're in a tough game, fourth quarter, you need 4 points, you need to score a touchdown. Well, that is the time you bring that ultra talented player off with that play design for him, right? It's an advantage for you because teams haven't seen that on film. And I told you specifically, I said you will not feel either player until later on, till December, January, and ultimately once we get to the playoffs. That is what I said. That is, I think, is what's going to transpire with both of these players.
Well, I could see Claypool scoring 5 touchdowns just because we're up in games, and like you said, they're getting him acclimated to the offense. So, against the Panthers, if he plays, he scores a cheap fourth quarter touchdown, and some other games like that. That wouldn't be a shock to me if he scored 4 or 5 touchdowns.
I don't know about 5 touchdowns though, Doc. I don't know about that, bro.
But again, what Doc
I just see him as a super, a really good option for us in the
He
red
has a
zone.
dimension. He has a threat, a dimensional threat that we don't currently have.
I
to
do
occupy on this offense.
I
do agree with that.
Burns might give us that range.
But what Doc just said right there, that's not production. If we're blowing out a team, and Doc, I'll use Doc words again, a cheap touchdown, that's not production.
But I
that's
think
not
that
the
it
field that
sets
we're
us
better
up
than that
for
team.
future success, though. So yes, it's cheap against the Giants or Panthers, but in the playoffs, it sets us up for future success.
If we have a big seed threat,
I'm glad
if we have
you
a big
said
seed
that.
threat consistently, that will make things even easier for Tua on the outside with Tyreek and them other guys.
I'm glad you brought up the word future success. So let me ask you a question, Doc. If you beat the Philadelphia Eagles, or you beat the Kansas City Chiefs, or you beat Buffalo, is that not setting you up for future success in the playoffs?
Maybe. I mean, the playoffs is its own
now
animal.
it's maybe. Now,
no, it's just a fact, man.
Maybe,
I'm just saying that the playoff is its own animal, and you got to,
show my goddamn apron one more time.
Hey, man, that apron, you wear that apron just like you wear them days.
You see that,
bro.
Doc?
Come on.
Yours is coming.
Damn,
yours is
Doc.
coming, Doc.
You gonna let him do you like that, Doc? Damn.
Yours is coming, Doc. Yours is coming. Don't worry.
Hey, man, I told you he wear that apron like he wear them Daisy Dukes, man. It ain't no different.
Hey, don't worry, Doc. You're gonna get that phone call in a minute. Don't worry. As soon as the stream ends, you're gonna get that phone call.
I dropped it in your. I think I dropped it in your DM too, the coordinates. So ain't nobody got to.
But I think I just think 5 touchdowns. That's a little much for me. I get the threat in the red zone, but damn, is Tua really gonna throw him the football though? I mean, with Tyreek and Waddle on the field.
So I'm saying that I'm embellishing a little bit when I say 5 touchdowns. I'm just saying that I've said this before. I don't know if the diva receivers can be rehabilitated. I started this conversation off with that. But if he can, he is a talent, and there is an absolute place in this offense where he can make a hole and make us even more effective than we already are.
Well, I don't know if y'all heard, but during Mike McDaniel's presser today, I forget which beat writer asked him, but they
He
kind
said
of
he was
inquired
fast,
about,
right?
well, yeah, that too, but they inquired about him, the possibility of him being like a hybrid tight end slash wide receiver role in this offense. And Mike McDaniel looked at the guy like, fuck, bro, really?
Kind of
But
stupid ass question is that?
you know what, bro? Really trying to put me? You put me on? You trying to put me on the spot? But I could see a role. I could see Mike McDaniel developing a role for him like that. I mean, he's got the size, and he referenced. Well, he does have above average size for a player at his position, right? And he has done certain things on tape, right, to suggest that he can have a multiple role in any offense. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. So I can see them based off his talent, size, strength, height, whatever. If he's willing to buy in, because you see, look at the prerequisites with every player, no matter what position. It could be wide receiver, tight end, obviously O line, running backs. They all block. They're all willing participants and willing to engage and get their hands dirty. He should be no exception. So if he can come in and really buy into that role, can you imagine him when they go in to 12, when they opt to go 12 personnel, bro, and you got him and you can put, Line Ingold up there or whatever personnel grouping you want to throw out there, but to have a talent, he would be no different than Darren Waller. He'd be like the equivalent from a talent standpoint. He would be our version of Darren Waller. And we all know what type of dynamic player he's been in his career. But it's all predicated on him buying in. So we'll see. But I can definitely see when they asked him that, when I was listening to his press conference, I said, well, shit, because when we signed him, that's a question I had in my mind too. I said, well, he's definitely, obviously Mike McDaniel was intrigued by making the wide receiver tight end conversion. Tanner Connor is one guy, right? He that's his pet project, right? He's still on the roster as well. So they're showing you that they like to make they would love to make that conversion. They was trying to do it with what's the 7th round pick from Stanford that we drafted, but he got poached off our practice squad. What was his name? Higgins? What was his name?
Yeah.
Elijah Higgins. He was they were attempting to make that wide receiver. He was a wide receiver at Stanford, but they were trying to convert him into a tight end at this level. So I can definitely see them being intrigued with the possibility with Claypool, especially considering the
So
skill
let me
set.
ask this question: why aren't we picking up any defensive players like we're doing with the offense? I was saying, why aren't we picking up any?
I didn't hear you. What was that? What was that, Doc? I couldn't hear you.
Why aren't we picking up any defensive players?
I mean, who's available? I mean, that's really. But see, somebody posed a question in the Twitter space the other day, and no matter of fact, excuse me, my bad. That was Lewis that said that. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lou. For real, no trolling. I think Lewis posed that question, and my rebuttal to that was, where are you going to find a player on that side of the football that is the talent level of Claypool and that virtually cost you nothing to acquire him? Where are those players at? I think if there was a player to come available for the talent level of Claypool at their respective positions, and the price was right, I think Chris Greer he would make a move in a heartbeat. But where are those people? Where are those players at?
I don't know. I'm just saying they going out and finding them offensive players. We need to go out and get some help on defense as well.
Right.
And because I'm really concerned about that linebacker crew. I think the D line will get it together. I'm just worried about them linebackers, man. Yeah. David Long, he hit or miss, man.
I got my concerns too, Doc. I'm with you, but I'm gonna be optimistic and hope. I'm just hopeful that Fangio can, he can put his fingerprint on both of them, as well as not only them two, but the most important linebacker potentially in the room is not the starters, right? It ain't Van Ginkel. It ain't, obviously Baker and David Long. That's Channing Tindall. Because think about if you wind up and you hit on him, how much flexibility you can easily move off of really even both of them, to be honest with you. Next year, we'll cover that salary cap allocation and, apply that to other areas of your team. Channing Tindall, that's the most important one. Not just his talent. He's the most talented guy in the room. But you still got him for 2 more years on his rookie contract. That would just create a lot of flexibility moving into an offseason in 2024 where we're going to need all of the resources in terms of the salary cap that we need. He's the most important one. So
what's wrong with him?
Man, but I agree real quick before EM answers what's wrong with Tindall. I agree that the linebackers haven't lived up to expectations so far. But again, EM, you can answer the Tindall question, but answer me this question. How much, I mean, if we're going to be fair, and again, I said the linebackers ain't playing up to par, but if your defensive line, if your front four is not getting their job, if they're not holding up the end of the bargain, your linebackers ain't going to be effective. Like when I look
I
at
agree, 100%.
those Baltimore Raven defenses, yeah, they had Ray Lewis, and he was an absolute monster from the linebacker position. But he did have guys like Haloti Nada in front of him, causing havoc, creating pressure up front to maybe give Ray Lewis open lanes to create and do what he did. Like, so again, I'm not trying to give the linebackers any excuses, but speak on that a little bit, EM, if you could. Like, has the defensive line lived up to expectation in your opinion? Because all I always hear is the linebackers, but the linebackers really can't do the job if your front four ain't getting their job done either.
Well, you spot on, Lewis. We've had this conversation privately. I agree. Nobody in the front seven has lived up to expectation. And again, I'm not the one to try to drop nuggets and all this stuff, but I will say this: I have heard that has come from within the front office, right? The whole team, from within the building. There's a lot of disappointment that every player on the front seven, with the exception of maybe a couple, they're not meeting expectation. Christian Wilkins, Zach Seiler, included. And so they have been inconsistent. They haven't been getting that quote unquote push that's needed, right? That push that a lot of defensive coordinators, Vic Fangio included, require of them to play them in two internal players, right? They've been inconsistent. So that's why I'm not to the point where maybe Doc is. I don't know, Doc, I might be, misquoting you or whatever, but I'm not willing to really just say to scrap the whole David Long and Jerome Baker plan. Not at this point, because it's just been a lot of inconsistency up front. Now, once the front stabilizes, right, you can better assess the linebacker play, because if they're doing their job, they're making things a lot easier from the linebacker. Now, if it does stabilize and there's still inconsistencies from them two players, they're misreading, they're not diagnosing, they're not getting out blocks, etc., right? Well, then, okay, you could better assess their play on the field. But until that happens, it's an incomplete in terms of the evaluation at this point for me.
I would say that two things could be true at the same time. When they say none of the front seven is playing well, I think that's exactly what it is, and that includes the linebackers. We have too many. I mean, they free running through the wrong damn gaps, and that's clear that they're going through the wrong gap. They going one way, and they look like a 2-lane highway. Going one way, and the running back going the other way.
That's true. I agree. But I think, but there's all, the tape will confirm that, the Diamondbackers, they can't be in a position to really make an impactful play because of Christian Wilkins getting moved out of his gap, Zach Seiler getting pushed out of his gap, right? And that center of that guard is consistently getting up to that second level and getting in their face. And we all know they're two undersized linebackers, right? They're ultra athletic in terms of sideline to sideline speed, but they are undersized. So they're going to struggle with 320-pound linemen getting their hands on them. So that's why you need to have Fangio likes those undersized, agile sideline to sideline type linebackers. He likes that skill set. But again, that's why wherever he's been, he's always had a solid front up front, right? Baltimore, going back to Carolina, going back to San Francisco, going back to Chicago. He's always had them big, beefy linemen that can control, can eat up gaps and take and control that A and B gap. And it's just the reality of the situation. They haven't been consistent enough in that area. So until that happens, I think things will stabilize. I think on both ends, right? We took a step forward Sunday. Right. Again, it was against the Giants, and you can make the argument that their O-line was second, third, fourth stringers. I get it. But at the end of the day, that's still positive tape, positive film that they put out there that you can hopefully learn from, and they can, learn from that and kind of springboard and move in ascend to get better, from what they saw on Sunday. So we'll see that the book is still being written. But at the end of the day, I think they'll be fine.
Do the Giants have any chance against the Bills if Saquon is back?
No.
No. That's another blowout. That's another blowout.
Right. Be honest with you, dog.
And you want to say, yeah.
That center there is terrible. That offensive line is still terrible.
Man. We ended up with 8 sacks. It didn't seem like that, man.
It didn't seem like it either. And I was sitting in the stadium. I didn't even realize it.
I mean, I watched literally every play, and when there was a point when they said that's the 8th sack, I was like, what?
Right. Yeah, it accumulated in that fourth quarter, though. That's when they really got him.
Actually, we only got 7 sacks. We only got 7.
I think most of them came in the second half, didn't it?
Yeah. Zach Silent. I mean, Wilkins only got a half one.
Silent. That's when Van Ginkel took what's his name out the game in that sack. Took
Hey,
Daniel Jones out.
Hey, but look,
Got injured.
all of a sudden, like a lot of us have been complaining about the, pressure numbers and sack numbers and all of that. The Dolphins as a collective, bro, they in the top 10 in a lot of them categories now.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And Larry L was saying that they're number 1 in like quarterback hits.
Just saying. Just give it time. Just give it time.
Yeah.
I mean, even Jalen was getting there. He just, I don't know if it's bad luck, one step too short or something, but damn.
I call him Mr. Almost. He's almost getting there. That's his nickname, Mr. Almost. I'm almost getting the sack.
But Doc, kind of touch on this real quick. No, seriously. From your years in the league, right? When we're talking about, and I know you played on the opposite side of football, but like the principles when you talk about pass rush, right? You got to have obviously edge pressure. First thing comes to mind when you talk about pressure, people think the edge.
Rescue. My name is Jade.
But they don't. Hang on one second. But they don't always take into account, and they don't always pay attention to the internal pressure, right? The edge and the internal pressure has to be in concert with one another. Right. And when you see the team, right, when you see it on tape, you see them live, you look at your Josh, in particular the mobile quarterbacks. We saw it last year with Justin Fields. You saw Herbert earlier in the year. We saw Josh Allen. We saw even Daniel Jones to some degree Sunday. Well, they played better in terms of generating internal pressure. But my point is, when you just brought up, Jalen Phillips in terms of and this applies to all of them, him, Chubb, Ogba, all of them. It seems like they're getting around their guy. They're beating their guy, I think, a little more consistently than people want to realize. But due to the lack of internal pressure, that's easier for a quarterback to kind of step up and evade the pressure in general. So can you kind of touch on things from that perspective, from your years in the league and what you've seen now, on the outside looking in? Kind of touch on that for us.
Well, you can even look at our offensive line. Tua is because of Connor Williams. Tua is always able to step up in the pocket, and a lot of I think a lot of what's going on with our offensive line may be masked because the defensive end, they come up the field, but he's able to step up in the pocket, so the rush becomes behind you, and now you got to redirect and all of that. And I see a lot of that with Jalen Phillips in particular. And in this past game, since you brought that up, as I'm thinking about it, Chubb as well, where he's there on his path. But then the quarterback is able to step up and deliver the football because, as you correctly state, there is no internal pressure. So I do agree with that. Just thinking about and playing some of these games back in my mind, you got to get that push up front too.
Yeah, man.
And,
Right. I'm
and
looking at some of the stats. Zach Seiler is 13 tackles, 3 sacks already in the season.
yeah, they're getting better. They're getting better. But it's
Even
just
Emmanuel Agba has 2 tackles with 2.5 sacks.
Now let me ask you this, because during the off season, I talked to a couple of people who are like Fangio guys, and I ain't dropping no nuggets because each one nobody before these niggas start with their shit, because I know EM and Lewis. I know how they roll.
damn, dog. Really? Let us know how you really feel. It's like that.
Yeah, I know y'all. But one of the things about the Fangio defense is I was told that the Dolphins fans are going to be really, really frustrated until the end of the game, because when that defense is really clicking, it gives up a lot of yards from 20 to 20, and then from the 20 in, it stiffens up because they've made you go the long field, and now you're out of gas, and the defense is, kind of got a bead on you. And I see that emotion. Like, we haven't given up big plays. We've given up consistent drives and haven't been able to bow up in the red zone, and which is what his defense is built to do. And so, because that's playing 7 yards off and giving up, those 6-yard catches and turn up, that shit was killing me Sunday.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, bro. Like
Yeah.
that that soft zone approach that he likes to take. See that if you go back to where he's been, he's coached defenses, San Francisco, Baltimore, Carolina, Chicago. See, that works unless if you got a front four that can consistently generate pressure just with 4 guys, it'll be fine. But if you don't, right, which we don't, again, I'm not taking, shit on the players. I like our players, but they're somewhat unproven in that format, in my opinion, to where you can just rush Christian Wilkins, Seiler, Chubb, and Jalen Phillips, right? Just rush them 4, and they can be, productive in that 4. They haven't proven that. They didn't prove it under Brian Flores and Josh Boyer. They hadn't proven it yet. So there's some uncertainty there. So, but in terms of his scheme, if you got guys that can consistently beat their man 1-on-1, that playing soft and like that and playing that too high shell, and also if you can control the run game from that too high shell, his defense will be absolutely devastating, right? You see the numbers bear that out. But that goes back to the question, Doc. Well, does he have his guys? His words, not mine. He's still searching for his guys. Does he have the personnel in-house or not?
Have we, from my own perspective, and clearly I've been wrong in this area, but I don't see why we can't get pressure from our front 4. I don't understand why Chubb is not getting home. I don't understand why Jalen Phillips is getting home, and I don't understand why Zach Seiler and Wilkins are not getting pushed up the front.
Are they a little
Sometimes he have a wide open formation where he had the middle wide open.
Hang on real quick, Crypto. Doc, to the panel. I mean, listen, again, I'm not confirming or denying it, but could it be our guys might be a little overrated to this point? Just a little bit, maybe?
I mean, that's what it's panning out to be. That's my point.
Right.
Have we overrated? Yeah. Clearly, we done overrated Chubb. I mean, that's without question. There's no way he's worth $100 million or whatever we gave him.
That was a lot of money, and a first round pick too. We gave him a first for him.
Yeah.
so
clearly, he's overrated. I just keep thinking with the way that Phillips plays the game that he gonna get there, man. I just that the dude's motor is Van Ginkel-esque.
And
you
he's
know, in
so
terms.
He's due for a
athletic, dog.
5-sack game.
I mean,
He's definitely due. If it's
he's
one
so,
guy to get 5 sacks in one game, it will be him.
and he's so athletic, bro. I don't
He's
get
due this year.
why when you look at him. I mean, I put him in the category from a physical standpoint as Aaron Donald, as Miles Garrett, right?
Yeah,
I'm
Jason
talking
Taylor.
athletically. He has those traits. You know, I think and again, this might apply to Chubb too. But I got less patience with Chubb because he's been in the league longer. But with Phillips, I think to this point, and I don't know, I would like, I'd like to know what you guys' thoughts are on what I'm about to say. But I think Phillips, he's trying to win too much with speed and athleticism as opposed to refining his craft, refining his pass rush moves, right? He's trying to line up and just beat people with athleticism. Once he develops counters, you see him, he implemented that spin move last year. He was using that a little more consistently last year, right? He's gotten better with his hand placement. He's starting to adopt that Emmanuel Agba chop block, right? When he engages and he chops the offensive lineman's hands down, right? And that enables him to get leverage at times. I can see him trying to incorporate and refine his pass rush moves a little more, but I just don't think, because it's like when you're trying to develop out of something, right? When you're on that developmental cycle and you're trying to develop out of bad habits, or you're trying to implement something new to your overall bag. When you don't have early success, Doc, you would know this better than anybody. You tend to go back to what what worked before, right? Or what you think worked before. And I think with Jalen Phillips, he's just in that mode of, well, he thinks in which he is in a lot of cases. This guy is nowhere near on my level athletically, and I should be able to beat him 8 times out of 10 with just pure athleticism, as opposed to dialing that down to maybe 6 out of times and then incorporating more technique and more moves into his overall bag, in my opinion. That's what I see. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think, Ian, to your point, when I was in Little League in Miami, I would score 6 touchdowns in a Little League game, and then when I was in high school, I would score 4 touchdowns, and then in college, you score 2 touchdowns. Right? The athletic, it catches up, I feel like with him, he has been such a dominant just athlete that he didn't develop the secondary and third
100%.
things
100%.
because he's just always been so much athletically, so physically gifted to just beat your ass around the corner, and all of those things that he didn't develop all of those other things that you have to do, to be successful in the league. And a lot of guys are able to do it, and that's where coaching comes in at when you get to the next level. And that's one of the things that really concerns me is since he has been in the league, I haven't seen him. Like, have you ever seen him do a spin move?
Well, I've seen him like he started incorporating into his game.
I barely see that.
Well, remember that Chargers game last year where they called him on that roughing the passer, which was bullshit, right? He took a sack from him. That spin move went, and he was chipped. Keep in mind now, he had his the right tackle, and he had the running back chipping him. And he stepped left, both of the running back chipped left, the right tackle slid left, and he immediately countered and spun back inside and got to a clear path to Herbert and tackled him. But they called it, they called it a roughing the passer on him. So yeah,
him with a plethora of moves.
Yeah, I agree.
Either he just tries to beat you off the edge or try to push you into the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's his bull rush or beat you around the edge. And in the NFL,
I thought the bull rush would be effective.
Yeah, in the NFL, you got to have a secondary move,
yeah.
man. You
can't just bully every lineman athletically, bro. They're too big, too fast, too strong.
Exactly.
I mean,
you're not doing that.
But I'm with you, Doc. You don't see him consistently doing that. You'll see it here and there, like that spin move against the Chargers. That's one time out of how many pass rushes, you know what I mean, that we've seen on film. But that is where his game will go. Hopefully, goes to the next level because if he does that, if he can line up and beat opposing linemen with technique and a more he balances his bag in terms of counters that he can give tackle. He gonna be a 15+ sack guy, bro. He gonna be Joey Bosa. He'll be Myles Garrett. He'll be Aaron Donald. He'll have that potential. But I don't think
athletic as all of those guys. There's no reason why he isn't in that conversation, man. There's no reason except those secondary and third moves.
But your point about him, that for the first time in your life, you were spot on, Doc. When you brought up about these
people try to run a respectable
Hey, Doc, you 100% spot on, bro, with that. Cause see, he's been blessed athletically to where he, like you said, he didn't have to develop, technique to win like a lesser athletic guy like Van Ginkel. Van Ginkel has to beat you. Hey, he has to have a plethora of moves and counters because he's athletic, but he's nowhere near the athlete that Jalen Phillips is from a height, weight, speed perspective. So guys that weren't the uber athletes growing up, even going back to Little League, they won here and there with athlete, but they couldn't win 100% of the time that way. And I think that's a positive because that'll force you to develop other counters and other aspects of your game to where you can be more successful at this level. And Jalen Phillips, to your point, that was spot on. He's just been the guy, the athlete, everywhere he's been, and he's won that way.
You think about Jason Taylor. He had that rip. He had that swim. He would come inside and really, get your hands down. I mean, Jason Taylor had, 3 or 4 or 5 moves that he could deploy at any point. And for him, it was more difficult to do that because he was so tall.
Well, to be fair, Taylor really didn't start developing that, Doc, till like year 4, man, to be honest.
Right. Of course. But that's to my point. To the point.
How many sacks was that color?
He didn't have 10+ until year 4, and he had one season. 10. He had one season before that where he only had 4 sacks.
I guess to the point that he developed the moves, and that's what we need to see out of Jason Phillips is that he developed. Yeah, that's the point. That being a tall guy like Jason Taylor it's harder to really develop those moves, but he worked at his craft and became really, really good at those things.
Yeah, I think I
suspect that Jason that Phillips will do it because the dude is certainly a hard worker. It ain't no doubt. That dude is in shape like a mug.
Yeah.
So he's certainly working.
He ain't Deion Jordan for sure. Oh my God! Remember the Deion? Oh, I had a flashback. I'm sorry.
You willing to give a second evaluation on him? That was your favorite guy going into that draft, EM. You willing to give a second evaluation?
Really?
Yeah, okay.
I know he ain't no shit. I knew it. I knew he ain't no shit.
See, I thought we was having to have a decent, productive conversation, dog. That's what I thought. Isn't that what you just said?
I was trying to have that.
You couldn't resist. See, you can't resist. You can't resist.
I should have known you was a Deion Jordan type of dude.
Damn.
Man, you know something? Man, I could, bro. That dude, is he the biggest bust you think in history, in Dolphin history? At least
close. At least in Dolphin history, it's up there.
We
moved up
in the
9
top 3
spots to get him. We did what San Francisco did with Trey Lance. We went from 12 to 3 to get him.
You know what though? Jeff Ireland should have known something when the Raiders only asked us, because we only gave a 2nd-round pick to move up, and that was unheard of to move up to 2.
Right.
They should have known. They was like they couldn't even believe it. I remember after they picked him, they were like,
yeah.
All you want is a 2nd? Oh, man. They should have known something then. They should have known something then, bro.
Right.
Didn't he go to Oregon and
Oregon? Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
He was with the
Yeah.
Ducks. Yep.
Yeah, and their defense
I don't
was
even
just
think we sent
one
nobody
word
out there
that
too, Doc.
nothing. There was nothing earthly
Nothing.
for us to go. We could have drafted that dude in the 5th round, man. There was no
Yeah,
reason for them to
he would have
move
been
up.
there for the taking.
He would have been. Man,
That
what
was
a
them trying to be the
Man,
smartest person in the room.
Jeff Ireland, man. I think that's going to go on to stain his record for his whole career, man. That there, man.
That's what got him
Jeff
fired,
Ireland.
though. That's what got him up
That
out of
did.
here.
That's pretty much what done him in.
What was the
And
dude name?
Fletcher
Read
too, man.
something about him. Oh, Charles Harris. He could have been, but
Charles
he
Harris.
resurrected his career though.
Yeah, you see him that like
Yeah, when
the
he
line. Detroit
not
is
with
getting
us though.
Detroit.
Yeah.
He's contributing to Detroit, right? He a captain too on their team. He got a C on his chest.
He was a bum in Miami though.
Yeah.
Right. But now
bum.
he's doing good with them. And I think Deion Jordan, after he left us, he went with the Eagles, right, for a little bit, and then he couldn't get on the field.
He went to Seattle. He went to
Seattle, right?
He been everywhere. He bounced around a lot of places.
Yeah, I remember the Eagles frustrated.
Seattle was where he went
Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody saw the athleticism, but it's
That's
balls.
it. They try to turn him into a hybrid lineman / linebacker.
But you
They
know
try
what,
to
Doc?
do both.
But you know what, Doc? The difference between, and you brought it up with Jalen Phillips. Work ethic is not a question with Jalen Phillips. That's why I'm that's why I'm so optimistic about the player, because I'm just a firm believer. You put the work in, just in life, bro. Whatever field you're in, whatever your occupation is or whatever, you put the work in, the results are gonna follow, bro. Period. And we don't have that problem with Jalen Phillips, and he's a tireless worker, first in, last out. You didn't have that with Deion Jordan, bro. Remember, he would, bro. The reports about, they couldn't even reach him at times. He's somewhere smoked out, coked out, or whatever, on an island somewhere. Remember, he posted he posted pictures of him and his girl on this during the season, and he was somewhere in the Bahamas somewhere.
Everybody, Miami is not for everybody. You gotta do your research when you bring somebody to Miami, man. You still got to do your research.
You do.
It ain't for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got over that though. Better days are here.
What draft pick was that?
Number 2 overall.
No, what year was that?
Oh, damn.
Say that again.
That would have been
somebody in the chat. Help us out, y'all in the chat. Well, what year was Deion Jordan drafted?
I think it's 2013.
No, I think it was the year. I thought it was the year before.
2012. It was before that time. Yeah, it was the year before. So it was 2011 then or something. 2012. Early teens.
Man, I'm just trying to make sure none of y'all blame that on Chris Greer, because you know how y'all get. Y'all just say that was.
Oh, actually, 2013 actually was.
So 2013 it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It must have been 10 years.
Yeah, that clearly was Jeff Ireland, bro.
Damn, time fly.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Shit, I'm getting old.
You blink, bro. It seemed like yesterday, but
shout out to my man CBA3 in the building.
Who?
CBA3.
Who's that?
That's my dude.
Who?
Hey.
I don't know who that is.
One of the best film breakdowns in this business, baby.
Pull up
Shout out
on
to the
man.
Who's that?
Hey, no, but real talk, it seemed like it was yesterday you was on those Tuesday night panels.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Yeah. It seemed like yesterday. Yo, time flies, man. We've been through a lot. Bro, we all as fans, we've been through a lot, man, here since 2019, because that's when really, things got popping on the internet, at least with Dolphin platforms. And man, we all been through a lot, bro. What's that?
You said 2013?
No, 2019. Yeah. Oh, you talking about Deion Jordan?
No, when did you just said that's when YouTube and the internet was popping.
No, 2019.
Damn.
Well, we owe it all to the fan with the best name in the Dolphins fan base, the one, the only, Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
YouTuber Joe Mixon.
Hey, remember? Cause see, remember we like when
Exactly.
COVID, man, you know, when COVID hit,
Right
obviously
before.
the whole world was shut down, and all we had was a lot of us, you know, we was all bunkered in, and you
Pretty
know,
much it. Yeah.
all we had was these streams, right? And
YouTube
these
took off. Yeah.
YouTube. That's when things really got popping, and that's all we had. You know, for the most part, as a means of escape. I can only speak for me. We was all bunkered in, and the family and everything, and shit, man. It was. I ain't gonna lie, man. A lot of nights when, a lot of days when we had, you know, they'd run these panels, TD, you know, and then later on Reason and other people,
Yep.
but that's all we had, man, and that's how we met a lot of people in the community.
I
You know what I'm
needed
saying?
that.
Touch base with a lot of people in the community, and a lot of us needed that because the world,
Mhm.
because I've not to put anybody business out there, whatever, but people that I've met over the years since 2019, then ultimately once COVID happened, there's a lot of people that ain't here no more as a result of that. You know what I mean? They unfortunately, they're not here anymore, and
Yeah.
you
Hey,
know.
man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Those 2 or 3 years, I can honestly say, was some of the worst years of my life, man. Being a principal and an educator during COVID was some bullshit, man. Yeah, that was some. I mean, I've never worked like that in all of my days, man. I was going to bed at 2 o'clock in the midnight, man, trying to figure out how we gonna teach these children on the internet, and they don't want to turn on the computers, and that was horrible,
Right.
man. That shit, the reason why I got a little bit of gray hair, man, behind that shit, man. It was.
Yeah, man.
Right.
It was.
I wish I needed to know about that shit because
Mhm.
I was spinning like a mug, man.
I ain't gonna
Hey,
lie. I was like,
That
for
had to be
me,
tough on educators,
for
I
me,
imagine.
for me, not to get too personal, but you know, the field that I'm in, there was a lot of uncertainty because,
Oh,
bro, like I
oh
went
yeah.
from business as
Hey,
usual, right, before COVID. Then once
right.
COVID hit, I'm having all of these people that I've been conducting business with for years saying that
Hmm.
we got to shut down. We're not going to be, we're going out of
Damn,
business.
People can't come
And
in the
dog,
establishment.
that's
I'm like,
crazy.
and these multi-million-dollar businesses too, bro. They've been in years 20, 30, 40 years, some of them. And they're like, we just don't, we got to get, we don't have a business anymore. Because
Damn.
everything, all the, like people that they
Especially the
conduct business
customer
with,
base. Yeah, heavy customer
a
based
lot of people,
businesses.
a lot of
Yeah.
companies and stuff they were in business with, they went out of business as a result of COVID. And then that affects everybody. It affects everything. So I was like, damn, what the fuck? So, but I'm just blessed things got, once the country picked back up and,
Yeah.
actually for me, business actually got better once
Retail
COVID,
businesses, right. Hmm.
Mhm.
once things picked back up, once
Yeah.
the company,
Yeah.
my business picked back up. So it was cool.
Mhm.
But it was scary times,
Hmm.
bro. It was, especially in the early, when it first hit, and we just sit up here watching the news, and they're telling people to stay home, and you know, I remember going down to
Yeah.
the to the gas station, and because at the time we lived close to like 35, and it's a busy,
Hmm.
one of the busiest, highways in Fort Worth, Dallas Fort Worth, and to literally walk out there and not hear any cars, to me, I mean, it was
Yeah,
like being
that's
in a
when it really
movie.
hits you.
It was
Yeah,
like
it's
being
like
in
a
a
ghost
movie,
town.
right? It
Yeah,
was
I
like
feel
being
you.
in a
Yeah.
movie.
It's like a
And I
ghost
went
town, right.
and I went to the gas station. I'm like, and this is one of the most populated areas in Fort Worth. And I'm like, and then I saw these cops pulled up, and we were just chopping it up or whatever. And they were like, "Look, bro, we ain't trying to lean on you, nothing like that." But they don't want anybody on the streets. And I'm just quizzing them and just asking them for information at that time. I'm like, this is like when it all happened, and they're just telling me certain things. And then I still got friends that are on the force or whatever, but to literally have to force people to go home. We don't want you on the streets, no movement at all. That shit blew me. Oh, pardon my language, shake, but that blew
No,
me
no, good.
away, bro. It was like,
Yeah.
I just hope.
Hmm.
I never thought, envisioned in all my days we would be alive to experience anything like that, and
Yeah.
I hope we don't experience that ever again. Anything remotely
Oh
close
shit.
to.
Well, peep
Or
this out, dude.
the worst
Go
part
ahead,
the worst
Jake.
part though
Hmm.
is the worst part is going into a grocery store and seeing all the shelves empty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, man. One
Yeah.
night,
It's
it just happened to my school district. One night, I'm, at the crib. It's the COVID was a thing, and they were talking about on the news, etc.
Try not to
But
say the
then,
C word too much, please. Thank you.
no C word. But I'm at home, and all of a sudden I get an email, a text message that says log on at 10 o'clock. This is 10 o'clock at night, and the superintendent comes on and says school is canceled for a week, and we will be having meetings every day at 9 o'clock with all the school principals. And everybody is like, damn, what? No school tomorrow. And, at first it's like, okay, cool, bet, no school tomorrow. But then as you started going, and then, you start saying, okay, how are you going to educate these children? What are we going to do? I mean, literally, man, 24-hour having meetings at 12 o'clock midnight to try to come up with a plan to educate kids was nuts, man. It was crazy, man. I'm telling you. I hope we never experience anything like that again, because that was wild.
It was, bro, and it was crazy, bro. It was like, man, that was, yeah, it was tough, and
I remember at the height of that, Larry L. That's when his show was taking off, and everybody was appreciative of him because they had a place where they could go to you know what I'm saying,
Man,
interact with people.
I can tell you right now, I damn sure
was huge.
What's that, Doc?
I needed it. It sucks that I didn't have that outlet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So me and my wife, we turned to drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doc. Yeah,
you
man,
needed
that would
something
have
to cope
been.
with it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember Larry's show. Remember on Saturday Night Shake Crypto? We would all be up there, and we'd be up there till we'd be streaming to 5, 6 in the morning, bro. Chopping it up, talking shit. Threatening folks, pull up. The whole nine. You know how they do on the internet.
Yep.
Y'all do on the internet. So
yeah, okay.
so it was. But yeah, it was. I ain't gonna lie. It did being bunkered in like that, and man, it was just, I don't know, man. It just affect, and me.
It did a lot for Zoom. It did a lot for everything.
Yeah. But it just
everything.
Hey, Ian, let me ask you this question. Do you believe with 5 games in, I think that's a good enough sample size for this year. Do you believe, and I know Shake followed this as well, so I posed it to the whole panel. Do you believe that our offensive line is good enough, or is it a mirage?
no, sir. No, I think this line is legit, Doc. I think, especially with Teron Armstead, and look at the pass rushes that we faced, the fronts that we faced to this point. The Chargers got one of the better front, from a pass rush perspective. Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, virtually both of them erased in the first game. New England with Matthew Judon, we all know what Belichick's fronts pose, right? Was what virtually, they handled themselves against that front. The Giants, believe it or not, as bad as they are, they have one of the more imposing fronts in the league. Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, etc. Right? Without Teron Armstead, a healthy Teron Armstead handled himself well. And I think this line is legit. I think this line.
I want to before I want to put in my little 2 cents. I'll add this: the offensive line is legit as long as Tua is there, because at the end of the day, I'm seeing a lot of the no sacks. It has
That's
a lot to do with Tua. Number one, his instinct. Number 2, his pre-snap. And number 3, I noticed that there's been a couple of times where I'll see him run out the pocket and just throw the ball away. He's not holding on to the ball like he used to. So I think he's making Tua making the smart decisions is making that offense look a little bit better than what it is. Because I guarantee you, Skylar Thompson was there. No shot at no shots at Skylar Thompson and Mike White. Boy. They would have been sacked a few more times than Tua did.
So
it helps.
I agree with that. I guess so. Let me pose this question a different way. Is our offensive line a good offensive line? Is it a function of Tua and Mike McDaniels?
But Doc, I think it's a
I
little
think
bit of it.
it's
I think it's a
more
little
like
bit of everything.
70-30,
Yeah.
Doc.
No, I think it's a little bit of everything, and you can that can be, you can say that about any coach. It's every coach schemes and designs things. Doc, you know this better than anybody. Schemes and designs things to help out aspects of your offense, right? When you got a player, a wide receiver that might not be able to separate might not be the shiftiest guy. Okay, I'm gonna talk about receiver. You would know this better than anybody. If you got a guy with a skill set that's a big body guy, possession receiver guy, catch radius guy, high point to football guy, but he might need help consistently getting off the line and separating. Well, what do you do as a coach to help that guy out? Well, what you do is you run stacks, you run trips, you run, bunch formations, right? That way guys can't get their hands on them and delay their release off the line of scrimmage. You know that better than anybody. But similar to the O-line, you're supposed to develop a concept, a scheme, a structure around your O-lineman that fits their skill sets, as well as the quarterback, right? You design concepts that the quarterback is able to get the ball out of their hands quicker. That way your linemen don't have to hold up as long. It goes hand in hand. I think it's a little bit of everything. But very good point, Shake. Tua is a big part of why the O-line is as efficient as they are, and vice versa. So I think at the end of the day, to answer the question, it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's like what you call it. It's like lightning in a bottle. It's like the perfect formula, almost.
So, because I want to know, for me, to the point that we had this discussion earlier, like when people say win against Philadelphia next week, I want to win the game, but I don't. No, I don't give a damn because I see us getting to the playoffs. What we know about the playoffs is the margins for error shrink.
Yeah, dramatically.
All right.
It does.
Yes.
You
So
can't
I'm
make the same
wondering,
mistakes you did against the
yes.
Giant and win a playoff
So
game.
I'm wondering if our offensive line is going to be playoff ready.
Yeah.
Or does Isaiah Wynn get exposed in the playoffs because he has stepped up his game? I mean, you're talking about a guy who played tackle for the last 2 or 3 years, and now he's playing guard. You're talking about Austin Jackson, who has been off injured. So while I don't want to, one of the things that I don't like it from some Dolphin fans, but it is a thing of, is this a mirage? And eventually we regress to the mean.
Well, I want to point out two things. I really, honestly, I'm not really concerned about the Philadelphia game. If you look at New England Patriots in their dynasty run, most of their losses, they only had like 4 losses. Most of their losses came to NFC teams. The teams I want is the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, because not only are they conference games, but they're potential tiebreakers if we come play playoff seeding. So at the end of the day, I think those games are more important than an NFC team. I put more emphasis. I still want to beat the Chiefs, but I'm just saying though, the Eagles, but I'd rather put more emphasis on being in the conference teams than the NFC teams. If that makes sense.
The only thing that I want to see us, if we lose to the Philadelphia or Kansas City, it's there's no knock on that. I just want to see us have some balls against them. You know what I mean? I don't want to see a playoff. If we lose a hard-fought game and they got the ball last and they go down and kick the field goal and win the game, bet I can deal with that. But
or we got screwed by the referees.
Right. But I don't want to see another Buffalo response.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Because to me, with Buffalo, they just came out and beat our ass. I don't want to
Yeah.
hear nothing about no scheme, no nothing. Vic Fangio's defense. They just said we are the AFC East kings, and we're gonna show your ass today, and that was it. And
Right.
that's
Sometimes you just
where
gotta
I
line
want
up.
to see us stand up. If
Mm-hmm.
we lose the hard fought game, you just deal with that. You know what I mean? But somebody just kicking your ass, kind of like I'm gonna do EM. That's a whole different. That's a
Use a
whole
hoe for that.
different.
You know, use a hoe for
That's a
that.
whole. That's a whole. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't disappointed that we lost to Buffalo. I was really disappointed in the way that it happened, though. Like, you
Yeah,
just
that you. I mean, if we lose, don't get me wrong, that's going to be a deal because we all want to win. We think we can win. We think we got the team to get to the Super Bowl and win and compete with any team, but you can't be getting blown out. I
right.
mean, I'm with you, Doc.
Yeah.
You got to at least show that you got a seat at the table. You know what I mean? That's the baseline. You got to at least show that that all of this money that you've invested, draft picks you've invested, time, coaching, bringing in these high end coaching staff, on all sides except maybe the exception of special teams. You got to show we need
Oh
to get a
shit.
return on that investment. You got to be showing that. You can't be pulling up, getting blown out and 48-20 and 38-10. And no, you can't do that. You got to show you at least deserve a seat at the table, that you are on the playing field of these upper echelon teams. But you got to go out there and execute. See, the talent is there. You just got to execute.
That's true.
How much? How
You
much?
can't.
Because me and Lewis had this discussion, and I'll ask the panel. I'm willing to give Vic Fangio to week 8 to get the defense together. Crypto and EM and Shake. How much time are you guys willing to give them?
I'm willing to give him the year.
I've already.
Well, you
Mine's was.
well, well. As long as I'm my bad, crypto. Go ahead, bro.
See, I look at it different because I think these players are smart and they're intelligent, and you get enough one-on-ones. You got practices. I look at it like in the terms of hours, not necessarily games. I think enough hours have been practiced cumulatively to figure out the defense that need to be played. Given that we're not playing a team full of rookies. If it was like majority of the bulk of the great talent on this team was all rookies versus veterans and seasoned personnel, then I would see giving them more games. But since they're not all the core guys and our top high level guys are not rookies and they've been playing in this league for a while.
You you
Mm-hmm.
you done, crypto, or did he cut out?
He cut out.
Oh, okay.
Because I would ask. So I would ask Crypto this question: when you say I'm gonna give these players hours, I would suggest, and I heard this conversation earlier, that you've played in the Chris Greer Boyer defense for 4 years for Christian Wilkins, Zach Sealer, et cetera. And now you're in a whole different scheme, whole different way of thinking about defense. I guess that's where what I want to know from you guys is that enough? Well, that's why I'm posing the question: how long, considering that we ran a certain type of defense for 4 years?
Well, I think me
But yeah, go ahead, Ian.
No, go
as
ahead and
long as
finish, Crypto. We
yeah,
didn't hear
yeah,
you.
crypto. You never did finish. You cut out, bro.
I was basically saying the hours I think they played enough hours to the point where they've been practicing at it, going at it one-on-ones and even joint practices and things like that, and then have 5 games already played in live action against a teams that's diverse enough. like the Bills, Chargers, even the Broncos. You can throw them in there. Like different styles and different type of offenses to give you enough where there's not enough teams that we're going to be playing that's drastically different from our first five, anyways. Other than you could say exception of the Eagles, but other than that, I think we played enough variety of teams to warrant that. You know, you pretty much off a leash now. We had enough time already. So I
Well,
don't think it should take that long.
well, you know, I'm gonna give Vic Fangio the benefit of the doubt. As long as you're seeing incremental improvement, right? Like we saw, obviously we were at our worst. You know, the first game, really the defense only really played terrible. Really, the first game with the Chargers and then against Buffalo, and again, it's alarming because it's concerning because those are the two considered to be two of the playoff caliber teams. But as long as you're seeing incremental improvement, I'm willing to be patient with Vic Fangio based off his track record and based off his cachet he's built up in the league. And I understand the process of learning a new system. I get it. Applying new techniques, right? Learning new coverages and terminology and all of that. It takes time for everybody to get on the same page, but you can't have too many more drop-offs like in Buffalo and like the Chargers. You can't. I, two is enough in this season. It's you can't be that bad. You can't be that inept on Sunday. You can't get out coached to that level like you saw in them two games. Considering where we are, trying to load up and position ourselves to make get to the postseason, ultimately make a long playoff run. So the worst hopefully is behind us. But as long as we're gradually getting better, I'm willing to, as long as we're playing, at our very best in December, January, and hopefully February, I'm willing to give Vic Fangio all the patience in the world.
I would just say that rote memory is a real thing, and the Dolphins' defensive players, whether the core Dolphin defense, and when you think about the core, you're talking about Jerome Baker, you're talking about Holland, you're talking about X, you're talking about Christian Wilkins, etc., Chubb to some degree, Steeler. When I look at, when I talk about rote memory, when you've been I played in one offense in college. I played in a 3-receiver, two back system. 3 tight ends, 3 receivers, that kind of thing in college, and going to the run and shoot in college and in the pros was very, very, very difficult to train my mind to think about what to do in that offense, because I was used to, in college, you didn't have options. You ran a post route. If it was a 9 route was called, you ran a 9. If a 6 was called, a 5, whatever. You didn't make adjustments. You did. We had some routes that were called 97Y option, where I knew that was an option route. But for the most part, if the route was called, you ran that route. When I got to the league and got in the run and shoot, every single route was an option route. There wasn't one route that you said, run a go route, run a slant route, run a this route. It was all predicated on where the DB lines up, what defense they're in, determine what route you ran. And so for me, that took a while for me to adjust to getting my mind to think about what does 16 option mean to me and how I react to that kind of play. And I'm saying that I think that with the Dolphins, when you come from a total like the Vic Fangio scheme, and you guys may correct me if I'm wrong, but I see the Vic Fangio scheme and the Brian Flores / Boyer scheme as totally different to what they've been used to been doing. Hence why I think I'm willing to give them a preseason and 8 to 9 games in the season to really figure it out.
And that's fair, Doc. That's fair because we all know. I mean, think about going back to last year, early on in the season. To use Mike McDaniel's words, not mine. He said, because it took him a while to get up to speed, players to get acclimated to the teachings of Mike McDaniel and his staff, and the offense was not at its peak early on for the first quarter of the season, which is why he made the statement, "We're still a defensive-driven team until proven otherwise." So yeah, taking that into consideration, we all know the process of learning new teachings from a new head coach or whatever. That's what's going on with Fangio. It's going to take time for these players to get up on the same page. And again, as long as we're seeing incremental improvement, and hopefully the worst that we've seen to this point, the Charger game and the Bills game, hopefully that's the worst we'll ever see this year, and they can they can truly get better and learn from those two games, right? And we're gradually getting better, incrementally getting better. I'm willing to extend as much grace as needed as long as we get to December or January, and this defense, I have no questions about the offense, from a scheme standpoint, from an operation standpoint, but I have no questions about about the offense, but the defense, as long as they get up to speed and get, to where as consistent that the offense is, I'm willing to stay. As long as we're at that level, December, January, hopefully February, I'm willing to extend as much grace as needed, bro. So
let me ask you this: in an offense-driven league, do you summarily blame the defense if you lose 31-27?
Shout out to Insanity 5 in the building, by the way.
Oh, hey, drop that link real quick. That's royalty right there, Shake. Drop that link real quick. Finsanity, how you? Salute. Get up here. Drop that link, Shake. But I'm sorry. What was that, Doc? Go ahead. My bad.
I was just saying that, a dominant in defense would hold a team to 14 back in the day. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What does a dominant defense hold a team to today?
You under 20?
Yeah, well, 20. I think. I think 20. I think 20 and under. 20 and under.
20 and under.
But see, you know what, Doc? I look at it from this perspective, though.
Yeah.
It's based off the talent that Fangio or a coordinator has at his disposal, right? When you've got, once Jalen Ramsey gets back, obviously, Javon Holland, highest graded safety in the league, Deshaun Elliott, a top 15 safety in the league. We all know what Xavier Howard brings. Jalen Phillips, we all know he needs refinement, but he's a productive player. Christian Wilkins, Styler, etc. We all know the cast of characters. We all agreed coming into the season on paper, at least on paper, that we had the talent level to be a top 5 unit on that side of the football.
That's what I was trying to ask. That's the question I'm trying to ask right there. You just did. Do we have enough on defense?
Talent-wise, again, Doc, we had this conversation the other night, right? Talent-wise, they're proven because we've seen under Flores, under a certain, I know it's a different format, right? New scheme, new terminology, wholly different, not completely, but different application. But we've seen the talent perform at a high level under the Brian Flores / Josh Boyer, under their teachings. We've seen it. So the talent has proven under a certain format, if you deploy this talent in this way, they can give you top 10 level production. They're proven. So to piggyback off your point, I have no question about the talent because we've seen it perform at a high level just, under his predecessor. Now the question is, can Vic Fangio get this unit? Can they gel and get on the same page? And collectively, can they, get on the same page? And that way we can get the same results that Brian Flores, or even better results that Brian Flores as well as Josh Boyer got.
So, EM, my question, with that being said, was even though they play under
Hey,
Brian
hold
Flores.
on, real
Can you
quick,
hear me?
hold on. Before you do, man, like you said, we got some royalty in the building. What's going on?
Thank you, Shake. I really appreciate that.
What's
Insanity.
going?
How
Hey,
you doing,
mama, how you
Ian? How you
doing? How
doing,
you
King?
doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Hey guys, how are you all? Crypto, Mr. Reggie Brown,
good.
Lewis, my guy Shake. How are you, Shake?
What's good,
You know, another
Fancy?
beautiful
How
day
you
is the
doing?
Munda.
You still saying that, Shake? You still
Hell
saying
yeah.
that?
Damn right.
Funny how Lewis automatically show up.
Yeah.
I've been saying
That
that for like what
that
since
that
TD
that that
started his
that
channel.
man been asleep. All of a sudden,
that that
Finsanity pop up. Oh, he back up on the panel now. Okay, I
what
see
what
you.
He wide
Stop.
awake now.
But I
what
can't say I blame you though. I can't say I
well,
blame you.
well, you want me to tell you why? And I'm sorry to cut you off and saying that you have the
Yeah,
floor,
you're
but
perfectly fine, sir.
at least now I can talk. At least I can talk to someone else that's knowledgeable about the game. You see what I'm saying? Why would I want to be up here with you, clown?
Yeah.
I'm honored. I am
Hey,
so
hey, I
humbled.
said I can't blame you. I said I can't blame you. I ain't hating, bro. I'm not hating.
Hey, just go ahead and tell him, man. Just say it, man.
Oh, what's that? Pull
He's
up
a hoe
on
for
that. Yeah.
he's a hoe for that.
Oh, my
Thank
bad.
you.
Well, that's a given. You already know. That's a given.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
can y'all give Insanity the floor, please, man? Go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, he's a hoe for that.
Thank you, Shake Money. Thank you.
Listen, I'm just here to join y'all conversation. What are you guys talking about?
So we were just,
Oh, my bad, Doc. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just posing the question, Miss Finsanity. When do you say Vic Fangio's defense is not working? I've said I'm gonna give him 8 games. Lewis, I think, is on record of saying, at least I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's seen enough and it should be better right now. And I think Crypto and EM are somewhere in the middle of all of those. How long are you willing to give Fangio to get the defense right?
Personally, and it's funny because I was just talking about this, and I said I have 2 names for you, and that those 2 names are Jalen Ramsey. We need to see what it's going to look like with the healthy Jalen Ramsey in it. I think that his scheme was set up to have Ramsey on one side and next on the other side. I feel like we do struggle when we tend to have when we've gone against teams that have had 2 competent wide receivers because, as you see, they are keeping X out of the game respectfully because he deserves it. And they have been attacking what I would see as our left side of the field. So personally for me, I know we have issues with our pass rush. I would say that is, because we have had Jalen Phillips in and out of the lineup. We have not had a steady front, what I would call our front 4 lineup. We have seen Sealer and what Wilkins come along now with in the run game, which looks and a little bit better. But I feel like I want to see what it's going to look like as a complete product, not a we're trying to patch one side or we're trying to compensate on another side. And I mean, I've seen, you guys talk about the various players that you guys would like to see instead of certain players, and I understand that, but I think what Fangio is doing, and I was talking to my father about this, yeah, we could blitz more and we could do a lot more, but these guys have to be ready to go once Jalen is back. So they do have to go through these struggles in these what's in. We can change the scheme, but you need these guys to know what it's going to be like when Jalen's in there, so that comfortability is there. We do know what a healthy Jalen Ramsey is going to present and bring to this defense. And when you think about the linebackers, the front 4, even in the safeties in the backfields, they still have to understand their assignments and go through the struggle right now. And it doesn't look good on tape. A lot of us are frustrated with it because we were expecting more. But one thing that he has taught me, back in the later years, it takes time to implement a new system. These guys are not, just zero blitzing like they did before, and it's quick sack after quick sack after quick sack. You feel me? It's pressure after pressure after pressure. Now it's some coverage, and I think that in the long run, it's going to make them better. They do. Sometimes you have to struggle to get better. Sometimes you have to go through that fire like iron sharpens iron. And it can't always be blitz, 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 blitz. Because if you go up against like, the Eagles offensive line or the 49ers offensive line, it doesn't matter if you blitz or not, you got to still be able to cover in the playoffs. Or if we see those guys in the Super Bowl, those guys got to be ready to do that. So I would have to say, after all that ranting and all that breakdown of whatever, once Jalen's back and healthy, and we've gotten some weeks with Jalen in there, back there, let's see what it looks like.
And you know what?
That's a very good point.
And the thing about Lewis, and hold on, let me say something real quick. And the thing about what Fansanity is saying, I can't think. Can you think of a better team when this defense played better when it was Ramsey, not Ramsey, it was Xavier Howard and Byron Jones at the same time? You can't think of a time where they played better than that.
Yeah, but the one thing I would say
I got
to
a
that
question.
though, to that, Shake, the only thing I would say, and Finsanity, let me just say this. I think you were spot on with your assessment, but please do me a favor in future reference. Don't say EM taught you nothing. You better than that, Finsanity. You way better than that, Finsanity.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You could have definitely left out that EM taught you anything.
Hey, on top
Insanity. Don't listen to these goddamn haters. You hear me? Don't listen to these hating ass niggas.
Hey, Miss Insanity, I will also say to Lewis' point, I ain't talking to these dummies no more. I'm only talking to you because Lewis was exactly right. They don't know football. But let me say this. I will give you this because I heard Lewis say this earlier, and when you and I would give him some pushback of saying, well, X should have took Diggs, but that would have left Cater to Gabe Davis, who
Gabe Davis is known for getting 200-yard games on people.
Right,
He
who
did
would
it in
have
the
still
playoffs.
cooked him. So it wouldn't have made a difference.
It wouldn't have made no difference at all.
It wouldn't have made a difference. So Lewis ain't know what the hell he was talking about when he said that.
Well,
my
no,
point
hold on.
but let me just finish what she took. Her
And that definitely ain't nothing new. He definitely known for don't know what the hell he's talking about.
First of all, hold on real quick, Doc, because what Shake Money was saying about what you seen the production from Byron Jones and Xavier Howard, right? Again, I get that. I get Shake's point, and he's not wrong. But remember, a lot of that what came against man press. And what I don't like, again, Finsanity's right. We got to see what this defense looks with Jalen Ramsey. I agree with that. But this is the only pushback I would have. Jalen Ramsey being on the field, for me, and me and EM, we've had private conversations. We talked about this. I just don't like this soft zone that we're playing. So if you're telling me if Jalen Ramsey is still going to be 5, 7, 9 yards off the ball, all they're going to do is run 6, 7 yard hitches or 5, 6 yard slants. And it's kind of what Doc's point was when he first came up here. This is a bend, don't break defense. We're going to give up a lot of yards from the 20 to the 20, and then we're going to try to force you to kick field goals instead of 7. And again,
hope you make a mistake in the red zone.
That can work, but just for me, what I like, I hate this soft zone we're playing, and that's the only pushback I would have from saying, like, what do you think? Again, I think it's a great point about Jalen Ramsey, but Jalen Ramsey 9 yards off the ball ain't fixing our problems. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, what's up? Hey, Todd, a nice win on Saturday. I forgot you guys didn't win. My bad.
I would say this.
Todd Mo Bruto. Hey, Todd, salute, man. Long time, bro.
All I got to do is say, Miss Finsanity, it was 2 of us talking, and you show up, and now we got a whole damn panel. So kudos to you. You must.
Hey, man. Hey,
she's the best part of the show.
Hey, Finsanity is that girl. You didn't know, Doc? If you didn't know, you should. Finsanity is that girl.
Now I know.
Oh yeah. Hey,
absolutely
you're a legend.
Not. Absolutely not.
She's the GOAT.
She's been cooking. She's been cooking EM since I've been watching. That's all I know.
No. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. No props for that. Pete Cook, EM.
Oh,
so
damn.
Damn, he cooked EM. Damn, that's crazy.
People's
Well,
cooking
Miss
EM.
Benz is in the chat. That's like my whole. That's like my best friend.
Well, Miss Benz too. Hey, you might as well. Hey, drop that link
Go ahead,
again.
Miss
Shape.
Fins.
That should
Hey,
be dropped.
yeah.
Way to go, Miss
Miss
Fins.
Benz. Miss Benz is the goat. Miss Benz is the goat.
Do you think anything happens at the trade deadline?
Not anything significant. I don't think a Jalen Ramsey type trade is in the works. Again, you never know with Chris Greer, but I
was
just
gonna
think
say that.
I
Chris
would
Greer
love
said-
for him to get Surtain because I think that would lock us up in the future.
Oh,
in our secondary.
I would love that, but dude, I mean, you can make it work technically because, well,
But it's the compensation Denver's going to ask for.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Denver is a Denver is a rebuilding franchise. Ain't no way in the hell they're gonna get rid of that cornerstone.
You wouldn't.
Right. And
You
plus, he's too
want
young.
out.
He's young enough.
You wouldn't give a first round pickup for arguably the best cornerback in football. You wouldn't do that.
I would, EM. That's not what I said. See, that's the way the internet works. People hear what they want to hear. I don't think it's only going to be.
I agree with you on that. He never listen.
I don't think it's only going to be a first round pick, is what I'm saying. I think they would come asking more.
I just think it would be beautiful with him, Smith, and Cater as the future in our secondary. Ramsey could play next to Holland as a safety and come up in the box and everything.
You got to remember too that Ramsey at remember he's at the same stage as Ramsey, and Ramsey fetched 2 or 3 first round picks.
Well, it was two.
Well, Lewis, you got to keep that same energy because you said Jonathan Taylor is the first round pick. Surtain would be the first round pick.
Get him, Doc. Put your foot on his goddamn neck,
and also,
Doc.
I was on the record saying that Indy. I was also the only one in the fan base say Indy was going to mend that relationship too. I got flack for it. And
he always talking about hypocrisy, right? Ain't that what he always talking about?
Favorite word.
First of all, Finsanity, cover your ears because sometimes you gotta set hoes straight real quick. The fact of the matter is, I didn't say I wasn't willing to give up a first round for Patrick Surtain, but just like I was with Jonathan Taylor, let's say it's 2 first rounds and Christian Wilkins, or 2 first rounds and Jalen Phillips, I'm not willing to give up that. Or if it's 2 first rounds and Jalen Waddle, I'm not willing to give that up. And again, we could play in this fantasy world.
You was willing to give up everything for Jonathan Taylor, though.
Come on, Doc. Stop, Doc.
Now I'm willing to give up. If we could get Surtain and their nose tackle DJ, I would give up Wilkins in the trade.
Hey, I'd send. Listen, I'd send a first.
Y'all know
hey,
well how
I'm sending. I'm sending
he
a first.
lowballs everybody in every deal, so it ain't happening.
Hey,
I'm telling you right now.
I would be willing. I would be willing to send a first. I'd be willing to send Cam Smith. Right, package him up, pack him up, get him up out of here, and I'd throw something else in terms of other draft compensation.
But see, here's the thing: I would want to find a way to keep Cam because that's our future right there. You know what I mean?
Him and Patrick Surtain. I mean, they're like a year apart.
We could play the
we still don't know what the hell Cam Smith is capable of doing. Do you really know? Are we sure that he's the future?
I'm not sure.
Yes,
you're never sure.
Absolutely, he is.
But the way he played, where he doesn't make the same mistake twice as Fangio would say, I do like that. He learns quick. He's a hitter. I would take the chance on that being the future.
I hate when we do this. Todd, first thing he said was he brought up the Patrick Surtain and he said he would love to see it. Well, guess what? I would love to wake up tomorrow and have won the lottery. I played, but that's not in the cards. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
I try to caution everybody to brace for impact. That's like I did with the Jonathan Taylor situation.
Hang on.
I try to tell everybody brace for impact.
Hang on, real quick. Well, you can't automatically jump to the conclusion that this is off the table. Who the fuck knew that Tyreek Hill was a possibility? We had just gave out
because
hang on, crypto. God damn it, I'm not done yet.
I'm telling you,
hang on.
Turn up, Crypto.
Hey, we just gave a sizable contract to Cedric Wilson in free agency, right? Nobody even thought nobody thought that
It
he
wasn't
was
that
thinking about
big.
Tyreek Hill, and all of a sudden, boom, the trade goes down. So all I'm saying
You
is,
want to
yeah,
know
more.
why? Because
Hang
nobody in
on,
the Dolphins fan base was clamoring for it. It's a bad omen. Every
hang
time we
on.
clamor for somebody, it
Here,
never happens. When
bad,
we don't clamor
I
for
see your
somebody, that's
point.
when it
bad
happens.
omens.
I see your
That is
point,
true.
Crypto. I see
Bad,
your
It
point,
never
bad
Crypto.
omens.
happens.
Stop it.
Most
Listen, I'm
times.
saying,
It
is
always
it likely?
No,
happens
no,
every
No,
time
no.
we
Hang
clamor
on,
for
hang on, hang on.
somebody.
Hang on. Is it likely? Is it likely? No. But don't
No.
just sit here and say it ain't. There's
I'm just going
100%
in off
not a
trends.
possibility. Knowing how Chris Greer loves to
Nobody
make
clamored for Ramsey
splash
or Hill.
trades, bro.
Nobody.
And,
Most
It just
often,
again,
And he
happened.
loves
and
players
It
again,
from
organically
Alabama.
happened.
and again, who knew we was gonna get Jalen Ramsey, and we just drafted
Because it's
a corner in the
organic and
second round.
nobody
He did put
jujued
some
it.
stuff out there.
That's the point.
He did put some stuff out there.
So all I'm saying is it likely? Is it more likely? No, but don't sit here and just say, "Oh, what are we talking about?" Like it's not a possibility. Knowing how Chris Greer, how aggressive he is in terms of trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we known that Chris Greer is always lowballing and never known for taking the
Exactly.
house off the market. So
Exactly.
based
That
on his pattern and his behavior, that's why I can affirmatively
So
say it ain't happening.
So that okay, well that's your opinion, but you don't know what the hell you know the Broncos are asking for him. You don't know what type of compensation that they've discussed if they have been
I knew
negotiating.
that eventually Indy was. I knew that I had a very strong sense that Indy was gonna mend that relationship with Jonathan Taylor, and
And
I
then
got flack for that.
and then on top of that, if the price is right, Chris Greer has proven Chris Greer is not a cheap GM. He don't give a fuck about price. If he thinks the age, the production on the field matches up,
Yeah,
he don't
but
give
he
a
never
damn about
matches that. He never
compensation.
matched. The
How
problem
much did
is
he
he
give
never
up?
matches what
How
the
much did
other
he give
team
up
is
to?
asking.
How much did he give up for Tyreek Hill? Didn't he give a goddamn first round pick for Bradley Chubb? He don't give a damn
That was
about
basically
compensation.
a second round pick.
EM, let
What are
me
you
ask you a
talking
question.
about,
That first
Crypto?
rounder amounted to a second rounder.
EM, let me ask you a
It was the
question.
29th pick in the first round.
Don't worry about that, Crypto, because EM wanted to bring up how I always use hypocrisy. It's funny how situations arise and hypocrisy is upon us. EM, me and you, private conversations, right? What is looking at the way the team is currently constructed, right? Who's our biggest investment of the team right now, moving forward in years? Well, who's that investment on?
That's Tua.
It's Tua. Didn't you tell me that we need to, again, even if we have to sacrifice some of these defensive players, i.e.
Absolutely.
Christian, so but now we're gonna trade assets and players to go get a defensive player? Is that what you're telling me?
Listen, see, you don't listen, Lewis. That's your goddamn problem, right?
Yeah.
You don't listen.
Get him. Turn up, Lewis. Turn up.
You
Turn
don't.
up,
God
Lewis.
is motherfucking ass.
Hey, you don't fucking listen. What did I tell you? I just said, is it likely? No, but y'all, you in Finsanity in crypto, y'all are automatically dismissive of the idea and acting like there's no possibility. And I'm just telling y'all,
I'll give you 0.5%.
I am just telling you,
I'll be fair.
I am just telling you,
it's a 0.5% chance we get him.
I am just telling you, based off the track record of Chris Greer, proving how aggressive he is, and if the player, the age, the player, the production on the field, all are aligned, he don't mind paying, a hefty premium for acquiring any player, and especially in a year that we are all pushing our chips in the middle of the table, trying to make a deep playoff run.
And I would say that the chances that Chris Greer makes a major move is greater than the chance that he doesn't make a move at all. Because the dude has proven he will make a move.
So yeah, and in terms of bro, y'all shouldn't again. Chris Greer lowball. Chris Greer don't mind paying for certain positions, right? He just lowballs and he don't like paying a hefty premium for the running back position. The man made the investment in terms of he made back-to-back years, right? That same position, cornerback position, the two highest paid guys that they're in the NFL in back-to-back years, right? He for pass rush, Bradley Chubb traded away a first-round pick to acquire him. 18th overall.
Hold up.
18th
That was pure appeasement.
A first and a third. 18th overall pick for Jalen Phillips. He don't mind paying for certain positions, and cornerback happens to be that one. So for y'all to be sitting here saying that, 100%, there is no way. Fuck out of here with that. Y'all need to
And hey,
reevaluate and reassess the situation.
Surtain would fix 2 positions
Get your
for us.
hopes up high and be crushed again.
No, I'm not gonna get crushed if we don't get him. But I'm saying that would fix 2 positions. That would be an outside corner, and you could move Ramsey to the safety and move him around next to Holland, which is another thing Fangio's wanted.
So who's going to play? So you're keeping Cam Smith. So your boundaries are going to be Cam Smith and Patrick Surtain?
In the future, this year you'll have X. Next year, I don't think X is on the team. I'm sorry, I don't think
That's
he
what
will
I'm
be.
saying. So in the future, you're moving along with Patrick Surtain and Cam Smith as your boundary
Yeah,
corners.
yep. With Cater in the middle, and you'll have Holland and Ramsey in the deep safety.
I just don't see a move like that. I mean,
Is it likely?
My question
No. Is it likely?
Is the rest
No.
of the NFL team's sole purpose is to serve the Miami Dolphins?
Yes. I'm glad you know that now.
What the hell does that? What are you talking about, Crypto? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because
Yes,
we
ma'am.
always come up with crazy scenarios on every team has to collapse just to serve our purpose.
Crypto. The listen. The queen is speaking. Let the queen have the floor.
Crypto's fine. Crypto, you're great. If you're going to say in the same breath that it's not likely, then why are you coming down on us for just basically stating that that it's not a likely scenario for us? And hold up one second. I got a follow up. You know, I always got a follow up question for you. You know, I got to pick your brain while I got it. The way that our defense is right now, right? None of us are like 100% happy. Think, you know, that this is a Super Bowl defense, right? What teams in the AFC do you think that it would be more of a shootout scenario that we can, you know, outscore? That would be a playoff team. Because, I mean, I'm not even thinking about what the Eagles defense is going to be or the 49ers defense is going to be right now. That's Super Bowl, you know, or bust at that moment. Like, you got to just leave everything on the field. But, like, in the AFC playoffs, what teams do you think we do have the ability to outscore with our defense as it is constructed right now?
All of them.
All of them. I agree. I'm just that confident on that side of the football. Now, again, we talked about earlier, you know, the defense, you know, we need a little more time for it to get, you know, to get caught up to speed. But I mean, I think we're equipped talent wise. Now that you add on that side of the football, you know, now you add Chase Claypool in the mix to already what you have. We already know what Achane brings, and we see how devastating the running game can be. Insanity. I mean, I might sound like a homer here, but I think we are equipped, and I mean that. Even without going and get Patrick Surtain, and you know, once Jalen Ramsey, I thought that was an excellent point because I tend to forget that we got this arguably the best cornerback in football coming back here in another month. I tend to forget about that, right? So when he gets there overall, I mean, you know, we can project his impact. We all know what he meant to Jacksonville. We all know what the Rams, you know, what they became when they acquired him. I think he's going to have a similar impact on this defense. But I'm with Doc, you know, any team. I don't fear any team. I think we are well equipped to put up as many points as we see fit against any defense in the AFC.
And that's now that Buffalo has
I don't think it's a matter of
lost
fearing
players.
the opponent. You just got to play those 3 hours of football.
I think the Buffalo game,
as long as we're healthy. As long as we're healthy.
I think the Buffalo game, we missed our center more than anything.
True.
100%.
Also, because I think
But to be fair, Eichenberg played from the very first snap, and we still managed to put up 20
think
points.
Deshaun Elliott was the bigger loss, if you ask me. But that's just my opinion.
But
I mean, he was huge. He was huge, but
then I think he switched. He put Brandon Jones back there instead of Javon Holland, which was a big mistake.
Agreed. I
here's
agree
the
with
other
that as
thing.
well, Shane.
Here's the other thing I think we're missing is that as quiet as it kept, our offense is still evolving as well. Like, we haven't got to the point where we even really know what our offense is because Mike McDaniels is still maturing and figuring it all out with all of these toys. And I suspect that by week 10 or 12, our offense is going to look a whole lot different then than it does now, considering what do we do with Claypool? How does Ezukama, if he comes back, what is his role? What is Berrios' role? How does that expand or contract? So we are really a team that's going to be defined in the week 12, 13, and 14, not week 6, 7, and 8. Because I don't
Hey,
know.
I got a question because we're trying to say we're going to give everybody a millennia or their first time with anybody
Look,
playing
here
against on the
here goes
team.
crypto.
Hey, so here's my question: When Vic Fangio was
You
the
a hoe.
coach of the when Vic Fangio was the coach of the Broncos, who was the equivalent player on that team to Jalen Ramsey
Which team?
when he was coaching any with the? Let's go with all the teams.
Champ Bailey.
Who was the equivalent player that's just as good or better than Jalen Ramsey on that team?
Champ Bailey
What?
with Disney.
What?
Champ Bailey when he was with Denver early.
What was Rod Woodson part of that Baltimore team with Ray Lewis when he was there?
Wait. Okay, crypto.
What,
I'm sorry, bro. What'd you say? Can you repeat that real quick, bro? My bad.
like as far as the cornerback, because we're clamoring for Ramsey to be here with him, since like apparently he needs all-star talent to be effective as a coach. So who was Denver's equivalent to
Turn
Jalen
up,
Ramsey?
crypto. Turn up.
Who said he needs all-star talent to be
But that's
successful?
that's the notion that I'm getting, as if he can't coach Walmart players. Like I won't say the name of that coach that was able to get the best out of
Brian
Walmart
Flores.
employees. But apparently this
Well,
particular coach we got now needs an all-star cast in order to be effective. So
well,
who
Talk
was
to
the
him, crypto.
equivalent? Who was the equivalent of Jalen Ramsey on Denver Broncos and the Chicago Bears team?
what Home Depot employees was Flores coaching at the cornerback position?
Nick
And what
Needle.
teams
Nick
were
Needle.
they
The,
beating with their home time
the,
with all of that
the,
defense? What teams were they beating? Also, by the
and
way,
they
Flores
was beating
always had
NFL
top flight.
teams.
It's the reason why Flores made that investment at that position. He always had top
They
flight cornerback play.
they was beating NFL teams,
He
Doc, to that
he
to that
he he
question. They
didn't
had a
because
create.
full
they
He
were
didn't.
schedule.
beating teams like in that
They was
and let me just make this in
He didn't
that
create Nick
end of
Needle.
the year
yeah, they was
run.
beating they was beating the same teams that Fangio just beat,
So
the
y'all, so
Giants.
you ain't
Yeah, they
gonna
was
say
beating
that.
those same
So
caliber teams.
when we beat the Giants and when we beat the
Yeah, the
Panthers
same
this
style
week, you ain't
teams.
gonna say nothing about the teams we playing. You ain't gonna make that
Of
argument, right?
course. That's not my
You a
point. And
hoe
my
for that,
That
point
was
Doc.
is
the point. That was the point when
who was the
Get him,
Jalen
Doc.
Flores
Ramseys
was
of that
being all of
team?
them
Get
bombs.
him, Doc. Put
That
your
was
Who
the
foot
was the
on
point
his
when
Jalen
goddamn
Ramseys
neck.
of
Flores
the team?
didn't play not one win,
Oh
but played
yeah.
for
Turn up,
one winning
crypto.
That
team.
same team
Okay.
Flores took into New England when he
Oh
was
yeah,
4-11
turn up.
and beat a playoff
Turn up,
team
crypto.
that had a lot
turn
to
up.
play with and on the line and shut down Tom Brady. That team that had everything to play for with everything on the line when we
Turn
had
up,
nothing
goddammit.
to play for. That same team, he took those Walmart type employees in Gillette Stadium, mind you, late in the season in December and beat
What
that
did
team.
they
So
do to what
don't
did they
tell
do
me,
the
Put
two
don't
him
weeks
to
tell me he
sleep,
didn't
before
beat
that?
no
crypto. Put
team
him
What
to
of
did they do
sleep.
the
importance.
2 weeks
Don't
before
tell
that?
me that he didn't beat
What
a
did they
team
do
of
the 2 weeks
importance.
before that?
Don't tell me that
They
he
got
didn't beat
their
a
ass
team
whooped
of
2 weeks
importance.
before that. And then the
It
next
don't
year,
matter.
the
You
next
you
year
you
they
try to use
beat
the
nothing
argument
but
that he didn't beat a
well
quality team when it mattered, and I just explained to you that he
no, you
did.
said they beat
Turn up,
one
He
team.
crypto.
did.
Turn
I
up,
Forget
know,
the
crypto.
I
That's
know
Panthers
that's the
damn
game.
point,
well.
and
I
that's
know
not
damn well. I know.
the point, and that's not the point I'm making as far as Champ Bailey or all the people
Crypt-
that you think of that Fangio need in order to
Turn
be
up,
effective as a head
goddammit.
coach.
I know damn well crypto ain't gonna sit up here and act a fool in front of Finsanity like that.
Now,
Right.
hey,
I
about
Right.
a
know he
guy
ain't
who
gonna act
needs
a
What?
help.
fool in front of Finsanity
Well,
right now.
she been an
Don't
audience
bring
of the she been a part
don't
of the
Hey,
audience.
hey,
Stop it.
listen.
don't bring me into this.
Hey, listen.
Knock it off.
Crypto is an equal opportunist,
And EM, who drafted Sertain?
right? Crypto.
Wouldn't that be Vic Fangio? I thought.
Yep.
Yeah, that's his guy.
Yeah,
No, that was
yeah.
John
That's
Elway's guy. That's John Elway that drafted him.
No, okay. Right.
Hey, supposedly that's how it works. So wait a minute. So is Tua a Brian Flores guy?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just want to see if the same energy applies.
Got to
Oh,
put
okay.
that
All
out
right.
there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Make
It
sure you put that
applies. It
on
applies
wax.
here. It applies here.
Yeah,
No,
Absolutely.
it don't apply. Flores wanted Jordan Love. Let's not be crazy. He already done said.
Hey, Jordan Love is doing pretty good
Doc. Who want to
where
know
he's
it?
at now.
Benogany, Doc. Who want to know it?
I'm gonna let crypto handle this one. Turn up, crypto. Turn up, goddamn it.
Listen,
Hey, Crypto,
I was
Crypto.
saying all that to say this to see about those DBs that he needed, because
I
if
don't want no
Jalen
smoke.
Ramsey is
I don't want
twice
no
as
smoke,
good
Crypto. I'm just
as
telling you. I don't want no smoke, bro.
you, all right, Doc. You all right,
You
Doc.
don't
I'm
put
just
him to
saying,
sleep anyway, Crypto. Don't worry. You don't put him to
if
sleep.
Jalen Ramsey is as good as all of those Bronco DBs or Bears DBs or maybe even the Ravens, but let's look at this as far as his trend against top level offenses or whatever. Let's just use the last Buffalo game, right? That's not the first outing of success Josh Allen as a quarterback had against his particular defense. And the Broncos didn't have, probably had better cornerbacks at that time than we had without Ramsey. And he still put up 48 points against a better cornerbacks that he had in Denver. So it's not just, an aberration that Fangio's giving up a lot of points against good quarterbacks. He did it again. That's the second 48-point outing against Josh Allen. And Denver probably had better cornerbacks than we had without Ramsey. So what difference would Ramsey would have made in that game had he played? If he already given up 48 points against them before. So we can't keep using the absence of Ramsey as an excuse why Fangio needs a lot of time in order to get his act together.
Nobody is, I don't think anybody, I haven't heard anybody say that, Vic Fangio's just twiddling his thumbs waiting around till Jalen Ramsey back. No, nobody's saying that. But I mean, you can't sit up here and and just not really realize the impact that Jalen Ramsey is going to have overall, crypto, right? So his impact, not only his individual play, but the effect that he's going to have on the players around him. Now you don't have to mix and match, week by week, worrying about who you're going to put on the boundary, whether you put Cater K-Who on the boundary or put him in a nickel. He eliminates all of that uncertainty. He's going to provide elite coverage. His play on the field is going to be second to none, and it's going to allow you to really put the players in the best positions to be successful. So
I do agree with Crypto to the degree of we're putting a lot of hope in a guy who just coming off a serious injury to come and quasi save the defense.
It's an injury. Don't get me wrong, but it's not as serious as a normal knee injury.
But I'm saying the fact that you're out 10 weeks, it's
and
serious.
You coming
enough.
in cold turkey at that moment of the year to try to get.
No, and I understand that, but if you've noticed one thing, he's been on the sidelines watching everything, and he knows the defense. He's a very intelligent guy.
But
he knows the defense.
And I will give him. And that was the argument I was making about a shorter learning curve.
But just said that he's not running and cutting yet.
Yeah, he is. He's been running.
And he's running, but he's not cutting and doing those things.
Those are two totally different things.
Actually, he was running. What was it? They said he was running drills by himself.
Right, but Omar came out and said he hasn't been doing any cutting.
Right.
That kind of stuff. He's just been doing.
Oh, he hasn't doing the cutting yet.
But see, but real quick, let me address crypto real quick, specifically, real quick for a moment. Crypto, okay, you're being here critical of Fangio. Basically, you're saying that he needs elite talent to be successful. But
no, I'm just asking if that's really what he really needs, other than him honing in his 30-year coaching acumen to be able to put together a scheme day by day on a week by week basis based on the players he have in house now. That truly defines what a true good coach is.
Well,
not necessarily waiting around for talent to fall in his lap.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, we sat here, a lot of people, you included, if my memory serves me correctly. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But you were one of the ones that were defending Josh Boyer about, due to the lack, the absence of Byron Jones, as well as injuries to other players in the secondary, to
I
where.
wasn't giving them the injury excuse with Byron.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No,
Okay.
no one gave him. I wasn't giving them the benefit of the doubt as far
Okay.
as Byron
Okay. All right. Well, I'll stand
being
corrected
absent
then.
because he's out from the very start.
Okay. Well. Jalen Ramsey has been out from the very start. So.
Right.
But
So basically, he's got a conventional style personnel set up with X and then the other player filling in for your star player. Now we got the absence of Ramsey,
I don't
where
think it.
Boyer had the absence of his other cornerback. They both had the same starting point in their first full season as Dolphin defensive coordinators.
My point is this. Every coach, no matter offense, defense, special teams, you got to have elite players for you to be successful. That is a fact. Belichick, how many cornerbacks? Again, he was instrumental in development of a lot of the players that came along, but he did go outside, and dip into free agency on occasion and acquire and bring in elite talent, just like they did with Jalen Ramsey. So every every coach needs great talent.
But
That's
I would say this,
But
Revis and Gilmore come to mind. The Bill
absolutely,
Belichick,
absolutely.
and he paid
So
top dollars for. Hey, I tell you what, and he paid top dollar for those two guys too.
absolutely.
but EM, I'm gonna disagree with you on this. And to Crypto's point, we don't need our defense to be top 10. We need a top 15 defense, and Banjo got to
right,
deliver
you shouldn't
that.
have to have.
Yeah, we don't.
But
need
there's
a
going to be
top
some point where you're going to be without.
I did listen. No, the better your defense can be, the better off you are.
Of
No,
course,
I'm sorry.
but with
Of course,
the
yeah.
As
number
good
one
as our
offense, then with the number one offense, that's gonna offset the need of your defense. And if we can have a top 15
Right.
defense, we should be positioned pretty damn good.
But see, when you come to the postseason, though, Doc, you would know this. You played in the league. When you come, we all know the postseason is 3 seasons within 1 season, NFL season. In terms of level of play, the preseason, regular season, and the postseason. Yeah, we can have the number one offense in the regular season or whatnot, but there's so many different variables that come into play in the postseason. Health, 1, inclement weather, 2, right? Quality of play goes up, goes up 5-10 notches, right? You're playing better competition. So it's so many different variables that come into play, the way you just can't sit up here and say, well, I'm not saying you saying this, but I'm just saying I'm on the side of the fence. I want this defense to be as best as you could possibly be, because 2 areas of your team that generally can give you postseason success is a run game and it is defense. So I'm not going to sit here and say we don't need our defense to be X, Y. It needs to be as best. If it's defined by being top 10, so be it. If it's defined by being top 5, so be it. No, I differ. I have to push back on that just a little bit. It needs to be top 10. It needs to be top 10.
15.
Go ahead, Crypto.
To Reggie's point, if it's top 15 and you're number 1, it'll offset it enough where if you're scoring 29 to 30
no, that's
points a
not
game,
that 15 is not good.
Give up third.
Top 15 when you come to the postseason, that is not good enough for me to sleep. Now again, I could be wrong. We very well
the
may.
Chiefs are ranked 17th, weren't they?
No, when was that?
In total defense last year.
I don't recall.
Right in the middle of the pack in total defense.
I don't recall, but I mean I don't recall what they ranked last year, but
yeah, somebody double check that to see what the total defense for the Chiefs were.
But again,
I could have sworn they was in the middle of the pack.
I will
they
say
didn't
this
really need
though,
to be top 10.
Yeah, maybe overall the evaluation overall.
They did play better in the playoffs.
That's what I was getting ready to say. They turned it up 10 notches come the postseason. And again, if they didn't have, if their defense now consider
18 during the regular season, that was their numbers.
Now considering if their defense hadn't went up another notch in the postseason, considering that offense, obviously Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, they are who they are. But, that's not the traditional Kansas City Chiefs we've seen in recent memory of explosion in terms of offense and all of that. They needed that defense, right? They needed that defense to be as good, as any team as they played in the postseason. And that defense, you can make that defense match Philly's defense on every level. And Philly statistically was like, what, top 5 across the board, right? So
Yeah,
no,
they was
top 15.
opportunistic. They got the turnovers they needed.
So
Nothing
now,
when
when
they
it
had
comes to the postseason, top
what, 1
15,
turnover.
that's no. You need to be better than that. You need to be better than that because it's so. Listen,
So
we've
then
seen.
I hear you saying is Vic Fangio got a long ass way to go.
What's that, Doc?
I hear you saying that Vic Fangio got a long way to
Hell
go.
yeah, he got work to do, no doubt. He got work to do.
The only reason I give him the pass is he's teaching a whole new defense to a bunch of players right now. A bunch of players up front who have been, honestly, the only way they got pressure they've been used to is blitzing, where you overmatch with how many men you have at the scrimmage. They haven't had to worry about their pass rushing moves. Pass rushing, they haven't worked on that with the blitz defense that we ran. Now they got to be now's when you got to have players who have those moves. So you want 4 men to get to the quarterback. Stuff that they haven't been used to going over. And that's where
Well,
I
they
do
haven't
give
been
it.
getting to the quarterback even under Flores and Boyer.
But even when they
just
were, it
they
was because of the
getting
blitz.
bullied
It
up
was
front.
because
Yeah.
it was because of the blitz. You don't have to worry about pass rushing moves when you have 8 people going in against 5.
Exactly. But
Now
sometimes you might have to do that on
you have to worry about those things. These guys have
if
to.
you're playing Ian Books of the world and quarterbacks, yeah, you could do that. But we had
But
our
what I'm
share of
saying,
Ian Book like quarterbacks already.
But what I'm saying though is when you're used to doing that over and over, and now all of a sudden you got to do it another way, you got to give them a little bit of time to get this defense to everybody. And if some people
I
don't
don't
cut it,
think
they're
the
going to be
problem
out.
is I don't think this defense is rocket science. Y'all making it out as if they got some freaking pinky in the brain experiment where they need to conquer the world or something. It's not. I don't know if it's really that complicated.
It's a difficult defense when you're not used to playing it for your whole career.
It's definitely more structured than Brian Flores. Brian Flores is philosophy. It thrives a lot on a lot of chaos, right? A lot of movement up front, right? Man coverage on the back,
You don't know who's
ultra
dropping back. You don't
aggressive,
know who's going
right?
in.
There's a
you
lot
don't
of
know who's
disguise.
blitzing at that point.
But this one,
Amoeba.
this one is, and again, when you're talking about coverage from a coverage perspective, again, just like you heard Jerome Baker talked about how the responsibilities that he requires of his linebackers, it's
It's a very disciplined defense.
exactly. It's on the player to consistently read, react, diagnose, respond, as opposed to being more assignment based. You're blitzing the A gap on this play. You're blitzing off the edge on that play, right? Or more assignment based, like Brian Flores. So it is more structured. It is more. It is. It is. If you don't have the skill, right? If you can't consistently line up at any level, because a level of responsibility of reading and reaction in terms of the zone coverage on the back end as well as the linebackers, that if you don't have that skill set as a player, well, that's why Channing Tindall is on the bench, right? That's why Jerome Baker. That's why Jerome Baker is struggling to the point that he is now. That's never been a strong suit of his.
There's a reason why X couldn't travel the field last time, because everybody would have to change their zones. You switch X over, if the one guy goes over to the right side right before the play, you switch X over, everybody else has to cover a different zone.
And it's so much more difficult. You can't ask a player to travel when you're running zone concepts.
Exactly.
That is primarily a base. That's a man-based principle right there. So
if he's following people and the guys in motion.
So,
but if he's going to be sitting in the zone where everybody was complaining that X is not fully recovered, they wanted him to play zone anyway. So why change now? Why is everybody now saying we want him to play man to man?
Everybody was complaining about X not switching over last week. He couldn't. It would confuse the whole defense.
And I think that
no. What I'm saying, if he's going to play man,
I think that was an alpha male reacting to a game without really spending time to think about
Yeah.
scheme and all of that. That's why Lewis' point earlier, I was listening, didn't really make sense. I mean, none of his points really make sense, but that part Tua didn't.
But
When,
if you notice, but hey,
I
go with
definitely
what you
approve
said.
that message. I definitely
If
approve
you
that
notice
message.
something,
Oh
hey,
damn!
if you notice something, X hasn't complained about it the rest of the week after he had time to think about it.
right, because that didn't make
I don't think
sense
he
to
should have
say,
made it
let me
public.
move. Let me
Yeah.
move. But when you, after a game and they stick a mic in front of you and you just got beat pretty
And
good.
you're pissed off, you'll say any fool.
Yeah, you're right. But I just wish he would. I kind of wish he would have just kept it quiet and not
I know
made
he
that
probably
public.
couldn't at that moment because, like he said, he was just heated. He wanted a piece of them. They wouldn't let him come
Yeah,
over to his side of the field.
And he had
I
just
think Fangio was saving him
he
from
had just
himself.
abused his little brother too. He had just abused his little brother's side, and you want to stick up for your little bro, and
Yep.
But the
Yeah, that couldn't
reality
be.
of it is they would have went to whoever Cater was on, because he's
Right,
not
they
an
would have just
outside
switched their
guy.
scheme.
He's an inside
Ken
guy.
Dorsey, yeah, would have just
Yeah.
switched. Yeah, he would have just
So
switched over to the other
yeah, so
side.
that's this defense. It's a lot of people learning it on that side of the ball compared to the offense that's been in, and even last year. What happened with all our skill positions? They were all pretty much brand new because McDaniel had to bring in what he wanted to run his system.
Hmm.
Hey, but at the
I
end
don't
of
know.
the
I
day,
just think they just got to punch the guy in the mouth that's in front of them. That sometimes you might
yeah.
have to do that.
Listen,
Let me ask Insanity.
but here's the thing: Big Fangio said it himself that this learning the system is a convenient
Narrative.
narrative.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
it's computer narrative. Yeah,
he
that's
should
what
be
he
ready
said.
by week 1. His defense should be ready
Yeah.
by week 1.
Yeah,
That's what
he
Big
did say
Fangio
that.
said.
He did say that.
Not me,
Well, I
So
think that's what the coach is going to say to motivate his players, but that's not the reality of these complex defenses that teams are running now. That these
I don't know,
coaches get
Doc.
to,
If it's really that complex, if the rest of the
yes,
league
I
is
mean these
using it,
coaches
one
get
third
to
of the
sit.
league is using it.
Well, I would just say that these coaches get to sit around all day and do nothing but draw up plays, man. Do you listen to Mike McDaniels, the same plays that he's calling. I heard him call a play, and in college, when we called that play, it was simple as saying green right, quick motion, zap, 23 lead, devil O.Y. Reed. But the way that they called it was a goddamn dictionary, because these coaches ain't got nothing to do all day. That's their only job.
It's like
In
John
college,
Gruden.
players got to go to class and all of this stuff. So you can't learn it like that. But the NFL coaches, they just sit around all day drawing up shit.
by the way, there's a message from Lewis for you, Doc.
Tell him already. Tell him I say back at him.
Oh man, if Insanity leave, I was going to ask her a question real quick.
Miss Finn said, "Give her a minute." I thought I heard Miss
I
Finn
think
say,
we'll
"Give
be,
her a minute."
I think we'll be ready. But see, that's why I think we need 2 strong corners. It's because of the fact you don't want them doing that where it makes us have to want to, or it makes us want to switch. At least now on either side you got somebody strong guarding the receiver.
And every team is striving to find 2 good corners, bro. Every team, So I mean, just to find one, but
I mean that would be the trend of the league.
You think back in the day.
Trend of drafting would
You think
probably
back
do
in the
that.
day. You remember Dixon, Minifield. You had Madison, Surtain. Every team wants to have 2 good corners.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the ideal. But they functioned without them. Teams have been able to function without
But
them.
we've been blessed in recent
With good
memory
front fours like the
going
Giants.
going back to 2020 with Byron when we acquired Byron Jones. Say what you want. I know this might be an unpopular opinion. I might be in a minority, but Byron Jones was a good player for us, right? Him and Xavier Howard as a tandem when they were on the field and healthy, they were very productive. So we've been blessed to have good cornerback play in the last 5 years. Now that we have it with Xavier Howard, Kohu as well, and once Jalen Ramsey gets back. So hopefully they can be in a
But
situation.
see, Ian, don't you agree that if you got a good, strong front four, you don't have to have great elite cornerbacks per se if your front four is getting there by themselves? It will make average cornerbacks look great if your front
Right,
four is
right. But
destroying and
here's
collapsing the offensive
see,
line.
I'll be honest with you. In my mind, Greer made one bad move, one really bad move, and that was bringing in Chubb when he could have gotten the linebacker Rohan or from Chicago.
Yeah. Because if you're getting
Okay,
good pressure on front and collapsing their offensive line, and the quarterback's making faster decisions,
but
and you causing him to make mistakes,
they become
your
the
cornerback's
front
gonna look
four.
good because they're gonna get tips,
The
picks,
front
and all kind of
the
stuff.
front four has become lazy though. You know what I mean? With how they've
Well,
been
yeah,
coached in
definitely
the
Chubb is
past.
being lazy.
Yeah, but they've all become lazy. Name me one guy that you see do a swim move or a spin move. How many times before this year have we seen people stunts?
None. I can't recall a stunt. Even in that
Okay,
Giant game, when they
now,
got the many
but
sacks, it was Van
but
Giegel
that's
coming
where.
off the edge. That
But
was
see,
it.
that's where I'm saying we've become lazy as a front four.
Well, I think, see, in terms of like to your point, Todd, about movement up front, looping, stunting, etc. You really can't get into those type of that type of application until you get better at at stopping and run. You're not stunting and looping on rundowns. You know what I'm saying? That just
Right.
creates additional problems.
But
So I
see, you
think
know what?
that's
But
why
you
I
know what?
said,
That
hang on,
also
real
comes
quick.
down.
Hang on real quick. That's why I said the root cause of all the issues of this Vic Fangio defense to this point, the inconsistencies, you can lay at the feet of they have to get better at stopping and running. You hear Fangio allude to
Okay.
this a couple of weeks ago because when again he loves to live in that nickel package, whatever you want to call it, 4-2-5. It comes in many formats. It's all sub package. It's all falls under the umbrella of a nickel formation, right? But he loves to live in that formation, light boxes. But you got in terms of what he's known for, the disguises, right on the back end. You have to be able to force teams in third and long situations because you get when it's third and short, when it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, well, excuse me, 3rd and 4 and under, you got to account for the run, and you can't necessarily live in that sub package world like he would love to.
And going by what you just said, Fangio's missing one major thing: his 340-pound space heater in the middle.
Yeah, I would agree. And I would agree. And Raekwon has just been he's been underwhelming this year too.
Raekwon is not. He would make probably a great defensive end in a 3-4. Okay, like where Wilkins.
I can't argue that. I think
But
I can't.
But as a nose tackle, he can't take on. He's so big, he doesn't have the leverage to take on.
Well, that's where we part ways. That's where we part ways, Todd. Raekwon was my guy coming out in 2019, 2020. We all know that, right? So what that show me and Reason did, I highlighted his ability, his struggles with pad leverage, right? Which can contribute to inconsistencies at this level due to his height. I understand that, but he proved me wrong because Raekwon under Brian Flores in that format was very productive for us. And again, a lot of his value and his impact you can't necessarily quantify in a box score or in the stat sheets, right? But if you look at how you determine the impact of a nose tackle is okay when he's on the field. How productive is the opposing team's run game? And if you go back to his Raekwon is in that format,
we were top 4 run stoppers.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. So he can do the job, but that is not his natural position, in my opinion.
Let me ask you something. When was he at his best in college? When he had 11 sacks?
Well, he played out. He played everywhere. He
played an end.
Well, he didn't. I don't remember him having 11 sacks. I think the most he had was 8 in a season.
I think he was double digits on one of his early years.
No, I ain't never known him to have double digit sacks.
What player are you talking about?
When he was at Alabama, Raekwon Davis.
Okay.
Oh, she came back up. You can ask her, EM.
Yeah, hey, salute Miss Fans. How you doing, Mama? Finsani, I was going to ask you to this point. Going into where we at? Week 5, week 6 now. Week 5. So who's the most pleasantly surprising player for you so far at this point?
Excuse me. Sorry, I had the YouTube one going back. What was your question, sir?
Who? You know what I'm
Hold
at?
on. Before you go. Yes, I'm looking at the sacks at in Alabama, and yeah, 2017 he had 8, and then 1 and 0.5.
Okay, you were right, EM. I was wrong.
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to ask Finsanity to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you most pleasantly surprised, and who are you you're surprised on the negative side? What player?
I mean, I feel like we should all just say Austin Jackson. I did not see that coming. It's just surprising to me that he has been able to blossom into what he has become. I think back to what I saw, when they were doing the little puff pieces on him on ESPN while he was coming to the draft, and we're starting to see the player that we thought we were going to be getting as far as a tackle. But I would say that. I mean, I didn't know Achane would be this in the NFL.
Right.
Most times there is, that welcome to the NFL moment, and I feel like he still has not had that. He's just been running on the NFL like, okay. And I would have to say, honestly, my third, because I like, I got to get these things in threes. I would say Tua, just his development and his command and the leadership that he's showing. Not only that, his personality is blooming, and we are seeing the growth of what it was, post injury and coming into the league. And we're not going to get into the nuances of everything that we've gone through with him as a quarterback, but to see the leadership development that he has that has blossomed. And I remember it was funny. I was watching that game, and I literally live bet Mostert and Hill to score a touchdown, because at that moment I was like, this offense can do whatever it wants right now. So let's just go ahead and live bet Mostert and Hill, because they were the two offensive weapons that hadn't had one yet. And it's beautiful. Now, disappointed. That's tough. I would say, you know what? I will say this. For what it's worth, I expected more out of Cedric Wilson. A franchise takes a chance on him, gives him a pretty decent contract, and you basically get taken off the field. And that's just from when we gave him the contract till now. It's not just this year. It's just totality of his tenure in Miami. From what we've seen, that what he could do, how he could be somewhat productive and while he was at Dallas and stuff like that. I really thought we would have gotten a pinch more from him. I'm not saying I expected him to put like astronomical numbers up and be all pro and all that type of stuff, but I thought he would be, as in a word that you would use, serviceable. Right? But
Nope. I'm not gonna sit up here and let you slander Cedric Wilson, ma'am, simply because he got his contract and 2 days later we get Tyree. It ain't his fault. We literally dropped.
I said
we picked up the number one wide receiver.
All pro. I didn't say top 10. I didn't say top 20.
Insanity. I'm gonna say how people talk TD all the time. Stop lying to these people, because you know dang well why he is not producing.
Miss Fans, though.
Can we get 20 completions in a season? How about that? Can we start there?
I know, Miss Fans, real quick though. Yeah, it's not his fault that we acquired Tyreek Hill, right? I get it. That's Tyreek Hill. Every wide receiver in the league is going to take a backseat to him. But what's the excuse to why he can't beat River Craycraft and get on the field? What's the excuse why he can't beat out Trent Sherfield, right, and get on the field? Why is it now he can't beat out Braxton Berrios, Robbie Chosen, and now they just traded for Chase Claypool, right? Hadn't played a down yet. He already buried behind the depth chart behind Chase Claypool. What is the excuse with these other players?
Thank you, That's my brother.
Guys, I'm sorry. I was I had to
Finsanity, I
catch
agree with.
myself. I was channeling my inner TD, and it just came out. So I apologize for that. Now that I'm over the delusion, I'm gonna go ahead and just speak truth. Yes, I get it. Maybe
Hey,
he should have done a little more. But is it really him or is it the scheme? That's all I'm
hey, Miss
asking.
Pins, Miss Pins, congratulations
That's a good
on
point.
getting your subs up. And Finsanity, I agree with everything you
Absolutely.
said. But I would have to replace Tua because I kind of expected Tua to come back this year strong with AVG.
Okay, yeah, that's
And on the defensive side, I'm going Chubb has been my disappointment big time because I thought he would do better under Fangio, who we played with before. And I would have to say that linebacker we got this offseason has been a disappointment
David
so
Long.
far. David Long.
David Long.
I'm gonna give an unpopular take. I expected our offense to score more than 20 points against Buffalo.
I blame
Correct.
that on not having our
I
center
agree with
because
you.
I think that screwed up everything.
But I don't care if
Excuses.
it's the center. I don't
Excuses.
You
care.
can't say it's solely the center.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
just
it's
expect
not
us
100% the
Excuses.
center.
I expect us to.
I agree with Doc.
We got enough talent to score 7 points a quarter on anybody we play.
And if you think about it, we
Thank
did
you,
have
Doc.
another
Let me
touchdown.
piggyback on that
Hey, hold
real
on. We did
quick.
have
Good point,
another
Doc.
touchdown with Waddle that was called back because of a penalty on our center.
Yes, but we've also shown the ability to overcome penalties too.
Let me get into this, guys. First of all, good evening, ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
evening. And
Really, thank you guys for having me. Thank you. I
for
think
sure.
it was I don't know if it was Doc or Todd who said about the 1,000 subs. Thank you so much, guys. I'm
It
still
was
like
me.
super stoked, so I appreciate it.
Yeah,
As far as
I'm glad you're getting that because you deserve it.
Yeah,
thank
you
you,
do.
thank you.
Absolutely, Miss Fans.
I appreciate it. As far as for real though, I am disappointed in Wilson, and I did expect a little bit more out of him. I just think he just got stuck in a bad situation. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I just really think he got stuck in a bad situation, and we just weren't able to really utilize him in the way that we needed him, in my opinion.
Let me ask
As
you this,
far
Miss
as
Fans. Does he?
go ahead.
I don't see where he. I think we did a bad job evaluation. I don't see his skill set that fits the type of guys that work in this offense.
Facts.
Okay, are you saying this post Tyreek or prior to
Well,
Tyreek?
Tyreek changes everything, and it's kind of hard to say what
So
they
then
were
you
going
gotta
to
take
do.
that into consideration,
Of
Doc. Like
course,
you can't.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'm just saying now, I just don't know where he fits. It just seems like, everybody is better at doing what we're asking. If you're asking him to be a third receiver, I think that Berrios is better than him. Craycraft is better than him. And now, as EM said, which I hate to agree with, but even Claypool is going to be better than him as the third
Damn, everybody
guy.
hates agreeing with you, EM.
I mean, he don't know nothing, so I got to dumb it down to agree
I
with him.
know, right? The haters, bro.
I
God
know.
damn.
Oh,
And
smokes.
but listen, guys, listen. It's getting late. I'm gonna go to bed. If y'all want to stay backstage and chop it up, y'all more than welcome to. So
You shut it down, Steak? Damn.
Jake,
All right.
thanks for being on the show,
We'll
man.
stay,
like I said,
we'll
no
stay
problem.
backstage. We'll stay
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So all right, y'all. Good night, everybody.
Y'all be
Night,
safe out.
everybody.